James the Less was introduced as one of the Glossy Club's 12 disciples, and the head of Jacobus Pharmaceuticals. In a dark lab, terrible human experiments were happening, and someone needed to find out exactly what kind. Jaiwan declared he would destroy the whole operation while he was there. The man in the suit thought that sounded cool, but heard nobody could even get to that place. The woman with glasses wondered why it was so inaccessible, asking if there was some monster, which Jaiwan casually confirmed. The man in the suit joked there were 2 monsters right there with them, but then said that wasn't the real issue. The narration described it as a place where no living thing could survive, making the woman wonder if it was even on Earth. It was so cold, just breathing could kill you. The brutal temperatures plunged to 80 degrees below zero. Military orders made it clear, disobeying the boss's commands meant it would result in death. The man with the bear hood scoffed about Philip's love for orders, calling him a soldier through and through. He flicked Philip's mask, a wisp of smoke rising from it. He then directly ordered Philip. He angrily commanded Philip to turn around and waddle right back down the mountain. Immediately, James the Less snarled, as the narration revealed his codename and title as the Glossy Club's 6th disciple, also known as Fatal Vaccine. Philip's masked face remained unyielding. Philip stated the temperature was minus 82 degrees, and he had exactly 7 minutes and 30 seconds left. He continued, calculating that considering the climate and their compatibility, James the Less's probability of survival 3 minutes from then was a mere 17%. James the Less scoffed, saying Philip hadn't accounted for the minus 82-degree temperature where life couldn't exist. He then demonstrated his immense power by denting a car tire, continuing his calculation, after 7 minutes. The probability of Philip still being alive was 0%, as he sent him violently flying. The car tire crashed under the impact. Philip slammed into the snow, sending debris everywhere. The woman in blue coat was stunned by Philip's monstrous strength, noting he easily deflected a 2-ton car's kinetic energy, but something else still worried her. Monstrous strength was useless against her father. Philip was sent flying again, a small grenade-like object visible near him. James the Less mocked Philip, saying he could have kept his life if he'd just followed orders, asking if those were a soldier's last words. Philip, however, calmly checked his wrist device, murmuring that this much should do. James the Less dismissed Philip's words, walking away and telling him to come closer if he had something to say, as the combat clock ticked on. At 2 minutes and 12 seconds, a massive explosion erupted where Philip had been. The woman in blue coat gasped in shock, wondering when Philip could have possibly planted a grenade. He had planted it while flying earlier, an impossible feat of split-second calculation. Philip explained that he detonated the grenade at the exact moment James the Less's foot touched down, so. The smoky aftermath of the explosion left everyone wondering how this had happened. James the Less emerged from the smoke, somehow completely unharmed, leaving the narrator in disbelief. James the Less gave Philip a backhanded compliment, calling him a one-man Special Forces brigade, but adding that he wouldn't even have that name if he had ever been a soldier, and then charged with immense fury. Philip prepared for the attack, while the narrator wondered if there was another explanation. A brutal exchange of blows followed, confirming the suspicion that James the Less had unnaturally good reflexes. It was clear James the Less knew the grenade's ambush position and explosion timing, meaning the only explanation was precognition. James the Less smirked, confirming that he was indeed as powerful as rumored. Another massive explosion tore through the landscape, sending both fighters flying. The woman in blue coat shivered, noting the temperature was still a brutal minus 80 degrees. Philip's body temperature would drop 3 degrees per minute, making his body stiffen and his accuracy decline, but Fatal Vaccine special physiology meant he had no problem fighting in the cold, putting Philip at a growing disadvantage with nothing he could do. James the Less taunted Philip about freezing to death and mocked his decision-making as a soldier, as Philip silently dropped a grenade. The woman in blue coat was utterly shocked, muttering about that crazy bastard. A grenade lay melting a small puddle in the snow. Philip, looking at his device, mused that if the temperature was low, the grenade sat in its small melted puddle. He just had to raise it, which the narrator realized meant he was going to blow up the car. The military vehicle instantly became a roaring inferno. James the Less ironically offered to bring Philip a heater if he was cold, as only 4 minutes and 23 seconds remained. With time running out, James the Less gave Philip 5 seconds to follow orders, as Philip stood defiant amidst the burning car. James the Less began a slow, deliberate countdown. Philip angrily snarled at James the Less to stop counting, finding it annoying. Philip moved with explosive speed amidst the roaring flames. James the Less called Philip's name, and Philip responded with an obedient, "Yes, boss." After a pause, Philip conceded with a more hesitant, "Understood, boss." Philip activated a device on his shoulder with a soft beep. James the Less declared that their battle ended there. The woman in blue coat questioned their departure just as things were heating up, but Philip explained it was the boss's orders, adding a warning: if James the Less ever disobeyed the boss again, it wouldn't end so easily next time. James the Less taunted back, telling Philip to call ahead next time and he'd keep things nice and warmed up. The woman then addressed her father. She asked if Pietro could come, and if she should prepare them in advance. James the Less reacted with curious anticipation, wondering if he would finally meet the legendary Pietro in person. A mysterious man in a suit smoked, his face obscured by light. James the Less expressed his eager anticipation. The scene shifted to a distinctive, imposing building at night. Inside, a young woman named Saren sat alone on a staircase, deep in thought. Saren looked up with a welcoming and surprised smile. She asked Johann what brought him there and if he had a mission, to which he tersely replied, "None of your business." Saren insisted she could find out herself, and Johann begrudgingly revealed details of a complicated mission at Verdun Bay to secure someone named Arvid, a place Saren immediately dismissed as too cold. Saren tried to spark his interest by mentioning James the Less was there, but Johann just poked her and declared he wasn't interested. Johann announced he was leaving, and when Saren offered to take the mission, he shrugged, which then made her realize something. Saren tried to get Johann's attention by mentioning she met that guy, but Johann just kept walking, not caring who she met. Johann suddenly grabbed Saren, demanding if she had killed the guy, but she just teased him about his sudden interest. Saren continued to tease Johann, describing the person she met instead of giving his location, to Johann's increasing impatience. Johann asserted himself, promising to make her spill it, but Saren just playfully shot back that he wouldn't be popular with women. Saren finally revealed that the person she met seemed to be going to meet James the Less. Johann reacted with surprise, repeating, "Verdun Bay." Johann swiftly snatched the mission paper, declaring he would go for that mission, which completely surprised Saren. Johann then brusquely told Saren to get lost and threatened to kill her if she followed. Saren complained about Johann's inconsistent behavior, realizing her true purpose was only to deliver the message. Saren playfully waved goodbye, wishing him well as she walked away. The small table with the rose and cookie remained untouched. The scene shifted to the impressive Deha corporate building. Someone asked how they planned to reach a place that wasn't even on a map. Jaiwan explained he came to Deha precisely to get to that location. To get there, they had to pass through a village that was an extremely special place, prompting the woman to question what he meant. Jaiwan confirmed it was a thoroughly controlled place that accepted no outsiders, which surprised the woman. She wondered how they would get in if no outsiders were allowed. Jaiwan cryptically replied to just not be an outsider, which frustrated the woman, but the man in the suit felt if Mr. Pietro said it, it had to mean something. The elevator whirred as it moved. Jaiwan then prepared to elaborate. He revealed that these people would ensure they weren't seen as outsiders, stunning the woman as she started to recognize them. The woman with glasses mistakenly exclaimed, "Ariana Grande," prompting Jaiwan to call her rude as the narration clarified they weren't the Ariana Grande, but they were two separate people named Ariana and Grande, leaving the narrator to wonder what the difference really was. A luxurious chandelier hung from the ornate ceiling. The woman asked their relevance, and Jaiwan explained their parents were from the target village, then wondered why he spoke so casually to a CEO, which Ariana and Grande dismissed as a foreigner thing. The man in the suit formally asked Ms. Ariana and Ms. Grande to guide them, and they accepted with such over-the-top formality that the woman with glasses thought they were pros at it. The woman kept asking who was going, still mixing up Ariana Grande, until Jaiwan impatiently told her to shut up. Jaiwan offered a smug, knowing smile. Jaiwan signaled for them to go, but the woman with glasses frantically asked if he was really going after that crazy bastard, James the Less, and if he planned to blow up his base. Jaiwan was surprised she knew, and the woman declared she was going crazy from his actions. The woman, deciding, whatever, declared she was coming with them, dramatically accusing Jaiwan of abandoning a blind person. Footsteps echoed in the sterile hallway. In a sterile room, Matthias sat alone on the floor. A hooded figure spoke to Matthias, acknowledging the difficulty of getting in but hinting Matthias was the only one who could. The hooded figure confirmed he expected it to be Matthias, who then defiantly asked if it was his turn to be purged. The hooded figure stood in the corridor, a cello case at his side. With a chilling smile, the hooded figure taunted Matthias, implying his intact body meant he surrendered to the enemy. The figure found it quite funny that Matthias, a renowned control freak, was now being controlled like this. Matthias confirmed his BCI was controlled by Deha via a neck device so powerful it would cause a 5 km blackout if he stepped outside. But Deha didn't know that even with such an amazing device, controlling him was still impossible, as he stood amidst a swarm of buzzing drones. The hooded figure expressed grudging admiration for Matthias's ability to control his BCI even then, but ominously added that it was a shame. The hooded figure struck the ground with a staff, challenging Matthias's drones, and wondering. Matthias's eyes widened in sudden shock. The hooded figure unleashed a powerful electrical attack, affecting Matthias and his drones. How many seconds they would last? Matthias defiantly declared that no one could control him, he was still in charge. The hooded figure gave a sarcastic compliment, amazed Matthias still controlled his BCI even now. Matthias knew this unexpected encounter meant his opponent wouldn't rest until he was dead. So, Matthias decided he would have to make the first move. The hooded figure acknowledged Matthias's secret preparations, but ominously wondered how long they'd last. Then, a weapon struck the floor, sparking with electricity. The hooded figure unleashed a powerful electrical attack, taking out multiple drones. He dismissed the drones, questioning their ability to stand against his power. Matthias smirked, pointing out that blowing up the drones in this narrow room would have dire consequences. He challenged the hooded figure, asking if he could handle the resulting explosion. The hooded figure, still smirking, dismissed Matthias's brutish assumption. Instead, his weapon struck a wall with a precise, sparking impact. Matthias reacted with intense shock as he grasped the true nature of the attack. A devastating electrical pulse exploded from the hooded figure's staff, causing drones to fall and spark. A damaged drone hissed and crackled, evidence of the powerful blow. Matthias lay defeated and unconscious on the floor amidst the wreckage. The hooded figure revealed his attack was an EMP, acknowledging Matthias's quick recognition. He internally explained that its principle was like a lightning strike. The hooded figure continued, detailing how lightning, even without a direct hit, malfunctioned all nearby electronics. He knew his own precision machines would take even greater damage, leaving Matthias helpless in this situation. As he walked away, the hooded figure apologized, calling his actions a necessary part of his work. He paused, telling Matthias that his electric abilities were useless here, prompting Matthias to ask why. Matthias ominously smiled, showcasing his hands radiating bright, white energy, declaring, "I mean this." The hooded figure was surprised, wondering how Matthias could have prepared manual bombs. Matthias swiftly launched a volley of projectiles toward him. The hooded figure reacted with bewilderment. He then realized Matthias's bombs were just coins, a mere diversion. Matthias explained internally that humans specialized in one field often froze up in another. He called it functional fixedness, an intense, smirking observation. Matthias then physically attacked the hooded figure, accusing him of relying too much on talent. The hooded figure reacted with shock and disbelief to Matthias's combat skill. He began to speak, implying Matthias had overlooked some critical exceptions. The hooded figure counterattacked, sweeping Matthias back with his glowing staff. Matthias was shocked and in pain, realizing electricity didn't flow through the weapon. He screamed, understanding the electricity was flowing directly through the hooded figure's body, electrocuting him. The hooded figure held Matthias down, forcefully shocking him with a massive electrical discharge. The scene then shifted to a high-angle view of a modern building. Standing over the unconscious Matthias, the hooded figure praised his wit, calling him a true head of Trinity. He expressed deceptive regret, implying their confrontation was fated. He told Matthias that glory no longer needed him. The hooded figure then declared that unstable elements, like an ally turned prisoner, should be eliminated. Engulfed in crackling electricity, he raised his staff, asserting that elimination was natural. Matthias made a surprised sound as the hooded figure delivered a sinister smirk. Suddenly, a dense cloud of light green gas rapidly filled the room. The hooded figure noticed the gas and questioned its nature, as Matthias remained unconscious within it. He quickly analyzed the situation, realizing Deha wouldn't kill Matthias, so it wasn't poison. The hooded figure identified the gas as sleeping gas, confirming Matthias's unconscious state. He suddenly grew alert, hearing a shout of "over here." The hooded figure commented on Matthias's luck, implying his plan was now interrupted. A group of people, including a man in a suit and a woman in a blue coat, entered, alarmed by the hazy room. The man in the suit expressed disbelief at the scene. He angrily questioned the woman about the security breach, wondering how intruders could scoop out only the insides. The man in the suit's eyes narrowed, emphasizing the depth of the security breach. The woman in the blue coat wondered how Matthias was subdued so easily without any sign of a fight. The man in the suit remained deeply thoughtful, processing the implications. The hooded figure, having escaped, stood dramatically silhouetted against a neon-lit city skyline. Someone was heard screaming in distress about their lungs. A group of bundled figures shivered, debating who should go to help their freezing nephew. A man described the extreme conditions of the Viking descendant village, -80 degrees and high altitude. Someone identified the breathtaking, snow-covered village as Verdun Bay, amazed it could exist. Two men discussed needing guides from the village to go deeper, and one raised a curious question. Two lightly dressed women shivered, surprised that the supposedly hot-blooded Viking villagers were dressed so warmly. A goggled man indicated that his group was expecting the new arrivals. Village Chief Shar, a bearded man, warmly welcomed the Deha group, acknowledging their difficult journey. Shar explained his village was a mercenary settlement founded by Vikings, cultivating powerful fighters, yet seemingly civilian. Shar insisted the villagers were normal, but then a child was casually seen lifting a car. Shar then politely inquired about the Deha group's reason for visiting, as they hadn't recruited mercenaries recently. A man acknowledged Shar was probing and began to formulate a response. The men discussed the challenge of dealing with the secretive honor orphanage and the suspicious Viking mercenaries. One man suggested a strategy involving accepting suspicion. He explained the mission was difficult due to the Pietro elimination order, requiring massive mercenary deployment. Shar listened intently, absorbing the information about Pietro. Shar expressed understanding and offered hospitality, promising to bring food around dinner. The scene transitioned to a serene night view of the snow-covered village with warm lights. Inside, people expressed their shock at the extreme cold indoors, despite a fireplace, leading to some light banter. A man with glasses looked thoughtfully at something off-panel. Another man stood with his back turned, doing chores at a kitchen sink. Someone asked his brother what was on his mind. The man with glasses asked Thaddeus if he noticed anything peculiar about the village, like the abundance of shaved ice. Thaddeus, while drinking, pointed out a key observation: there were no kids. The man with glasses further detailed the unusual demographics: infants and children, but no teenagers. Thaddeus smirked, praising the man with glasses for his astute observation. The group debated the implications of a village without teenagers, joking about sub-zero fertility rates while still serious about the missing children. Someone asked Ariana and Grande if they knew the reason behind the missing teenagers. Ariana began to answer, her expression thoughtful and hesitant. A man prompted Ariana to continue her explanation. Then, loud rushing sounds came from outside, and someone questioned who the approaching figures were. Ariana and Grande reacted with wide, shocked eyes, reflecting alarm. A man urgently instructed them to hide, but Ariana reached out, demanding an explanation. He physically blocked Ariana's path, conveying urgency and danger. Ariana wondered who the approaching threat was, given the men's strong reaction. Two men intently peered out a window with grave expressions. A man maintained a serious and worried expression. Outside, a distraught woman knelt in the snow, desperately pleading with a man carrying a child to give back her baby. The woman with glasses tearfully begged not to lose another child to Arvid, and was sharply told to stop it. James the Less reprimanded the woman with glasses, and she apologized for recklessly taking the child. A relieved father cried tears of joy, thanking the woman with glasses, who then regretted not asking first. The woman with glasses then launched a powerful, explosive attack on the man. The man screamed in pain as he was questioned about selling his child and the children's need for Arvid. The woman with glasses revealed a critical forgotten fact with a sinister expression, as children cried for Dad. She furiously kicked a man, expressing her strong dislike for having her leg touched. Someone realized the escalating danger as the woman with glasses' resolve became clear. Someone spoke, admitting they touched her leg despite her hatred for it. The person then concluded, admitting they ended up touching the woman with glasses' legs, confirming a critical interaction. Ariana, still falling through the air, pointed out the irony of touching Peter's legs after saying she hated it. Peter sharply turned his head, asking what she meant while she fell behind him. Ariana, sensing something unusual, declared she'd never smelled anything like him, and outsiders couldn't enter the village without permission. An honored disciple shared the news of Andreas's death, worried Pietro might have found their location and be coming. Ariana's eyes narrowed, focusing intently on the looming threat. The chief, looking at Peter, was confused, as he'd expected Pietro to be an old man, not someone who smelled young. Peter simply stated he was a dispatch. He revealed he was a mercenary scout from Deha Group, which Ariana immediately questioned, asking why he was being nosy and if he hadn't been informed of the rules. Ariana sternly warned him that he should shut his eyes, ears, and mouth when entering and leaving, also reminding him that Deha was Glory's business partner. Peter listened thoughtfully, his expression unreadable under his hood. Ariana then furiously lunged, demanding he show his face, striking him. She reacted with immediate shock and surprise to something unexpected. The chief suddenly intervened, grabbing Ariana's arm and stopping her attack on a calm Peter. A confused Ariana asked why, but the chief asserted his authority, declaring Peter a guest under their jurisdiction. The chief then sternly dismissed Ariana, telling her to return. Ariana, with a contemptuous smirk, reiterated that a member of an inferior organization shouldn't dare order her around. She then unleashed a powerful kick towards the chief, refusing to be bossed around. A massive impact erupted from the ground where her kick landed. Ariana, frustrated, groaned that this was happening again. The chief, looking up at her with a slight, knowing smile, simply commented on her familiar expression. Ariana gritted her teeth, expressing her disgust every time she saw him. Peter then turned and told the others to go, leading them away from the village. While holding a baby, Peter clarified that her aggression wasn't against him, but against his father. Peter warned her that he'd heard rumors about Deha acting high and mighty in front of Glory, and told her to watch her back the moment she stepped into their lab. He made a chilling threat to tear her intestines apart, as the chief listened with a subtle smile. The snowy, mountainous village rested peacefully under the night sky. A fire crackled warmly in a stove as someone wondered what was going on. The man in priest attire noted fewer children than expected, while the long-haired man in black confirmed kidnappings had happened even with villagers watching, prompting the man in priest attire to question their inaction. The man in priest attire asked if they were just going to let them go, but the long-haired man worried about James the Less's human wave tactics. Shar confidently stated they would be fine, which the man in priest attire questioned, wondering why he was so sure. Shar mentally noted Ariana's reluctance to attack the chief, and felt relieved that only he was seen, believing they wouldn't be suspicious yet. The man in priest attire contemplated the chief's actions, feeling he needed more explanation to understand the situation, then reflected on the chief himself. He realized the chief had no intention of explaining anything, as the chief stood holding a sword. The chief then seriously asked if they understood the significance of the village's 500 m altitude. He explained the low oxygen levels and how normal people couldn't adjust to them. The chief pointed out their surprising comfort with the altitude, suggesting they weren't normal, then added another observation. He expressed surprise that Peter effortlessly blocked Ariana's attack, especially since she could break walls with her knees. The chief then revealed his past as a global combatant, stating he couldn't be fooled, and demanded to know Peter's true identity and reason for being there. Shar, looking determined, pointed upwards. With the chief's knife to his back, Shar asked if he was pointing to James the Less's lab. Shar then declared his intention to destroy that lab. The chief, holding his sword, realized Shar wasn't bluffing, knowing from decades of experience that his breathing revealed the truth. The chief then lowered his sword, stating that the people present were people he shouldn't dare to even look at. He then sternly declared he couldn't let them leave. The man in priest attire wondered why the chief was stopping them, questioning why he wasn't welcoming them if he was against James the Less. Shar directly confronted the chief, asking if it was because of his daughter, which shocked the chief. The man in priest attire asked about the daughter, while the long-haired man in black suggested there was another reason for the chief's actions. Shar revealed that the woman who just left was the chief's daughter and challenged him to deny it. The chief, utterly surprised, dropped his knife and asked Shar how he knew. Shar paused, hinting at an explanation. The chief looked up thoughtfully, snowflakes falling around him. Shar cryptically stated he felt the connection, while holding a baby. Shar then demanded to know the connection between the village and James the Less's lab, and what leverage they held over the chief. The chief, sweating and wide-eyed with fear, stammered, asking who Shar truly was. A warm light from inside contrasted with the cold, dark night seen through a small window. The chief, sitting on the floor, suddenly realized that Peter and his group were Glory disciples. He then looked up, about to identify Peter. The chief then confidently identified Peter as Pietro, which Peter confirmed was right. The chief revealed he had heard rumors about Peter trying to destroy Glory and had expected him to come here one day. Peter knelt down and asked the chief to explain the situation. The chief hesitated before beginning his story. An aerial view showed a mysterious, circular structure nestled in the snowy mountains under a dark, starry sky. Ariana entered a menacing, red-lit room with glowing red eyes outside, announcing her return to her father, the man with the bear hood. The man with the bear hood welcomed her and asked about the children, but Ariana reported finding no suitable ones, which he found strange. Ariana's father noticed her unusual expression and asked if something happened, to which she responded hesitantly. Ariana secretly vowed to kill the chief someday. Her father dismissed her hesitation, telling her to figure things out and start preparing. The man with the bear hood, confident and smoking a cigar, announced Pietro's imminent arrival, instructing his subordinates to greet him and protect Arvid. Ariana informed her father that she had already prepared everything, referring to legends, who would turn the place into an impenetrable fortress, especially if the fight was here. She confidently stated that it didn't matter if Pietro or all the honor disciples came, as the location was secured. The man with the bare hood, smiling, admitted his heart hadn't beaten like this in a long time. He anticipated a bloody fist fight. Char disagreed with something, as a fire crackled in the stove. Char warned about James the Less's danger, revealing he sacrificed thousands of test subjects for his research, and those who lived through it were called legends, powerful individuals comparable to or even stronger than disciples. The long-haired man in black questioned if they were scared, and Char clarified his respect for disciples, but emphasized a distinction. Char explained that the legends here were different, prompting the man in priest attire to ask about the location, to which Char began to recount visiting James the Less's lab years ago. Char recounted witnessing a fight between a disciple and a legend during one of his visits. The chief, surprised, expressed his honor at meeting a glory disciple after living there for over a decade. Judas, holding a bottle and cigarette, smirkingly questioned all the fuss. He complained about the work given to him as an apostle of glory, asking if he now needed to prove his skills. Judas irritably asked why he was called, and Scotty challenged him, asking if he wanted to see her strength on a scale of 1 to 10. An irritated Judas told her to stop messing around and just go all out for a 10. Scotty then revealed her plan, to analyze Judas's data, as someone similar to Pietro, to gain information needed to destroy Pietro. Judas stretched and smirked, stating he had rested too long and would play with her to loosen up. Scotty explained a sliding accelerator had been applied to the floor on purpose, adding that a damp ice slate was even more slippery than oil, resulting in zero friction. Scotty confidently stated this would be to her advantage and addressed Judas, distinguishing him from Pietro. Scotty then launched a swift attack, asserting Judas was not comparable to Pietro. Scotty landed a powerful blow, sending Judas sprawling across the icy floor. Judas, grimacing in pain, realized he couldn't fight at all on the slippery floor. Scotty explained the floor's friction was 0.01, with virtually no resistance, making it difficult for him to even stand. Judas expressed his annoyance at being underestimated just because he had taken a long hiatus and aged. He then forcefully drove a knife into the icy floor, shattering it. Judas, glowing with power, stood defiantly and proclaimed his status as an honor disciple. Scotty, surprised, realized Judas had used his knife to create grip and move on the slippery surface. Judas retorted that a disciple, though old, was still a disciple, impressing Scotty with his ingenuity. Judas bitterly noted that everyone thought disciples were trash, but ironically, disciples didn't even know them. He then attacked, determined to show them why he was an honor disciple. Scotty, however, counterattacked with a powerful kick, sending Judas flying amidst shattered ice. Judas was shocked by Scotty's incredible speed, wondering if anyone else besides Thaddeus was that fast. Scotty menacingly warned Judas he would regret asking for a 10, promising to show him its true meaning. Judas's eye widened in sheer terror. Scotty confidently declared she would show him why she was a legend. Scotty launched a fierce attack on Judas, who was caught in a powerful red aura. Scotty menacingly declared that on the ice, everyone, even Pietro's disciples, was the same, and promised to make Judas her dog. The long-haired man just couldn't believe Judas had been defeated, certain there was a bigger story behind it. The man in priest attire confirmed the news, admitting he couldn't believe it himself. But the man in priest attire was even more worried about others far stronger than Scotty. These were the legends, whose incredible skills rivaled even the disciples in their respective domains. One of them found this revelation particularly strange. Apparently, some legends used drugs, but this particular bushy-eyebrowed guy wasn't all that strong. An honor disciple fiercely rejected that notion in the midst of a battle. The man in priest attire clarified that it wasn't just any ordinary drug, prompting Shar to ask what it was. Shar then uttered the name Arvid, sparking curiosity from the long-haired man. Shar revealed that Arvid was actually the son of James the Less. The man in priest attire was shocked, but Shar explained that James the Less had named the project after his son. The man in priest attire demanded a full explanation of what exactly had happened. Shar began to recount a story from 20 years ago. He described their peaceful, isolated village where a strong man named Blexen lived. Blexen was known as the strongest human the mercenary village had seen in centuries. But then, Blexen's son, Arvid, fell ill from an unknown disease, completely changing Blexen. Blexen stopped everything, holed himself up in his study, and searched tirelessly for a cure. He even began hunting animals for test subjects, but Arvid's condition only worsened. Ultimately, Arvid passed away that year, but the tragedy was far from over. The village children started catching the same disease, leaving villagers distraught and panicked. An ancient virus, thawed from melting permafrost, was the culprit, and it was fatal to villagers who lacked immunity. This infectious disease proved especially fatal to children who had no antibodies. A villager angrily confronted another, blaming him for the children's suffering, claiming he should have taken Arvid to the outside world. The accused villager was shocked, but the bald villager shouted that there was no proof Arvid was patient zero and ordered him to leave. In the end, most of the children died before growing up, leaving the village completely isolated. But years later, the village went through a massive change. Blexen, who had been missing, returned as a completely different person, taking responsibility and demanding the children be brought to his lab. He had transformed into Glory's James the Less, terrifying and unrecognizable, promising to save them all through the Arvid project. When a villager questioned his trustworthiness, James the Less coolly told him to let the children die instead. James the Less walked away, declaring that the children would die anyway and the villagers could do as they pleased. With no other choice, parents, including the narrator, sent their children, like young Lavi, to the lab. But the results were far beyond imagination and couldn't even be called a cure. James the Less confronted an honor disciple who had asked him to save the children, arguing that their survival was all that mattered. The honor disciple silently wondered how such inhumane experiments could happen, but he had been okay with it as long as Lavi was alive. He admitted he didn't want to know what Glory was doing, or what the project truly entailed. His daughter's life was more important than the world's safety, justifying his actions to the man in priest attire. Shar blocked his path, firmly stating he couldn't let him leave. The man in priest attire stared intently, his resolve clear. Lavi cried out to her father, pleading with him not to leave. The man in priest attire told Shar he was wrong, causing Shar to freeze in confusion. He explained that Raphael would eventually destroy the lab regardless, so they had to act. The man in priest attire imagined the lab's destruction and the fate of the children. He envisioned all the children in the lab being lost in the catastrophe. Shar reacted with extreme shock, questioning his words. The man in priest attire revealed intel from disciple Andreas, detailing Raphael's plan to create weapons using James the Less's research. He named Project Arvid and warned that Raphael would never let this research be leaked. Shar anxiously asked what they should do. The man in priest attire confidently announced a way, emphasizing they needed to prioritize getting the children out. The long-haired man declared it would be easy for them, but Shar immediately countered that it was impossible. Shar explained that while the tight security itself wasn't the problem, the lab was in a league of its own. He continued that James the Less's lab had no special security measures or inspections because they simply weren't needed. Shar revealed the lab could detect scents from kilometers away, making any direct approach impossible. Shar emphasized the insane difficulty, stating they couldn't get close to it at all. The man in priest attire conceded it was a dead end if the perimeter had never been breached. Shar nodded, but a knowing smile appeared, hinting at a solution. The strong wind howled outside. Judas confidently asserted they would be the first to break through. Shar reacted with utter surprise to Judas's bold claim. Judas rallied the group, and Johann, the long-haired man, and the man in priest attire all confirmed their readiness. Shar frantically reminded them about the lab's scent detection, convinced their plan was impossible. Shar then paused, contemplating how they might overcome the challenge. He speculated if they planned to bypass the lab's sense of smell entirely. The wind continued to howl loudly through the snowy night. Villagers complained about the bitter cold, one even humorously claiming a phantom arm ache. Judas lit a cigarette, noting the cold was far worse than expected, feeling like whips ripping his skin. Two shivering villagers discussed the -40-degree temperature, deciding to press on despite the extreme cold. One villager wondered if Judas was even nervous, given his calm demeanor. Another villager was amazed to see Judas calmly smoking in such harsh conditions. Shar, leading the way, pointed them onward. Judas explained that the unpredictable mountain winds required them to move quickly through the ridges and valleys. Shar realized that Judas was expertly predicting and reacting to every shift in the wind. Judas was using the headwind strategically. He was effectively pushing their human scent away, blocking it from reaching the lab. Shar was astonished, wondering how Judas had devised such a strategy so quickly. But Shar realized an even bigger problem loomed as they continued their arduous climb. He worried about the decreasing oxygen levels, fearing everyone would faint at this rate. Shar began teaching the disciples a polar region breathing technique to protect their lungs. Shar widened his eyes in surprise, realizing something important. The disciples, bundled in their winter gear, eagerly questioned Shar, wondering what was wrong and if they had arrived. Shar laughed in amazement, realizing the disciples were instinctively using the polar breathing technique despite all their complaints. The disciples pressed Shar for more information, but he teasingly declared he no longer wanted to say anything, finding the situation anticlimactic. An honored disciple asked if Shar could hear them, and Shar confirmed he was listening. Shar declared their goal was to uncover the truth behind the Arvid project and make Raphael pay. An honored disciple enthusiastically suggested blowing everything up, which was met with agreement but also a hint of caution. Shar observed that Raphael seemed to be in a hurry, which surprised the disciples. The disciples were surprised to see soldiers from Glory already there, questioning their arrival. Shar realized engaging all the soldiers would alert everyone inside, and they couldn't use noisy weapons. Shar assured the confused disciples that the situation was actually better than before. He explained that the enemy killers had a dull sense of smell, giving them the upper hand, and Judas displayed his icicle weapons. Shar was impressed by Judas's foresight, realizing icicles could be silent and lethal at such temperatures. Shar gave the order to attack, and the man in priest attire, Johann, and the long-haired man confirmed their readiness. Shar began the countdown, calling out 1. He continued the countdown, calling out 2. As Shar called 3, an honored disciple launched an icicle with immense force. Multiple icicles flew, impacting and taking down soldiers. An honored disciple engaged in close combat, delivering a powerful strike. Judas stood triumphantly over 2 incapacitated soldiers, their silent attack successful. An honored disciple attacked and damaged a military vehicle. Judas led the group forward, with the man in priest attire and Shar following, confused but purposeful. Shar silently processed their entry, his eyes wide. The large, ominous lab of James the Less stood exposed in the snow. The sterile, modern corridor of the lab was now open to them. They approached a metallic door with a small, gridded window, indicating a restricted area. The security window on the door then slid open to reveal darkness. 2 disciples landed silently inside the lab, while Shar looked around. The man in priest attire directed them to search for Arvid, the treasure of Raphael and James the Less. Inside a dim cell, a figure in a bear hood sat in a chair, rustling softly. James the Less sat reading a book, lamenting that Andreas had forced him into a siege battle that wasn't his destiny. He reflected that Vikings, by nature, were known for invasion. James the Less remained deep in thought. He paused, sensing something in the air. James the Less looked up in surprise, wondering if Pietro had somehow infiltrated without detection. He decided to assess the situation. James the Less closed his eyes, counting the intruders and noting it had been a while since he'd seen his friend. He identified Thaddeus and a middle-aged man among them. James the Less then wondered if another figure was Pietro. He recognized his old friend, disciple Simon, among three figures walking down a corridor. And then, he sensed the presence of another man. James the Less was surprised by one intruder's youth. Yet, the man gave off an aura that belied his age, a distinct human scent. This was a man capable of controlling his own hormones. James the Less closed his book with a decisive sound. He then stretched, his powerful body tensing with a rumble. James the Less spoke, his tone full of anticipation. With a menacing smile and glowing eyes, James the Less asked if it was time to go hunting. An honored disciple closed his eyes, pondering Peter's arrival and the identity of a new, unknown individual. The narration hinted that one of the figures was strange, showing a glowing, indistinct person moving through a dark passage. Sayar, the man with bare hood, tried to find the words to describe his observations about a young person. He focused on an unusual scent, noting it was completely atypical for a youngster. The narration described the rare scent of a human who could fully control their own hormones, visually linked to a mysterious hooded figure. Sayar expressed his intense determination to uncover the truth behind this individual and their unique scent. Stretching, Sayar mused that fate would soon lead him to this person, then began to contemplate his next move. With intensely glowing eyes, Sayar declared his intention to go hunting. A low rumbling sound filled the industrial space as the narration revealed they were now the hunted. Three men discussed their predicament, knowing their enemies had a superior sense of smell that even gunpowder couldn't mask, but one proposed a solution. One of the men confidently explained that their chosen method was the most effective way to counter the enemy's keen sense of smell, allowing them to pass through. Two soldiers walked through a sterile corridor, exchanging rumors about Peter's sudden reappearance and his alleged killing spree. Two men discussed Peter, with one expressing a desire for Peter to be alive, which prompted a curious question from the other. The soldiers continued discussing Peter, revealing their motivation to capture him for a substantial 7.6 billion reward, though one found the sum shockingly low. A soldier dismissed the huge sum as insignificant, just as an unseen violent event caused another person to scream out in pain. Three men were suspended in agony by an unseen force, while a voice warned them to pay their respects to the legend. Disciple Simon angrily demanded an apology from a soldier, who struggled desperately and couldn't speak through his pain. Disciple Simon instructed Sayar not to kill the subdued men, speculating their harsh words came from desperation and hunger. Sayar worried about James the Less tracking their scents, realizing they needed to quickly find a way to conceal themselves. Disciple Simon defiantly refused to conceal their scent, utterly shocking Sayar. Disciple Simon reiterated his decision not to hide their scents, then picked up a green object and announced it was time to begin their plan. Sayar looked on, surprised and a little disgusted, asking what Disciple Simon was applying to himself. Disciple Simon revealed it was bleach, leading another honored disciple to question his unusual choice. Disciple Simon explained they would use the lab's familiar bleach scent to mask their own and confuse their pursuers. Disciple Simon used a hunter analogy to explain his strategy, acknowledging Sayar's continued concern about detection. Disciple Simon stated they just needed to hide for a short time, dismissing Sayar's skepticism and hinting at a larger strategy concerning James the Less. With a confident smirk and a subtle adjustment of his jacket, Disciple Simon asserted that James the Less would lose his focus. Lavi, the woman with glasses, made a soft, pensive sound. Lavi pondered what her targets might be thinking at that very moment. Lavi observed multiple silhouetted figures through surveillance, questioning their locations and actions. The narration provided an update. Thaddeus and Peter were heading to Building B, while Kageo and another young guy were in Building D's boiler room. One of the men panicked about being caught, questioning the plan and urging Peter to move faster. An honored disciple suddenly halted, expressing surprise. Lavi gasped in shock, realizing the person they had deduced as Peter was not in the predicted location. Lavi mentally questioned if Peter was somehow appearing in multiple places at once. Lavi exclaimed in utter shock, realizing that the Peter signals were mysteriously multiplying across the facility. Convinced of her accurate tracking, Lavi frantically called out to her father about the serious problem. Peter asked Disciple Simon if the plan was working, and Disciple Simon confirmed their clone technique was successfully confusing opponents. With a smug smirk, Disciple Simon asked Peter what he thought of his gift, implying a cunningly executed plan. The teacher instructed them, suggesting that Disciple Simon was the one most likely to be mistaken for Peter. Peter playfully reacted to being called boldest, causing the teacher to visibly choke back a laugh. Peter playfully accused the teacher of laughing, prompting an embarrassed apology and Peter to call the teacher uncle. An honored disciple asked if Peter was disguising himself like he once did, and Peter guessed their strategy involved using their scent against the enemies, which the teacher confirmed. The teacher explained they would exploit the enemy's reliance on scent to find Peter, turning it into their advantage. The teacher unveiled their strategy to make the enemies see multiple Pietros, prompting a question about the execution. The teacher stated their plan was to widely distribute Peter's scent everywhere. Peter then placed a bag containing Disciple Simon's perfumed clothes on the floor, as part of the scent-spreading strategy. Peter playfully compared the teacher's scent marking to a dog, leading to a humorous exchange where the teacher corrected himself to a cat. Lavi expressed extreme disbelief and confusion, stating that the situation made no sense at all. Lavi questioned the unfolding events, pondering the immense reach of Peter's influence. Lavi exclaimed in bewilderment about the sheer, unexpected extent of Peter's abilities. James the less calmly told a panicking Lavi not to get flustered, and she responded by addressing him as father. James the less reassured Lavi not to worry or play into Peter's hands, telling her they would handle everything. James the less addressed Peter directly, acknowledging his intelligence. James the less paused, then questioned Peter's sly tactics with a knowing smirk, implying he saw through them. With a subtle smirk, James the less decided to entertain Peter's challenge, if only for a moment. The sterile ceiling with pipes offered a momentary, quiet transition. The teacher explained their confusion tactic would only last for 10 minutes. The teacher emphasized the importance of his next words, urging everyone to listen carefully. The teacher revealed children were being experimented on in 4 locations simultaneously, a feat impossible to manage in 10 minutes, prompting Sayar to ask desperately what they should do. The teacher assigned Kagyo to Building A, the furthest location, and ordered the entire group to disperse. The teacher offered to guide them to James the Less's lab, but Peter refused, stating he had somewhere else to go first, which confused Sayar. Peter unexpectedly suggested going to the cafeteria, much to the teacher's surprise. Sayar, confused, asked Peter why he was going to such lengths for children he didn't even know. Sayar questioned Peter's extensive efforts, pointing out he could have simply left with Arvid. Peter looked down, contemplating Sayar's question. Meanwhile, a bald, angry man violently grabbed a crying young boy by his collar. Peter spoke a proverb about shared sorrow, implying a deep, personal understanding of loss. Sayar expressed surprise at Peter's use of the term widow, and Peter simply confirmed its relevance. A soft hum filled the air, hinting at a hidden energy source. Sayar acknowledged their arrival at the lab where Arvid was being worked on, which the teacher confirmed. The teacher expressed surprise at the lab's normalcy, expecting more extravagance given Glory's full investment, while a junior asked if Arvid had been found. The teacher humorously commented on the scary plants he found, playfully chiding a chibi Ariana for screaming about them as monsters. The teacher looked forward with a serious and determined expression. The teacher questioned if Arvid was truly being researched there, citing a lack of documentation, and expressed his deep confusion. The teacher pondered James the Less's motives for protecting the facility and project, especially since his son was already dead. The teacher trailed off in thought, considering a complex issue. A young girl smiled cheerfully while holding books. A woman fiercely protected a terrified, crying young girl, with narration suggesting a past failure to protect someone. A man was violently blown backward by a powerful explosion. The narration speculated about James the Less experiencing profound regret over a past inability to protect someone important to him. A character urged Ariana to quickly find Arvid and escape James the Less, but Ariana confidently stated their perfume had successfully confused their pursuers. Sayar questioned something, reaching out towards the teacher. Sayar expressed concern for Peter, who was looking down and quickly wiping something from his face. Sayar gasped in surprise, questioning if a shoe had been left behind. James the Less described how a foul scent had drawn him to find what others were desperately seeking. James the Less questioned what his princesses were doing, establishing his menacing presence and codename. The terrified Sayar stuttered out a name, Blexen, fear palpable in his voice. James the Less casually yet menacingly addressed Sayar, asking if he was eating well. James the Less aggressively interrogated Sayar, mocking his stuttering and questioning his courage to appear after abandoning his daughter. Sayar had a sudden, terrifying realization, accusing someone of riding Peter's coattails. Sayar screamed in pain as James the Less violently attacked him. The teacher identified the powerful attacker as James the Less. The teacher wondered how James the Less found them so quickly, despite their perfume distraction, as Sayar lay defeated on the floor. James the Less, with a smirk, answered their unspoken question, stating his method was simple. James the Less threw Sayar across the room, revealing their desperation, prompting a plea from the teacher. James the Less explained that their desperate attempts to create confusion had inadvertently guided him directly to them. The narration described a sudden thought that contradicted the situation, growing stronger the more it was considered. Narration revealed that the more James the Less thought about it, the more he suspected the teacher was not Peter. James the Less pondered the situation deeply. James the Less's eyes glowed as he identified a specific scent belonging to the young guy. The teacher looked up with a determined expression. Sayar questioned Peter and urged him to leave, but the teacher calmly replied, "All right." James the Less proposed solving the mystery using a process of elimination. James the Less outlined his deduction, questioning if the teacher was Peter, given his knowledge of other scents. James the Less expressed confusion, contrasting the current Pietro's youth with his knowledge of Peter being an elderly man. James the Less speculated about Peter's true state, while the teacher looked up with a resolute expression. James the Less forcibly grabbed the teacher, questioning if Peter had undergone rejuvenation. James the Less menacingly demanded the teacher remove his mask, asserting there was no place to hide in the small area. The defeated Sayar, lying on the floor, proclaimed their mission was over. James the Less expressed surprise and questioned something unexpected. James the Less continued his statement, commenting on the confined nature of the place. A powerful, electric-charged strike was delivered with immense force. The teacher crouched on the ground amidst a cloud of debris as the narration emphasized the small space. James the Less questioned if it was a smoke grenade, then quickly dismissed the idea. James the Less realized he had been hit by pepper, its incapacitating effect taking hold. A flashback revealed Peter's confident plan to use a pepper bomb from the cafeteria against James the Less's heightened sense of smell in a small space. The teacher commented on James the Less's resilience, even as James struggled on the ground. The teacher acknowledged James the Less's quickness in figuring out the perfume trick. The teacher revealed that James the Less discovering the perfume trick was an intentional part of his plan all along. The teacher delivered a powerful blow with an electric weapon to James the Less amidst chaotic energy. Someone began by saying they really wanted something. Specifically, they really wanted Pietro found amidst a chaotic energy blast. Then an explosion of energy erupted from the powerful blow. Thick smoke and dust billowed through the room. Chief, still reeling on the ground, was totally confused about what just happened, wondering if everyone was dead. Then Chief screamed in shock and agony as something hit him. The room remained hazy with lingering dust and smoke. An honor disciple checked on Chief, asking about his encounter with the Chief, but Chief just shifted, saying the Chief wasn't there anymore. Chief just smirked, thinking it was all really strange. He thought he'd grabbed someone, but they actually stopped him from moving. The Chief realized his opponent had stopped him by simply stepping on his foot, but he couldn't figure out how. He couldn't even pull his foot away, wondering how someone with such a small build could have that much strength. Chief figured his opponent hadn't run away, but strategically decided to avoid a direct fight. He then made a bizarre comment about being trampled by a princess, and though he dismissed it, he kept insisting it was strange. Chief's focus sharpened, noticing something about the opponent's scent. That familiar scent made Chief intensely wonder who this guy actually was. A man in priest attire apologized, mentioning Pietro, which made Chief ask what he was sorry for. The man in priest attire thought Chief had to leave because he got caught, but Chief quickly corrected him. Chief explained he left to analyze James the Less, and that their real mission was to find Arvid and get out, which the man in priest attire readily agreed to. Chief recalled James the Less's extraordinary sense of smell from their past fight. He remembered how James the Less was ambushed with pepper to blind him. But despite being blinded, James the Less still seemed to know everything that was happening. It was like he knew all of Chief's moves before they even happened. Chief concluded James the Less must have been able to see the future. The man in priest attire was shocked, asking how anyone could see the future like that. Chief admitted he was honestly really scared. When asked if he was scared of James the Less, Chief confirmed, saying Blexen was one issue, but even if they survived this, he had deeper worries. He worried he might never see Lavi again. The man in priest attire calmly agreed it would be difficult, which surprised Chief, who asked how he knew. A man embraced a young girl in a tender, black and white memory. The man in priest attire explained he knew because he was in the same boat. As they ran, a man in a blue coat warned Chief that, the legends, were closing in and they needed to hurry before they interfered with the disciples. Meanwhile, a woman with glasses explained that, the legends, were meant to become, glory disciples, the culmination of her father's research. She called it, the Arvid Project, and commanded her followers to destroy their enemies so they wouldn't be looked down on. Defeating their enemies would set an example for those who had abandoned them. The man just looked up into the falling snow, his expression unreadable. The woman confidently declared the whole world would know. They would know, the legends, existed, and that they were above the disciples. Kagyo, the long-haired man, asked about James the Less, saying they'd fled, while Thaddeus reported back that something was strange on his end. Kagyo couldn't find Arvid or Parvid in the seemingly normal pharmaceutical company, and Thaddeus said the children were also missing, leading Kagyo to deduce they were hidden extremely well. Then Kagyo noticed something odd on a lab table. Kagyo called Thaddeus over, pointing out something that looked different. Kagyo showed Thaddeus a bottle labeled, "Handle with care," pointing out that all the other bottles weren't, asking if he knew what that meant. Thaddeus realized it meant they could be rough with the cabinet, implying a hidden door. Thaddeus found a hidden door, and after rattling it open, said he'd look for more while Kagyo waved goodbye. Kagyo went into a dark, damp passage, disgusted by the hidden lab, but then froze, realizing he could hear children and had found them. Thaddeus stared, utterly horrified by what he saw. He screamed in horror, demanding to know why the children were like this. Kagyo heard Thaddeus's screams and asked what was wrong, only for Thaddeus to reveal this was James the Less's horrific Arvid Project research. Thaddeus screamed in anguish, seeing Arvid strapped to a medical bed in pain. Kagyo asked if the children were safe, but Thaddeus was so horrified he couldn't even look. He then revealed that many other children were in an even worse state. As Thaddeus reeled, a hooded figure's voice simply told him to get excited. The figure ominously warned Thaddeus that he would be like them tomorrow. Thaddeus realized the hooded figure was one of the legends Chief had warned them about. The hooded figure just scoffed, finding Thaddeus's realization annoying. The figure asked if rumors had spread that far, and Thaddeus confirmed they had, adding that meant they were in deep trouble. The figure just scoffed, admitting they liked Thaddeus's spirit despite his defiance. Kageo was instructed by a teacher to find the children too, since Thaddeus had found them, and Kageo replied he was almost there as he ran. Thaddeus tapped forward, moving quickly. Thaddeus realized he was in Building A, but he had a really bad feeling about it. He walked into an area so cold the frost felt like it was stopping his heart. Thaddeus was startled as Scotty's voice came through, saying she'd heard a lot about Disciple Simon. A powerful, icy blast impacted the area. Scotty continued to taunt him about simping over a woman. Thaddeus struggled, feeling intense pain, as Scotty warned him not to move or it would only hurt more. She cautioned him to be careful, claiming that even blood would freeze there. Kageo then recalled that Disciple Simon, also known as Thaddeus, had a claw. It was a claw that could shred everything, but Kageo then thought, oh no. Because Kageo also had a claw. Thaddeus seriously observed his opponent, starting to put things together. Char's warning echoed in his mind, be careful of the legends, they're frightening. Thaddeus realized he was up against a legend. Scotty was on the phone, telling her brother she was in Building C to rescue children, and casually dismissed his warnings about the legends. The floor cracked with a powerful impact. Kageo dryly noted how inconvenient this was. Kageo, disdainfully saying he didn't like slaughtering the disabled, was then surprised by an attack that felt like a gun. But he realized it couldn't have been a gun because it was completely silent, deepening his confusion. He only heard the floor cracking, wondering how his opponent had managed such a silent, powerful attack. Kageo then mockingly honored Disciple Simon, the world's strongest swordsman, but quickly launched into a challenge. He asked if his sword could cut water. The woman with glasses confidently declared that a legend would never lose to a disciple, explaining why. Scotty was praised for being amazing against Thaddeus, but she dismissed it, saying Thaddeus was nothing. She boasted that it would take a dozen Thaddeus types to even compare to her. She explained they used Glory support to create a data video, deeply analyzing disciples. This elaborate simulation was identical to real life, letting them fight countless virtual battles. She claimed she could react just by hearing a disciple's breathing, meaning Thaddeus wouldn't be able to properly react here, no matter how good his reflexes were. Thaddeus, with wide eyes, started to figure out why they were still called disciples. He gave a subtle, confident smirk. Kageo looked nervous, sweat running down his face. Kageo smirked mysteriously, his eyes hidden in shadow. Scotty smirked with arrogant confidence. Thaddeus realized it was because they, the legends, hadn't existed in their data. Thaddeus sarcastically complimented their planning. Thaddeus questioned if this was a deliberate trap, wondering if that was why he was brought there. He realized the ice was meant to make him slip as Scotty glided smoothly in the distance. Thaddeus confronted Scotty, accusing her of being responsible for Judas's condition, which she casually dismissed. Scotty chillingly revealed her kill count was 561, then added that she knew all of Thaddeus's techniques. She taunted that he wouldn't last 10 minutes and advised him against any rash movements. Scotty explained she'd put a special liquid on the ice that removed all friction, making it incredibly slippery. Thaddeus sarcastically quipped about the great honor of meeting the legendary Kowloon god Thaddeus. Then he challenged her title, pointing out that Kowloon was gone, and asked what she was the god of now. Scotty, upside down and furious, responded with a crude expletive. Thaddeus, lying on the floor, just said he was really curious. He spoke with a confident smirk, questioning her overconfidence. Scotty's eyes widened in surprise. Thaddeus's foot slipped, and he realized just how slippery it really was. Thaddeus wobbled uncontrollably, making Scotty laugh and taunt him, asking if he was an 80-year-old man. The woman with glasses observed that, just as predicted, Thaddeus had fallen into Scotty's trap, unable to adjust to the slippery floor. She concluded Thaddeus wouldn't be able to do anything because of Scotty's incredible speed on the ice. Scotty attacked with a blur of motion, reaching speeds of 132 kilometers per hour. The woman with glasses confidently asserted that Thaddeus truly couldn't do anything. Then the woman with glasses looked down, startled by something unexpected. Thaddeus, now fallen, remarked that while he usually adjusted well to slipperiness, this was a first. Scotty laughed triumphantly, mocking the Kowloon god and saying he wasn't even this bad in the simulations. With a menacing gaze, Scotty prepared to show him something. Thaddeus, raising a finger, declared he had a reward for this trial. As he glowed with power, Thaddeus revealed his technique, the 1-second cut. An honored disciple, making a challenging gesture, wondered if even an eel could handle this icy surface. Grande, with an intense focus, questioned if anyone could escape her at 132 kilometers per hour. Disciple Simon, crouching with a confident smirk, declared he only needed a single second. The woman with glasses dismissed it as an outrageous bluff, insisting that no experience could apply here. Her fury flared as she yelled that this place was a hell beyond imagination. Then the narration named the defiant fighter, Disciple Simon. Disciple Simon, silhouetted against a bright doorway, walked forward as if already victorious. The man with the bear hood boasted about his claw that could tear everything apart, then paused ominously. The man with the bear hood, introducing himself as Frey, proclaimed his own claw would tear his opponents apart, readying a large sword. The man in priest attire listened intently, acknowledging he'd heard much about his opponent. He mocked his opponent's 2-meter build and 750 kilograms bench press as cute, his voice dripping with condescension. The man in priest attire detailed his opponent's impressive, yet humble, origins and rise to glory. But then he sneered, casually calling his opponent Pietro's dog. The man with the bear hood retaliated with a smirk, asking if his opponent cleaned up the bold man's shit too. The man in priest attire agreed with a smirk, but with one major caveat. He revealed glowing, blue-white blades in his hand, declaring his opponent had committed a sin worthy of death. The man in priest attire's face hardened, stating the unforgivable sin was insulting his teacher. A rapid blur of motion streaked through the futuristic corridor. The long-haired man in black internally noted 3 minutes had passed since he spread his scent, knowing enemies would soon rush in. An unseen force slammed into the pristine white floor, sending debris scattering. The long-haired man in black's eyes widened in surprise and concern. He ran through the debris, his sword drawn, utterly shocked at what he'd just witnessed. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he tried to understand why his perfect execution had gone wrong. The long-haired man in black was confused, unable to reconcile the clean cut he made with its perplexing outcome. He looked ahead with a stern expression, stating it was an honor. The long-haired man in black told Disciple Simon, the swirling sword saint, he was deeply honored but questioned his blade's true limits. Disciple Simon, also known as Ilveli, smirked as he asked if a sword can cut water, showcasing his water jet ability. The long-haired man in black sighed, exasperated by his fame, then realized he was facing a legend, not James the Less. He tried to defuse the tension, gesturing with his one arm and calling Disciple Simon nephew. Disciple Simon rejected the family-like overture, his eyes glowing red as he confirmed he had both arms. With incredible speed, Disciple Simon launched himself downwards from the platform. A voice cried out, "Father!" The woman with glasses confidently reported the legends were overpowering the disciples and requested a rank promotion. The man in the blue coat confidently announced the fight was over, but the man with the bear hood questioned him in confusion. The woman with glasses stared at her screen in profound shock, unable to believe the legends were finished. A sudden beep accompanied her enraged outburst as she threw her tablet, unable to comprehend how the disciples had won. The woman with glasses stared at the screens displaying the long-haired man in black and Disciple Simon, utterly confused by the message that disciples didn't need to act. She looked up in fear and shock, an internal question echoing in her mind. Disbelief washed over her, an internal, no way, escaping her thoughts. Grande, looking up in shock, sweated as she realized someone had adapted to the ice in seconds, a feat that had taken her years. She looked down in confusion, wondering how Disciple Simon was barely slipping on the zero-friction ice. Grande was baffled by Disciple Simon's ability to simply float above the ice. Disciple Simon, with a confident smirk, mockingly admitted the slippery surface was new to him, then teased Grande for her shocked reaction. He offered to teach Grande how to avoid slipping, but her wide-eyed shock cut him off. Disciple Simon then perfectly balanced on the temples of his glasses, revealing his secret to not slipping. Grande's eye narrowed in furious defiance and frustration. Enraged, Grande dismissed his tricks, launching a furious, spinning attack. Grande blurred across the ice, her speed climbing to 134 km per hour. She sped past Disciple Simon, calmly seated on the ice, confidently believing he was helpless. Grande screamed in concentration, pushing past her physical limits. Her body a blur, Grande sped to 144 km per hour, believing she had surpassed human limits, yet Disciple Simon remained unfazed. Grande's eye blurred with intense concentration as her speed climbed to 162 km per hour. She hit 181 km per hour, mentally calculating the pulverizing impact if she crashed into Thaddeus. Grande launched her final, powerful attack at Thaddeus, declaring the fight over. Thaddeus, with a smirk, expressed a hint of surprise at Grande's incredible speed. He casually acknowledged her speed, calling her, "my fast bro," which left Grande startled. Thaddeus moved with such incredible speed that he declared Grande too slow, catching her completely off guard. Thaddeus exhaled sharply, a moment of intense focus. His boot slammed down, shattering the ice beneath him with raw power. The woman with glasses watched in surprise, finding Thaddeus breaking the ice pointless, as moving on it was impossible. Her eye registered profound shock and rapid movement. The woman with glasses stared in horror, concluding that what she was witnessing was impossible. The icy floor fractured with multiple impact points, indicating powerful, rapid movements. The woman with glasses questioned the sudden, rapid movement on the ice, wondering its destination. Her alarm grew as she began to understand the movements. The woman with glasses gasped in horrified realization, understanding he was accelerating by pushing off the walls. A complex web of movement lines spread across the ice, illustrating a strategic burst of speed. The woman with glasses watched intently, her glasses slightly askew from the focus. Narration explained how to create a blade-sharp wind current, as Disciple Simon's eye glowed menacingly. Disciple Simon smirked, confirming the lethal wind ability described earlier. He activated his Martial Emperor Wild Wind ability, creating powerful, swirling vortexes around him. Grande's eye widened in terror, realizing the lethal speed of the attack was superhuman. Disciple Simon attacked Grande with overwhelming speed, reaching 256 km per hour. The woman with glasses looked at her screen in utter shock, realizing an unexpected new factor had just entered the fray. She screamed in aghast disbelief and confusion. The long-haired man in black seized the man with the bare hood, who exclaimed in shock and confusion. The long-haired man in black swiftly dodged multiple attacks with incredible agility. With a smirk, the long-haired man in black commented on their shared physical trait but rescinded his offer to follow his opponent on social media. The long-haired man in black thought about his opponent's quick victory, asserting his immunity to extreme cold. He winked, thinking about Simon's clever tactical move to blow up a water tank and neutralize pressure. The woman with glasses fell back in horror, realizing decades of her hard work and data were obliterated in seconds. Distraught, she frantically asked about the 12 disciples, then desperately called out, "Father." Bare feet stepped onto a glowing, reflective surface, signaling a significant arrival. Hands clasped a rosary in prayer as Narration explained that disciples must be powerful, chosen to bring judgment to the world. A muscular, glowing figure stood in prayer, embodying the standard required to become a disciple. Arvid, an honored disciple, expressed alarm about Simon approaching the children's room, but Shar calmly dismissed him, saying he was merely insurance. Shar smirked, reassuring him with a hint of a secret plan. Shar announced that the real deal was waiting, showing a formidable, silhouetted figure. The man with the bear hood removed his hood, revealing a determined face, and declared he would kill the last remaining opponent. Several men reported finishing their tasks, volunteering to search for the children more carefully. Instructions were given to take the children to a ship from Deha once found, and the men confirmed. A villager, surprised, reflected on the unexpected defeat of the legends, whom no one in the village had dared to oppose. A villager urged Jaiwan to search for clues about James the Less research, while Jaiwan pondered the value of fighting the legends. Jaiwan discovered something shocking in the documents, prompting a concerned villager to ask about his well-being. Jaiwan, horrified, revealed a list of test subjects, and the villager called out his name in shock. Jaiwan gritted his teeth, suppressing intense emotion. His eyes glowing red with rage, Jaiwan erupted in a furious exclamation, shouting, "James the Less!" The villager looked on in shock, wondering what Jaiwan saw and who the person mentioned could be. A question hung in the air about Hannah as an unidentified young girl stood bathed in golden light. A foot in a black boot rapidly moved across a textured surface. Disciple Simon and the long-haired man in black ran through the corridor with children, playfully boasting about their speed. Disciple Simon stated there were only 2 targets left. Narration revealed the remaining targets, the strongest legend and the chief's daughter, the woman with glasses. The long-haired man in black warned Disciple Simon about Skoll's unique strength, but Simon confidently accepted the challenge. Jaiwan asked Simon with concern what was troubling him. Disciple Simon smirked, referring to the strongest legend. Disciple Simon revealed the strongest legend was already defeated, surprising Jaiwan. Disciple Simon commented on the legend's defeat, then wondered about the victor with a curious smirk. Disciple Simon looked down at the defeated legend, noting the person responsible for the victory. Disciple Simon observed that the mysterious hooded figure who defeated the legend was not an ally. The hooded figure stated he came for Pietro but realized the person wasn't Pietro. The hooded figure revealed he used a decoy identity, then identified the defeated man as Johann. The hooded figure pondered how his opponent knew his code name without prior contact. He analyzed his opponent, noting his characteristics and the disadvantage of having only one arm. The hooded figure identified his opponent as Honor Simon, assessing his powerful energy and concluding he was too strong for Yuka. The long-haired man in black smiled, unconcerned, dismissing the situation. He told the hooded figure he wanted to meet him, making a sarcastic comment about their disabled people meetup. The long-haired man in black smiled, telling the hooded figure he'd been wanting to talk for some time. A man in a suit, glowing with power, declared himself the sole rightful Johann and gave an ultimatum: kneel and relinquish the name or die. The hooded figure questioned the man in the suit's easy approach, then posed a question before asking for forgiveness. The hooded figure posed a rhetorical question: do you ask for forgiveness when you've done a good job? The long-haired man in black smiled, agreeing with the hooded figure's sentiment. He offered advice about their dangerous profession, then acknowledged the hooded figure's capabilities and success. With his eye glowing red, the long-haired man in black drew his sword, declaring his intention to cut the hooded figure to pieces for personal reasons. The hooded figure stated his strict focus on targets, but warned of killing anything that obstructed him. Holding daggers, his red eyes glowing, the hooded figure declared he would eliminate anyone who stood in his way. The hooded figure gave a menacing welcome with a cold stare. Then they plunged into the pitch darkness. Disciple Simon focused intensely, ready for his opponent. He analyzed Peter's average physique and long Huandu sword, which measured around 100 centimeters. The next thing to be mindful of was Peter's relentless chain attack, the swirling cut. The narrator questioned why Disciple Simon didn't panic in the dark, unlike others who relied on sight. Despite the situation, Peter seemed completely relaxed, reminding disciple Simon that these honor disciples were unpredictable. Shar chimed in, sarcastically asking if waiting for enemies to grow old was the new assassination trend. Disciple Simon warned Peter to wait and see if he could maintain that attitude much longer. He declared Peter wouldn't act so nonchalant with a sword stuck in his throat, then lunged forward. Peter calmly closed his eyes, focusing. Disciple Simon was confused, wondering what was happening despite knowing Peter could see. He realized Peter was coming straight at him, before Peter was sent falling by a powerful, swirling attack. Peter countered with a wide, arcing sword attack. Disciple Simon expertly ducked, narrowly evading the powerful strike. Disciple Simon recognized the technique as the swirling sword saint's attack, realizing he almost got cut. Peter taunted him, asking if he was shocked by his display. He challenged Disciple Simon to block with his echolocation or ear lotion, claiming his sword could see everything. Disciple Simon acknowledged the swirling cut's wide range but knew it must have a weakness. He believed all amazing techniques had their flaws. Disciple Simon was determined to find the weakness of Peter's swirling cut. Peter launched another swift, powerful aerial attack. Peter had dodged Disciple Simon's attack without a scratch, proving normal attacks wouldn't work on him. Peter then philosophized that nothing was gained without effort. He activated his swirling second form, a voice in his head crying for help. Peter unleashed Swirling Cut 2.0, a more powerful version that overwhelmed Disciple Simon. Disciple Simon watched, utterly shocked, wondering if such an endless attack was even humanly possible. A powerful, sweeping motion filled the air. Peter looked confused, wondering what had happened. He was sure he'd sliced through the entire space but hadn't felt his sword connect, leaving him perplexed. Peter realized if Disciple Simon had dodged, he would have heard footsteps, and the silence meant something else entirely. A sudden realization hit Peter with shocking force. Disciple Simon leaped upward. He then attacked from above, surprising Peter, who had only just looked up. A swift, sharp blade whistled through the air. Peter was surprised, wondering if Disciple Simon figured out the swirling cut's horizontal range and used the roof to dodge. Peter smirked, finding his opponent's maneuver sly. He couldn't find Disciple Simon, realizing the advantage of a long sword also meant a major disadvantage up close. The narration confirmed the longsword's obvious weakness. Disciple Simon struck the ground next to Peter with his karambit, emphasizing his close combat advantage. Disciple Simon smirked, well aware of Peter's precarious situation. Peter was panicked, realizing this close combat trap was a long sword wielder's worst nightmare. Disciple Simon's menacing smirk deepened. Peter's horrified expression confirmed Disciple Simon's theory, he had no space to swing his sword. Disciple Simon held his karambit, ready to strike. Suddenly, Disciple Simon reacted with confused surprise. A new technique, Shadow Slice Chain Attack, was announced. Peter unleashed a rapid flurry of slicing attacks on Disciple Simon. Disciple Simon was shocked and injured, finding it impossible to execute such a fast chain attack with a longsword in such a small space. His eye widened in extreme surprise. Disciple Simon was astonished, realizing Peter had transformed his longsword in this short amount of time. Peter used his longsword like a dagger for a close-range thrust. Peter acknowledged Disciple Simon's strategy but taunted him about his own superior experience. He questioned if Disciple Simon truly believed he wouldn't have thought of such a move as they clashed in midair. Peter reacted with confusion during his attack, as if it had missed. He was baffled, Disciple Simon had been right in front of him, yet had suddenly vanished. Peter wondered if his opponent was above or below him, disoriented by the speed. He continued to question Disciple Simon's location as movements swirled around him. Peter began panting, exhaustion setting in from the intense fight. He expressed confusion, unable to feel anything, amidst falling debris. Peter panicked, realizing he was completely exposed, and decided to eliminate his blind spots. He swiftly moved to clear any areas his opponent could attack from, reasoning he only needed to focus on what was in front. Disciple Simon taunted him, asking if he truly felt safe. A sharp, curved blade whistled through the air. Peter's sword strike met an unexpected impact, causing fragments to explode around him. Peter was injured and bewildered, surprised that he never felt Disciple Simon's presence during the attack. He questioned why his sword didn't connect with anything, despite believing he had hit his opponent while blocking the karambit. A sudden, shocking realization dawned on Peter. Disciple Simon, holding a hanging karambit, taunted Peter for his despair. He warned Peter that he would follow the fate of other honor disciples, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Peter realized his opponent wasn't fighting melee but using ranged attacks. Peter taunted Disciple Simon, claiming he should have been dead already because he couldn't see, but Disciple Simon remained defiant. Disciple Simon noted Peter was blocking the knives at an incredible speed, but warned that his useless strategy would only lead to fatigue. He smugly told Peter he was merely hanging on, not truly fighting. Disciple Simon declared the fight over and lunged for a finishing blow. Peter faced the incoming attack with grim determination. He revealed his current technique didn't just slice through enemies but instead cut through space. Peter's eyes burned with intense focus. He unleashed a powerful technique called Heavenly Realm. Disciple Simon revisited his analysis, acknowledging that the swirling cuts wide range but still believing in weaknesses. He reaffirmed his belief that even amazing techniques had flaws. Disciple Simon was shocked by a sudden, rapid event. A powerful swirling attack created a vortex of destruction. Disciple Simon realized Peter's attack range had increased, preventing him from escaping to the roof, but he still saw an opportunity. He smirked, proclaiming he could now see Peter's weakness. Peter's swirling sword saint technique was amazing, but Disciple Simon saw an opening. He observed that while the wide-scale attack seemed dangerous to others, he could see through it clearly. Disciple Simon smirked, having perceived something crucial. He identified the center of the swirling attack. This center, Disciple Simon realized, was the eye of the storm. He explained that such a large attack range created a very small opening. Disciple Simon concluded that a small opening would appear. But then, Disciple Simon questioned his own thoughts, wondering why he was having them now. He pondered why he was recalling Peter's words during the fight. Flashback another honor disciple stood over an unconscious Peter, who had been defeated. The honor disciple zipped up his suit, revealed to be Johann. Johann looked down at the injured Peter, acknowledging his incredible swordsmanship despite being old, but then dismissing it. He arrogantly boasted that Peter's skill couldn't compare to his own, which he claimed was the best in Europe. Peter, injured but defiant, called Johann a clueless child, who hadn't seen the real thing. Johann questioned what Peter meant by the real thing. Peter defined it as an idiot who truly understood the sword beyond this era, implying Johann was just that. Peter's thoughts continue. This idiot told boring jokes, acted foolish, but worked harder than anyone behind the scenes, loving his brothers deeply. Peter emphasized that this idiot was incredibly good. He continued to boast that this idiot could cut through the world with a handful of swords. Johann's eye reflected a bright, star-like light, captivating him. The narration proclaimed this idiot wielded the world's strongest sword. N flashback, return to present. An injured leg impacted a shattered floor with a thud. Peter stood victorious over the defeated disciple Simon, who, despite his defeat, managed to ask how he did it. Peter explained that he saw a weak spot in the balance of disciple Simon's technique. He elaborated that disciple Simon knew wide-scale attacks had openings, yet he chose it over his swirling cut. Disciple Simon was shocked, realizing Peter had done it on purpose. Peter admitted he baited disciple Simon, acknowledging his amazing echolocation. He knew disciple Simon would find the opening in his wide-range heavenly realm, so he purposefully gave it to him. Peter smirked, ready to conclude their disabled people meetup. But then, Peter's expression shifted to a tired smile. He questioned why he felt so tired, collapsing next to disciple Simon amidst the debris. Meanwhile, Jaiwan was confused by the unusual quietness, wondering why James the barbarian, wasn't making a fuss. The narration described James as having wild Viking traits and pushing his body's limits through enhancement. Jaiwan revealed that James achieved these enhancements through innocent children. A disturbing scene showed numerous pale, sickly infants floating in vats. A man cried in pain, holding his severely injured leg, while others watched in horror. Another man was sent flying backward, losing control. An injured man in a suit knelt, spitting blood, before 3 martial artists. Jaiwan expressed a grim resolve, believing people like him shouldn't exist, and decided to finish things quickly. He delivered a powerful punch, shattering a glass-like barrier. James was violently thrown backward through shattered glass, screaming. Jaiwan, disoriented and upside down, wondered why the people here were so rude. James roaring and glowing with blue energy, refused to worship a thief. James and Jaiwan engaged in a dynamic fight in a snowy, industrial environment. Jaiwan declared he wouldn't let James take the children, a decision James claimed was his to make, to which Jaiwan agreed. Jaiwan was surprised to realize James was increasing the temperature to defrost the children. James questioned Jaiwan's actions, who simply stated that something won't do. James challenged Jaiwan to fight him seriously, dismissing any excuses about the cold. Jaiwan's eyes showed fierce determination, ready for the challenge. He agreed to fight, then explained he wrapped his hands because his blood would leak otherwise. Jaiwan warned James that his blood was lethal, and he wouldn't let him use it as an excuse for defeat. James reacted with surprise and intrigue to Jaiwan's statement. Jaiwan reiterated his blood was the reason he wrapped his hands. Someone hit a button to crank up the temperature to defrost the room. James challenged Peter, saying he wouldn't let him use the cold as an excuse if he died. Peter's eyes narrowed, locked in on the challenge. Peter started meticulously wrapping his hands, explaining his blood was so lethal it could kill James He wrapped his hands to keep his deadly blood contained, making sure James couldn't use it as an excuse for defeat. James just smirked, clearly intrigued. James praised Peter, almost mockingly, calling him, "Glory Disciple Simon." James recounted Peter's past as a hunter, born with a great physique and a strange, toxic leopard ability. He mentioned Peter even deviated to Yucca. James then jokingly called Peter a romantic. Peter lunged forward, launching a powerful punch. The impact rocked the air. Peter's eye widened in sudden realization. James taunted him, asking if he hadn't warmed up yet. Peter realized James intentionally took the hit, just to trap him. James had caught Peter's arm, trapping him. James calling him Kageo, declared that Peter was caught, with nowhere to go. Peter's face distorted in a grimace of intense effort. Peter, hanging upside down, resolved that dying would be his only escape. Suddenly, James looked genuinely shocked. He let out a surprised "oh," as Peter made an unexpected move. Peter, having broken free, launched a swift kick straight at James James calmly analyzed the attack, noting it landed perfectly with no way to dodge. He explained that an average person's spine would have shattered, but Peter cushioned the impact with his incredible body. James admired Peter's extraordinary body, saying it wasn't just his blood that was special. He called Peter a fascinating specimen. Peter started thinking about James realizing his opponent's sense of smell was more than just good. He realized his first punch was bait, but James had known about it and anticipated his second attack. What confused him even more was how James knew Peter was baiting him. Peter was baffled that James even knew about his knee kick, as if he knew Peter's entire fighting style. Peter concluded that James the Less already knew exactly how he was going to fight. James the Less, with a subtle smirk, asked Peter why he was frowning. He even taunted Peter by offering to lay down some blankets. Peter snapped back that James the Less should worry about his own leaking bladder, while still wondering how he knew his next move. Peter decided to test his theory, launching multiple syringe-like projectiles at James the Less. James the Less was hit by the projectiles, and Peter thought, "I knew it." Peter's face hardened with determination, confirming his suspicions. Amidst a flurry of explosions and impacts, Peter realized James the Less's fighting style was completely different from Thaddeus's. Peter considered how James the Less seemed to have a 0-second reaction speed, toying with opponents with lightning speed. He noted that, like Thaddeus, this man transcended humanity. Peter finally understood, James the Less didn't need to react, he had already dodged any attack Peter could make. He questioned how this was possible, given James the Less didn't have Thaddeus's incredible speed. Peter wondered how he could possibly defeat this annoying opponent. Peter's bandaged hand moved swiftly, blocking or gripping something. James the Less confirmed that he could see and knew all of Peter's attacks. Peter acknowledged James the Less's claim but hinted he had something unexpected in store. James the Less's eye widened in sudden surprise. Peter, now smirking triumphantly, taunted James the Less, saying he couldn't have predicted his next move. Peter revealed metal claws extending from his knuckles, catching James the Less completely off guard. James the Less realized he was trapped, and Peter explained that his strategy was to tie up both his hands. Peter's free hand, a clenched, bandaged fist, coiled back for a powerful strike. With his opponent's hands bound, Peter lunged forward, delivering a forceful punch. The punch connected with an explosive force. James the Less admitted he didn't see the claws but reiterated his previous warning, leaving Peter utterly confused. Peter realized James the Less had dodged his point-blank attack, who then calmly reaffirmed he knew all of Peter's moves. James the Less explained he found Peter's lack of claw usage strange. James the Less gripped Peter's clawed hand, explaining that he'd suspected all along. James the Less dramatically revealed that all of Peter's attacks, even the claws, were just bait. Peter's face contorted in shock, realizing James the Less knew he was acting carelessly. James the Less continued, explaining Peter's goal was to get him within the claw's range. But Peter just smirked, still defiant even when upside down amidst debris. James the Less just moved on, saying, "Anyway." He observed Peter, saying this wasn't the Kagyo he knew. James the Less praised Peter's evolution, contrasting him with the mindless brute who used to follow Yuka. James the Less punctuated his words with a powerful kick, sending Peter flying. James the Less criticized Peter, saying he'd become sloppy. He claimed Peter lost because he didn't use his full, toxic leopard palm sequence and didn't value his life. James the Less then expressed twisted admiration for Peter's resilience, saying he wanted to experiment on his flexibility. Peter, despite being defeated, taunted James the Less by revealing he could have saved the children by just opening a door. James the Less's eye widened in profound shock. He urgently asked where the children were, looking down a long, red-lit corridor. James the Less then had an intense realization, connecting Peter's poisonous blood to why he held back, and Peter confirmed his blood was a little poisonous. Peter, with a triumphant smirk, revealed he held back for the children, then taunted James the Less for being outsmarted. James the Less reflected, realizing he had missed clues about Peter's plan. His eyes glowing red, James the Less menacingly declared his intention to drain the water, implying harm to the children. The scene shifted to a harsh, snow-covered mountain landscape. A military vehicle sped through the heavy snow, kicking up a trail. An honored disciple called out to Mr. Pietro, saying he was bringing the children down. The man with bare hood confirmed he'd wait at the port first, as a boat was arriving soon. Thaddeus reported to the speaker that he had gotten all the children out, and only he was left. The speaker instructed Thaddeus to retrieve James the Less and Peter, since they couldn't fight right now, and Thaddeus asked when the speaker would arrive. The speaker replied that he still had something important to find. He explained it would be the key to everything, and James the Less's Achilles heel. The speaker held up a book, naming Arvid. Two men sat in a warm, old-fashioned room, deep in conversation. The speaker revealed information from Nathaniel and Andreas's USB. Dangerous human experiments were happening in James the Less's lab. He stated this information would expose Raphael's plans, juxtaposed with an ominous image of someone eating an apple. The speaker named it Project Arvid, as test tubes with dark liquids appeared. But he admitted he still didn't have enough information about the project's main goal. The speaker needed to understand what the forbidden liquid was, knowing what James the Less did to the children in Hannah. Suddenly, his eyes widened with a profound realization. A biblical passage about the forbidden fruit, from Genesis, appeared. The speaker looked down at the book, connecting the passage about the fruit of knowledge to his discovery. He looked up, angry, demanding to know what Raphael had eaten. His eye widened, a red reflection in it, as he realized the shocking truth about Arvid. The man with bare hood arrived with the children and villagers, reporting the boat was still an hour away, confusing others. He looked back, a worried expression on his face. He remarked that an hour felt too long, as ominous glowing lights approached in the distance. Scotty's voice cut through the cold, speaking of the limits of arrogance. She accused them of trying to take back children they had sold because they were infected, stating her father saved them all. Leading a group of imposing soldiers, Scotty declared they would take the children back and kill anyone who interfered. The man with bare hood looked on, filled with anger and resolve. An honored disciple spoke, reflecting on how everyone is filled with flaws. He said people live and sin, including himself, but questioned whether ignoring sins and relying on God truly made one feel good. He wondered if ignoring one's sins and relying on God truly made them feel good. The man with bare hood acknowledged his many sins but refused to keep wearing a crown of thorns and feeling guilty. He declared he had fought his whole life and would no longer be manipulated by Blexen, gripping his sword in preparation. He shouted defiantly, challenging his opponents to come at him, vowing they would not pass. He yelled fiercely, jaw clenched in effort. Glowing projectiles slammed into the man with bare hood. A powerful impact sent the man with bare hood flying backward through the snow. Injured, the man with bare hood struggled on the ground, admitting he couldn't do anything despite a lifetime of fighting. He questioned if his attackers were even human. He looked up in dismay at the overwhelming number of figures approaching him. Scotty ordered her soldiers to retrieve the children and kill anyone who resisted, and they charged forward. The woman with glasses taunted the defeated, saying they couldn't win against hundreds of glory killers, now that they were rusty. The man with bare hood groaned in pain amidst the chaos as others cried out, struggling against their captors. Desperate, he pleaded with Lavi to take him instead of harming the children and villagers. The woman with glasses coldly declared that no one would leave this place, not even in death. The man with bare hood screamed in anguish, begging Lavi to stop. With tears forming in his eyes, he prayed to God, offering his own life for the safety of everyone. Then, he looked up, confused by something he saw. He looked up at a massive, swirling tornado of snow and light. He initially felt relief, believing the heavens had saved them, but then became utterly confused. His eyes widened in fear as he realized it wasn't a natural snowstorm. From the destructive vortex of snow and ice, a mysterious hooded figure emerged. The woman with glasses grimaced in shock and panic, frantically ordering everyone to her. An honored disciple commented on someone's bravery, noting how dangerous the situation was. An honored disciple walked toward a bright light, telling someone to leave the rest to him, while Thaddeus questioned why he wasn't fighting. Thaddeus, smirking, sarcastically asked if he was going to attack him next year. The woman with glasses was completely stunned, wondering how such a thing could even be possible. Someone had pushed back hundreds of killers in one go without even a change in their breathing or stance. The woman with glasses pondered if such power could truly exist within a human body. Thaddeus then sarcastically asked what she was doing. Thaddeus, currently defending Verdum Bay Village, challenged her about attacking him next year. 48 minutes remained until Deha's ship arrived at the port, cutting through the water with intense speed. The narration heightened the anticipation for Deha's ship reaching the port. An honored disciple reported that Thaddeus had called him, but then dismissed his own concern, believing Thaddeus was fine. An honored disciple insisted he had something more important to do, despite being told to get James the Less's research notes. He declared his important mission was to delve into James the Less's research diary to find out what happened. An honored disciple's eyes glowed red with fury as he revealed he found something about Hannah. He desperately needed to uncover what James the Less had done to Hannah, the image of a sad young girl haunting his thoughts. An honored disciple also stated his intention to check if any children were still left. The woman with glasses expressed concern for an honored disciple, who responded by citing a Bible verse, which only confused her. An honored disciple then asked if he had ever told her about Father Gabriel's teachings and how he ended up at honor. A flashback began, set in the grim year 1950, revealing a nation deeply scarred by war. An honored disciple was among the dozens of orphans created in the war's aftermath. Despite the grim circumstances, he found a defiant will to live. The orphanage, named Honor, became his lifeline. A priest gathered the children, declaring they would become one through God. The priest introduced himself as Gabriel from Honor. Gabriel presented vitamins as a divine gift, implying they were a miracle for the children. He promised the children strength and a better life with rich families if they took the medicine, even mentioning bananas and nice clothes. The children, in their desperate yearning for a better life, eagerly accepted the medicine. A young and honored disciple asked a child his name. The child, Simic, claimed he didn't have one and refused to share his medicine with another child, insisting he would take it himself. Other children gossiped about a boy named Dulce being adopted by a rich family, while the narration commented on the extreme devotion shown to the children. Gabriel expressed concern for Simic, despite the child showing no physical signs of illness, wondering why he hadn't taken his medicine. Gabriel completed his question, asking why Simic hadn't eaten any of the vitamins, which were scattered on the bed. With an unsettling smile, Gabriel tried to coax Simic into taking the bitter medicine, promising strength and good parents. Simic then asked Gabriel if he could ask a question. Simic began to ask about adoption. He finished his chilling question, asking if adoption was where children went to die. Gabriel feigned confusion, while Simic inwardly noted how strange the situation was. Simic reflected on how adopted children never said goodbye and were always sick, while Gabriel internally dismissed it as jealousy. Simic's thoughts continued, observing that someone was adopted every day. He also noticed smoke coming from a chimney, implying a sinister connection. Gabriel, with a patronizing smile, called Simic his poor pitiful lamb. Gabriel questioned where Simic learned such things, and Simic replied that he had smelled it before. Simic then chillingly revealed he had smelled the burning of people. Gabriel feigned shock at Simic's statement, then ominously offered him special treatment. With a terrifying, predatory smile, Gabriel declared that a special treatment was adoption for Simic. Gabriel ordered a man to process Simic's adoption papers before daybreak, and the man agreed. The man reacted with sudden shock. The man struggled, frantically shouting to be released and expressing disbelief at a child's strength. The man was sent flying, shouting in disbelief at Simic's unexpected strength. Simic ran determinedly down a hallway as other men shouted orders to capture him. The men frantically shouted for Simic to be caught, even if it meant killing him, and prevented from leaving. One of the pursuers expressed disbelief at being unable to catch a 5-year-old, despite his past as an athlete. He questioned if Simic was truly only 5, given his speed and agility. He then wondered how Simic knew the escape routes so well. Narration revealed that Simic had strategically memorized the building's layout for his escape route. He had also strategically learned the teacher's work schedules when he first arrived. The man shouted in surprise as Simic escaped into a drain. Simic crawled through the dirty sewer, confident that adults couldn't follow and he could escape. Simic reacted with sudden alarm and terror. He cried out in horror. Simic discovered his escape route was blocked by a grate, surrounded by scurrying rats. An unseen speaker called out, asking if Simic was all right. Gabriel ominously began to state that God's kindness for Simic was ending. Gabriel's sinister, upside-down face appeared, confirming that God's kindness was indeed ending for Simic. Gabriel ordered the drain to be blocked and filled with water, and Simic cried out in terror. A man was violently flung backward as someone located Simic. An honor disciple, now appearing as an adult, confronted and grabbed Simic, who struggled and screamed for him to let go. Other men confirmed Simic was found, dismissing his ability to run far, as Simic continued to struggle against an honor disciple. Gabriel reacted with surprise and confusion. Gabriel questioned an honor disciple's identity, who then claimed Simic as his and sarcastically thanked Gabriel for feeding him. An honor disciple questioned the men's claim of buying Simic, especially after one offered to kill him. Gabriel, with a smug expression, agreed to return Simic if an honor disciple's claim was true, but stated he had one question first. Gabriel asked Simic's name to confirm family ties, surprising an honor disciple, while Simic dismissed the question as obvious. Gabriel, with a smug expression, then asked an honor disciple if he was scared. Gabriel ordered his men to drag an honor disciple back, while one man commented on the world's cruelty and another agreed to the order. An honor disciple revealed Simic's name, startling Gabriel. An honor disciple revealed Simic's full name, Ryu Simic, questioning Gabriel's strange obsession with a homeless child. An honor disciple then delivered an accusatory question about the good medicine they had been feeding the children. Gabriel's inner thought seethed with extreme anger and insult towards an honor disciple. In a fit of rage, Gabriel screamed in order to send both an honor disciple and Simic to adoption. An honor disciple reflected during the fight, thinking the situation was absurd as multiple men attacked him. He internally scoffed, wondering if he was too old to be adopted. An honor disciple powerfully fought, incapacitating several attackers in the water. He then stated something had been bothering him the whole time and addressed Gabriel. An honor disciple dramatically revealed that Gabriel was also his name. Gabriel reacted with utter shock and disbelief. An honor disciple continued to fight, using powerful kicks and throws to subdue his opponents. He decisively defeated an opponent with a powerful stomp, shielding Simic behind him. An honor disciple stood protectively, shielding Simic in the aftermath of the fight. Simic looked up, terrified and crying amidst the chaos. An honor disciple told the defeated Gabriel to stop using the name, implying he was unworthy, as the other men lay groaning. An honor disciple then addressed Simic, preparing to ask him a question. He asked Simic about his actions earlier, and Simic asked for clarification. An honor disciple clarified his question by showing Simic a flashback of when he was holding him. Simic revealed he had written an honor disciple's name on him, prompting an honor disciple to ask why, and Simic to question if he knew who he was. Simic told an honor disciple he looked scary, calling him Grandpa, which surprised an honor disciple. Simic explained his reasoning, noticing the scars on an honor disciple's hands, which gave him an idea. Simic explained that he saw an honor disciple as a protector, impressing an honor disciple with his words. An honor disciple silently reflected on Simic's keen observational skills, decision-making, and ability to act. His inner monologue shifted from viewing Simic as a vulnerable lamb, to recognizing him as a strong tiger cub. An honor disciple asked Simic's real name, surprising the boy who then admitted he just chose Simic at the orphanage. An honor disciple accepted Simic's chosen name, then wearily asked if he had a place to sleep. Simic hesitated, then reluctantly agreed. An honor disciple began to walk away from Simic. Simic questioned an honor disciple's actions, and an honor disciple told him they should go home. Simic ran back, reminding an honor disciple about the other children, and an honor disciple assured him he knew and would save them soon. An honor disciple corrected Simic about his age, asking to be called father, but Simic playfully combined it, making an honor disciple muse about children. Narration then revealed that the full truth about the situation was discovered later. The horrific truth was that the honor orphanage kidnapped orphans, conducted drug experiments on them, and discarded them when they died. An honor disciple cited Matthew 18 verse 12 and expressed a hope for someone to become a specific kind of person. His thought continued, describing finding the one lost lamb among 100. The narration about the lost lamb was contrasted with a sly-looking older man, possibly Gabriel in his true form, representing the other 99 lambs. An honor disciple questioned his own ability to be that person, reflecting on his past actions regarding Hannah. His thoughts were accompanied by a vivid image of Hannah in distress, hinting at a past failure or regret. An honor disciple pondered a morbid question about his future, wondering if his grave lay ahead. He then resolved to face his destiny head-on, no matter how dangerous. An honor disciple spoke the word senior as he approached a storage facility. He located the suspected Arvid lab based on information, but his thoughts suggested suspicion about its easy accessibility. An honor disciple, despite his suspicions, resolved to save the children he believed were with Arvid. He realized the profound significance of his current location, connecting it to James the Less and Raphael's plan. Narration identified the location as Project Arvid, a chilling room filled with tall, stacked cages. An unseen voice urgently asked if Arvid had been found, and an honor disciple paused in response. An honor disciple expressed uncertainty about whether what he'd found was Arvid, but hinted at a realization. He then definitively stated that he had found it. An unseen speaker gave an order to grab something and leave, but was interrupted by an honor disciple's sudden shock. An honor disciple stared upward, questioning if the entity before him was indeed Arvid. An unseen speaker made a philosophical observation about humans, finding them quite fascinating. The speaker, whose bare, scarred feet walked on a metal floor, explained a trade-off in abilities, stating he had a strong sense of smell but was poor at recognizing faces. Pietro then revealed he could now identify someone who was previously masked, implying he had seen their true face. Pietro gave a menacing smirk. An honor disciple identified the man as Pietro and questioned his previous comment about face. An honor disciple expressed confusion, noting that Pietro should be an old man, questioning the identity of the youthful person before him. Pietro smiled smugly and asked an honor disciple if he hadn't already said the answer himself. An honor disciple questioned, then reacted with intense shock. An honor disciple, in shock, questioned if elder Pietro had somehow regained his youth. Pietro let out a short, mocking laugh. Pietro humorously questioned his own sanity, reacting to what he was hearing. An honor disciple told Pietro he would find out the truth soon and declared he had many questions for him. An honor disciple pointed out that Pietro intentionally tore off the door handle, implying sinister intent. Pietro, with a smirk, provocatively asked an honor disciple if he was curious about him. Pietro stood confidently among the cages, posing another question to an honor disciple. Pietro finished his provocative question, asking if an honor disciple was curious about Hannah, which visibly enraged an honor disciple. James the Less confidently asked if the legendary Peter, ruler of the world, had questions for him. He then gestured upward, continuing his thought. Was it, he smirked, about Hannah? Peter replied that of course he wanted to know, but first, he had some advice. He demanded that Hannah had to be completely fine, warning James that if he wanted to live, making his threat crystal clear. James the Less looked surprised, remarking that he never thought the world's best killer would play family. Peter agreed that family was a weakness in this field, but then he added a thought. Peter declared that weakness was something James didn't need. Peter then suddenly struck James the Less with a powerful blow, sending him flying. The impact was chaotic, filling the air with blurred motion and debris. Peter then thought about other fighters, comparing Nathaniel to an indestructible tank. He considered Philip to be a homing missile. And James the Less, Peter mused, was like a warship. He thought James could do both, realizing this would be a tough battle as James attacked fiercely. A massive explosion of debris and light rocked the area. Peter continued to analyze, noting James's sense of smell was so good it could detect individual cells, plus he had an unknown ability. This unknown ability, Peter realized, was foresight, as James the Less grabbed his arm. Peter, lying on his back, strategized that it was too dangerous to attack or defend until he figured out that ability. Then Peter moved with incredible speed, swiftly evading an attack. James the Less taunted Peter, asking if they were playing hide-and-seek, saying there were lots of places to hide, but it was too bad. He ominously declared that it would all be over if he destroyed everything. James then powerfully shattered parts of the environment, demonstrating his destructive capabilities. As James the Less walked, he pondered Peter's rejuvenation, wondering why Glory couldn't find him, his bare feet making stepping sounds. He questioned if aliens kidnapped Peter or if he got drugs, adding he wanted the recipe for eternal youth himself. James the Less's thoughts grew darker, hinting at extreme measures. He then fiercely declared his intent to tear Peter's body apart. Peter's eye was blurred, either from rapid movement or an incoming blow. Two observers, the woman with glasses and the man in blue coat, screamed in panic, thinking Peter was about to get caught. The man in blue coat exclaimed in shock, starting to realize something about James the Less. He then gasped, asking if James the Less was getting beaten up. James the Less, disoriented and bleeding, questioned what had hit him, unable to believe it. He suddenly widened his eyes, realizing something important. Peter's internal monologue revealed his strategy. He had thought about what kind of attacks would work against foresight. A chain was seen wrapped around Peter's leg, his makeshift weapon. Peter then delivered a swift and powerful strike with the chain. He smirked, telling James the Less this recipe was just for him. James the Less reacted with wide-eyed surprise, recognizing the weapon. Peter confidently showed off his weapon, asking if James was surprised, and James the Less exclaimed, "Nunchucks?" James stared thoughtfully, still processing the sudden appearance of nunchucks. The narration revealed Peter had just made the nunchucks from the steel of the shattered objects. James the Less reacted with utter shock, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Peter, with an intense look, challenged James to open wide as he prepared to feed him. He ferociously attacked James with the nunchucks, striking him hard. The unpredictable trajectory of the nunchucks overwhelmed James the Less, who took repeated hits and spat blood, unable to react effectively. The narration further explained that the true lethality of nunchucks came from their relentless, non-stopping momentum. It enabled irregular strikes, and James the Less reeled from another hit. The woman with glasses cheered Peter on, excitedly urging him to kill James the Less. But then she noticed something, exclaiming in surprise. James the Less looked bruised and dazed, clearly hit hard. Peter smirked, announcing his growing annoyance. He tightened his grip on a nunchuck, confirming his irritation. Peter taunted James the Less, saying he seemed exhausted and couldn't even stab him, despite his supposed rejuvenation. He then challenged James, telling him to keep trying. Peter held a large piece of bent metal like a shield, daring James the Less to get through his sheet of bent steel. James the Less roared in fury, his eyes glowing red, telling Peter to shut his mouth. James then launched a furious counterattack, using the metal sheets around him as weapons, the narration confirming his use of the environment. Peter reacted with sudden wide-eyed surprise, a thought dawning on him. He realized the metal wasn't a weapon, James was using it to block his vision. Peter then concluded that James the Less was now at a massive advantage. A powerful, unseen attack sent debris and light exploding outwards. The impact continued to cause widespread destruction to the metal structures. The man in blue coat and the woman with glasses screamed in terror, begging Peter to hold on. The woman with glasses questioned Peter's state, her voice filled with confusion and fear. Peter, shifting from surprise to a smug smirk, wondered if this was what happened when you aged, hinting at arrogance. He casually sat on some machinery, explaining that being on the brink of death made breathing fun, which the narration called relaxed and confusing. The narration pointed out that Peter wasn't arrogant. James the Less was completely taken aback, leaving the narrator to wonder if Peter might. James the Less burst into hysterical laughter, mocking Peter as senile and telling him to try fooling a ghost instead. With a menacing, glowing red eye, James the Less declared he could see everything. He claimed he could see the feet inside Peter, who looked serious and slightly concerned. Peter calmly acknowledged and understood James's words. James the Less, confused by Peter's calm reaction, smirked and proposed another challenge. Peter launched a swift, ground-level attack, kicking up a huge dust cloud which James called a pepper bomb. James the Less analyzed the attack, noting the intense visual obstruction and other mixed spices, wondering if it was a strategy to increase intensity. The narration confirmed James the Less was covered in the dust, unable to keep up with Peter. Peter then revealed a personal worry, wondering what would happen when he aged. He cynically mused that he wouldn't be able to slaughter others like James, as he struck James the Less with the nunchucks, causing blood to splatter. Peter internally declared his determination to overcome James's developed sense of smell, which allowed him to see Peter's every move. Both fighters moved at high speed, creating multiple visual trails, as Peter thought about James reading his movements. Peter felt confident, believing James could not smell his scent anymore. But James the Less's eyes glowed with intense perception, making Peter question in thought. Peter, still striking James the Less and causing blood to spray, wondered how James could still smell him. The two observers, along with a scared dog, screamed in despair, unable to comprehend how James could dodge Peter's attacks as if he knew them in advance. Peter, lying on his back, expressed genuine admiration for James's truly amazing sense of smell. James the Less, smirking, feigned weakness to flattery but quickly dismissed it. He launched a powerful attack, asserting that even dense dust wouldn't stop him. James the Less emphasized his continued ability to perceive everything with an intense glare. Peter reacted with wide-eyed shock and questioning disbelief at James's claim of seeing everything. The woman with glasses screamed in terror. James the Less focused intently, his eye glinting. He delivered a series of swift and powerful attacks. But then James the Less's eyes widened in surprise and confusion, asking, "What?" He discovered a fresh, bleeding cut on his arm, exclaiming, "A cut?" James, bruised and confused, questioned if it was a knife, wondering how he could have missed its scent. Suddenly, a flash of understanding crossed James's face. He realized that if his opponent was doing that, of course he wouldn't know. He then identified the source, the glass from the lights Peter had shattered. James the Less angrily realized why he couldn't detect the attack. Glass doesn't have a scent. He recalled his earlier action of attacking everything around him because of the dust. James then realized his previous attacks weren't simple but a setup to lure him into Peter's glass attack. Despite being outmaneuvered, James the Less looked around, then smiled, saying the unexpected tactics from the rejuvenated Peter tasted delicious. He licked his lips with a predatory smirk and glowing red eyes, clearly enjoying the challenge. Peter, holding a sharp piece of glass, made a menacing promise to James the Less. He followed through, launching a barrage of glass shards at James. James the Less stood defiant, scarred and firm, declaring he wouldn't be hungry, not dodging the incoming shards. Peter reacted with wide-eyed shock and confusion, wondering why James wasn't dodging. Peter, with an intense red glow in his eye, concluded that James wasn't buying his Pietro persona. He recalled improvising the nunchucks. And Peter also acknowledged James's bizarre but effective tactics with the glass attack, looking thoughtful amidst the shattered glass. James the Less, smirking, wondered how to describe this fight, dismissing Peter's small attacks. He then mockingly called them cute, before unleashing a brutal barrage of close-quarters attacks, causing blood to splatter. The man in blue coat and woman with glasses screamed in horror, seeing James charging. The man in blue coat couldn't believe James was charging while taking hits from all that glass, as James's bruised and determined face showed his rage. The woman with glasses angrily screamed, "Rebel." Enraged, she furiously declared her father's perfection and foresight, saying even a truckload of Peters wouldn't change the outcome. Kneeling on a snowy street, she vehemently explained her father's preparedness to Peter, saying he could read all of Peter's attacks. Peter calmly agreed at first, then his expression shifted to surprise. He acknowledged her belief in James the Less's strength, then paused, about to make a crucial point. Peter emphatically told her she had made one mistake. He then addressed her directly, using the nickname Red Glasses Bro. Peter declared that she had never actually seen Disciple Peter, leaving her wide-eyed, shocked, and confused. Peter then made a strong statement: no one who had met Disciple Peter could ever say that. The woman with glasses reacted with extreme terror and shock. Peter then delivered a final, menacing statement, eliciting a surprised and scared look from James the Less. James the Less just couldn't believe what was happening, because everything felt completely wrong. He could usually smell things kilometers away and even detect hormone changes to predict where his enemies would move. But now, he had no idea why or how his powers had failed him. He questioned how he couldn't have predicted Peter's move, especially as Peter's blade was right there. Wounded and bewildered, James the Less wondered what was even happening as Peter's bloodied blade appeared before him. Peter, smirking confidently, asked why he was so surprised, wondering if he'd hit a nerve. He then finished his taunt, and James the Less reacted with visible shock and anger. A violent impact sent James the Less flying backward. A massive explosion propelled him further through the debris-strewn environment. Peter observed the aftermath of the attack, casually noting someone's impatience. He then crouched down, beginning to muse on the nature of animal courtship. Peter finished with a subtle smirk, suggesting the impatient one was always being played. James the Less stood amidst swirling snow and mist, a powerful silhouette. Internally, he acknowledged sensing something significant. James the Less realized Peter had been exerting fear pheromones and wondered why his opponent hadn't retreated. He continued his internal questioning, demanding to know how Peter managed to bypass his foresight and strike him. James the Less articulated a specific biological term, the vomeronasal organ. He continued his explanation, preparing to offer an alternative name. James the Less clarified it was also known as Jacobson's organ, explaining how it detects chemical signals in animals that humans can't smell. He illustrated this by describing how pets use their vomeronasal organ to sense when their owners are sick. James the Less revealed that Peter's amazing foresight was just based on detecting pheromones and chiromones. He concluded his explanation by adding that hormones from sweat were also a key component. James the Less explained that these chemical signals could even be detected from movement itself. Peter mockingly compared James the Less's ability to that of a puppy. James the Less was violently struck and propelled backward by a powerful attack. Peter calmly assessed James the Less's injuries, stating he had lost a critical amount of blood. James the Less reacted with wide-eyed shock to Peter's precise and cold assessment of his wounds. Peter predicted that James the Less would soon collapse due to his severe injuries. Peter stood victoriously over a defeated and bloodied James the Less, who sat on the ground. The chief excitedly celebrated Peter's victory, while the woman with glasses exasperatedly stated that Peter was torturing her heart. The man in priest attire expressed relief that Peter had won, but noted James the Less had lost a lot of blood. Scotty vehemently denied her father's defeat, but the man in priest attire calmly confirmed it. The man in priest attire probed the chief about his distress, asking if it was due to the defeated opponent being his friend. The chief expressed deep concern about James the Less's current condition. The man in priest attire reacted with shock and anger, calling the situation crazy. James the Less let out a loud scream of intense pain. He was shown falling violently through a destroyed structure, indicative of a powerful impact. A structure was integrated into a snowy mountain, with heavy snowfall obscuring the view. An explosion or powerful impact occurred near or on the mountain structure. Peter crouched on the ground amidst swirling snow, suggesting he was recovering or preparing. The man in priest attire reminded the chief of their identity as Vikings, a fact the chief acknowledged. Peter's internal monologue began to define the essence of being a Viking. He explained the Viking ethos of embracing war and death as a path to Valhalla, which made them stronger warriors. Peter concluded that shedding blood awakened the warrior, making them stronger. Peter described a warrior at the very brink of death, hinting at James the Less's current state. He then defined a warrior on the verge of death as a Kanang, revealing a powerful transformation. Peter expressed surprise and questioned James the Less's continued persistence despite his critical condition. James the Less, in a state of intense, almost berserk rage, challenged his opponent to attack him. Peter and James the Less confronted each other on the snowy battlefield, ready to continue their fight. The man in priest attire internally reflected on the extreme, life-threatening cold and his dwindling endurance. He concluded that he could only survive the extreme cold for a maximum of 3 minutes. The chief expressed concern that Peter couldn't last much longer, but the woman with glasses calmly dismissed his worry. The woman then began a statement, indicating her unwavering confidence in Peter. The woman described Peter's capability to overcome any formidable opponent, no matter how monstrous. She continued, expressing her certainty that Peter would always find a solution. The woman expressed her conviction that Peter would devise a unique and unexpected strategy to win this time. She concluded her thought, stating Peter would defeat the monstrous disciple. The woman reiterated her absolute confidence in Peter's ability to find a solution in any extreme situation. She concluded her statement, implying Peter's resourcefulness extended even to severe cold and snow conditions. James the Less, appearing defeated, urged his opponent to surrender, stating that survival was impossible. The man in priest attire calmly agreed with James the Less, acknowledging that he could not survive the extreme environment. With a smirk, the man in priest attire then posed a rhetorical question, hinting at an unexpected turn or strategy. James the Less reacted with intense surprise to the man in priest attire's statement or demeanor. James the Less admitted his unprecedented surprise, stating he had never encountered such a situation in his long life. Peter, now bare-chested, questioned his opponent's apparent desire to die. With a smirk, Peter provocatively asked if his opponent wished for his survival. James the Less expressed frustration or disbelief at Peter's actions or words. Peter launched a powerful, energetic attack. James the Less retaliated with a powerful attack, expressing disbelief at his opponent's youthful vigor. James the Less and Peter engaged in a direct, explosive confrontation. James the Less delivered a powerful, blood-splattering blow. He furiously attacked Peter, challenging who would physically break apart first. Peter was shown receiving a barrage of powerful attacks. Peter taunted James the Less, questioning his choice of weapons and implying his current methods were insufficient. Peter, despite his injuries, smirked and promised a more significant retaliation to his opponent. A massive explosion erupted, signifying a powerful attack or impact. The chief frantically urged the woman with glasses to go inside, while she expressed deep concern about Peter's hands. An honored disciple calmly diagnosed Peter's condition as Raynaud syndrome, prompting a shocked reaction from the woman with glasses. An honored disciple explained the medical condition, detailing its symptoms and progression. An honored disciple revealed the advanced stage of Raynaud syndrome, warning that it would lead to necrosis and setting up a grim prognosis. An honored disciple gravely stated the necessity of amputating Peter's hands due to the severe condition. The chief and the woman with glasses panicked, shouting warnings and orders regarding Peter's critical state. An honored disciple reacted with shock and disbelief, addressing someone as brother. An honored disciple expressed intense surprise and confusion, using the abbreviation Seer. Narration introduced seer training as survival training for extreme situations, tested by foreign UN members. Two men in suits expressed their amazement at discovering an amazing person in a small nation with inadequate training systems. Narration described Peter's monstrous talent, highlighting his rapid success in all seer tests. Narration stated that Peter's talent would not be enough for the current test, as he was shown tied up in a test chamber. Narration explained the current test, surviving a week in an extreme environment at 50 degrees Celsius, showing Peter struggling. An honored disciple shouted an urgent warning. A distressed woman protested the inhumane training conditions, arguing that Peter would die from dehydration and extreme heat. A man confirmed Peter's critical body temperature, while the woman with glasses screamed his name in distress and fear. A man explained the impossibility of the test, while Peter struggled and gasped for breath, seemingly confirming it was an insurmountable challenge. A man ordered Peter to be taken out for stabilization, but then expressed confusion at an unexpected development. The man reacted with shock and confusion, questioning the unfolding, unexpected events. The woman with glasses called out in profound surprise and concern. The woman expressed overwhelming shock and disbelief at what she was witnessing. Peter broke free from his restraints and violently attacked the guards in the test chamber. A man expressed disbelief, listing Peter's critical conditions but highlighting his unexpected ability to move. The man questioned how Peter could still move so agilely despite his severe and debilitating condition. Two men reacted with extreme shock as Peter's body temperature, displayed on a monitor, unexpectedly began to change. The man observed with shock as Peter's body temperature rapidly decreased, falling below normal ranges. The man exclaimed in disbelief as Peter's temperature dropped to hypothermic levels, questioning the impossible physiological change. Narration explained that Peter pushed his stress and inflammation levels to their limit, triggering his peak survival instincts. Narration simplified Peter's feat, explaining that he tricked his brain into activating extreme survival instincts. A man expressed doubt about Peter's method, but acknowledged its effectiveness, while the woman with glasses listened pensively. The man expressed astonishment, stating he had never witnessed such an extreme display of survival, especially from someone as young as Peter. The man expressed a fervent wish never to encounter Peter as an enemy in the future. He concluded his prayer, hoping not to face Peter as an enemy when he fully matured, as Peter struggled with visible exhaustion. James the Less internally pondered the deadly effects of extreme cold, acknowledging that his opponent should be dead, yet was not. In the midst of fighting, James the Less internally questioned the impossible and illogical nature of the current battle. James the Less reflected on his opponent's unprecedented strength and the severe injuries he had sustained. An honored disciple pointed out that Peter had regained color but seemed altered, surprising both observers. An honored disciple stated that Peter's current transformed state was actually his true, awakened self. Narration explained that a strong stimulus could awaken all physical abilities by mimicking a death signal, illustrated by James the Less's agony. Narration then set up a description of Peter's current, transformed state. Narration concluded that Peter was now solely driven by killing intent, as an attack was launched. The woman with glasses stared in disbelief, recognizing something truly impossible. An honored disciple called out Peter's name as a massive explosion erupted. The woman with glasses tried to explain hysterical strength, like the tales of mothers lifting cars to save their kids. An honored disciple explained that Peter tricked his own brain into extreme survival mode, pushing his body past all limits. For Peter, there was now nothing but pure killing intent. A strange, glowing structure sat nestled in the cold, desolate landscape. Suddenly, a violent explosion tore through the snow and debris. Bursts of blue energy and chaotic impacts filled the air. A sharp burst of power erupted, scattering fragments everywhere. An honored disciple wondered if Peter could manipulate his own hormones to adapt, questioning just what kind of person he was. Even in -100 degrees Celsius, an honored disciple noticed his own body temperature was mysteriously rising. Shar, injured and weary, reflected on his long life and the heavy price he was paying for his actions. An honored disciple, smirking faintly, agreed that the sentiment of strength applied to Shar as well. An honored disciple spoke Arvid's name with sudden intensity, his eyes glowing blue. An honored disciple revealed he knew the reason for the hidden, cold laboratory, Arvid. Arvid, he stated, was more than just the name of Shar's son. Shar's face contorted in rage, threatening to crush an honored disciple's bones if he messed with Arvid. An honored disciple just smirked, repeating Arvid's name again. He revealed Arvid was actually alive, suspended in an incubation chamber. Shar gasped, horrified at Arvid's state, screaming that crazy bastard had reduced his son to this. He raged, questioning if Arvid was just a lab rat for some dark legend. Shar corrected himself, explaining Arvid was never a lab rat and hadn't been any help. An honored disciple, smirking through sweat and blood, demanded the full story. He wanted to know what had happened to bring Arvid to this point. Shar looked up, his bloodied face set with a determined expression. An honored disciple began the story, explaining that Arvid was born sick. Villagers whispered about Arvid, questioning his Viking heritage and suggesting a DNA test. Shar fiercely confronted the villagers, who recoiled in fear. The frightened villagers fled, telling Shar to raise his son well as he pushed Arvid's wheelchair away. Shar told Arvid they were leaving, and the young boy softly thanked his father. An honored disciple continued, revealing that Arvid's inherent weakness became a grim test. It was the catalyst for a calamity that swept through their town, with Shar watching over his sick son. An honored disciple explained how Shar, giving up his previous life, dedicated years to research day and night. Yet Arvid's body continued to wither, his muscles wasting away, his limbs rotting despite Shar's efforts. Their final desperate hope was to incorporate DNA from other species, surrounded by grim experiments. Shar used DNA editing technology, and the initial tests were successful. Shar described his own incredible enhancements, strength beyond belief, super smell, and rapid regeneration. However, an honored disciple noted the research came at an enormous financial cost. With no funding due to ethical concerns, there was only one group willing to help. An honored disciple questioned if this exception was completely crazy for their involvement. A man in blue coat was ecstatic about the potential to make humans infinitely stronger, ignoring the girl on the table. The man in blue coat confessed his confusion. He asked Shar why he helped when everyone else was scared, questioning his drive for human evolution. Shar casually claimed his work was a sign from God. An honored disciple admitted he had no clue what forbidden path Shar had chosen. Shar made a menacing deal with a man in suit, threatening him if he backed out, as an honored disciple noted his single-minded focus. An honored disciple reflected that Shar didn't care if he was drinking water or poison with this pact. An honored disciple cried out, "Why?" as a powerful punch created a blue-white explosion. Shar screamed in frustration, wondering why Arvid was still rotting while others improved, as an honored disciple confirmed Arvid's continued decline. Shar, worried, leaned over Arvid and promised his son not to worry. He swore with determination that he would make sure Arvid survived. An honored disciple and Shar both observed Arvid, suspended in the glowing incubation chamber within the ruined lab. Shar defiantly told an honored disciple he wouldn't accept any dumb advice. An honored disciple calmly stated he had no right to lecture Shar. He acknowledged Shar as a noble father dedicating his life to his child, finding unexpected sweetness in their death match. An honored disciple then paused, turning to look at Arvid. His glowing blue eye fixed, an honored disciple questioned if Arvid himself shared that desire to live. Shar smirked, retorting with a painful question about an honored disciple's own daughter and Raphael. Shar screamed, tears and blood on his face, that he kept his child alive, unlike worthless humans, who only prayed to God. Enraged, Shar challenged an honored disciple's moral standing. An honored disciple looked contemplative as Shar questioned if his actions would save him from hell. A black and white memory showed an other man abandoning a distressed Hannah and a young girl in the snow. Hannah looked out, watching the man leave their home. In a harrowing moment, Hannah desperately shielded the young girl from an oncoming car. An honored disciple admitted he was surely going to hell, but stated it with firm resolve. His desire was for Raphael to get there first, thinking of a bittersweet embrace with Hannah. With a menacing smirk and glowing red eyes, an honored disciple declared that Blexen would be coming with them to hell. Shar, breaking his reminiscence, roared his readiness to fight again, his eyes glowing red. Shar yelled a challenge as he and an honored disciple violently clashed, creating another explosion. A chaotic explosion of blue-white energy erupted. A foot landed with decisive force. The woman with glasses burst through a door, panicking about Glory coming and predicting Peter and his allies' demise. Her eyes wide, the woman with glasses was utterly shocked. From above, Shar was seen lying injured on the ground, as the woman with glasses looked down in shock. A powerful explosion near the doorway sent the woman with glasses recoiling. Injured and bleeding, the woman with glasses gasped in shock that father would go so far. She questioned who could drive her father to such extremes, then addressed Blexen, implying his awareness of the situation. The woman in blue coat stated the reason for Glory's presence, then fell silent. She sternly warned Philip against disobeying orders again, while he stood menacingly. A hand clenched tightly, radiating tension. The woman with glasses struggled to help her injured father, defying orders and vowing to protect him even if she died. Her face showed further injury and shock. An honored disciple taunted Shar as worthless, holding the limp woman with glasses. Shar glared silently at an honored disciple, his fury evident, though unseen. An honored disciple challenged someone hiding to come out. A frightened other man cautiously peeked out from behind a door. With a smirk, an honored disciple ordered the other man to take the woman with glasses and be a proper father. The frightened other man stuttered, Blexen, in shock. An honored disciple smirked, implying more was coming. He believed Shar had questions for him too, then called out Hannah's name. The scene then faded into darkness. An honored disciple spoke, Raphael, as a radiant young woman appeared in an ethereal, sunlit forest. Injured and serious, an honored disciple questioned what Raphael did to Hannah and her current state. Shar, looking down with a grimace, asked if an honored disciple was truly ready for the long story. An honored disciple closed his eyes, lost in thought. A tranquil, snowy night settled over the distant buildings. Exhausted, Shar finally noted the quiet after the battle. He knelt in the ruined lab, looking at Arvid in his glowing incubation chamber. Crying, Shar questioned if his tests were too hasty, or what he had done wrong. He then wondered if the medicine simply wasn't enough to save Arvid. Shar looked up, his eyes wide with pain, beginning a question about Arvid. He asked if Arvid truly shared his desire to live. Shar grimaced, his face contorted in sorrow. An honored disciple narrated Shar's frustration that his years of research failed to help Arvid, whose lower body was completely dead. He knew it was only a matter of time until Arvid's heart failed. Shar rubbed his head, his glasses askew, overwhelmed with frustration. Shar leaned in close, straining to hear Arvid, who seemed to whisper, "Kill." Arvid, barely audible, whispered for his father to kill him. Shar's eye was wide with profound shock and horror. He vehemently refused, promising Arvid that he would live, even as he continued treatment. Tearfully, Shar declared that ensuring Arvid's life was his role as a father. Looking at Arvid in his chamber, Shar admitted he was still unsure about his choices. Kneeling, Shar confessed his deep uncertainty about what the right choices as a father really were. Remorse washed over Shar as he realized he had never asked Arvid what kind of father he wanted him to be. He grimaced, unable to believe he had been so slow to notice such a crucial thing. Footsteps echoed as a long shadow stretched across the floor. An honored disciple walked away from Arvid's chamber, leaving Shar on the floor. Shar looked up, resigned, saying even trashy movies didn't have an ending like this. As Char lamented, Philip's profile appeared, identifying him as the battlefield devil. Philip, with his glowing red mask, pinpointed his target. Char, with a sad, defeated face, wondered who else he had left to talk to. With an injured, bloodied hand, Char apologetically dropped pills. Char grimaced, gritting his teeth in pain and resolve. James the Less appeared, enraged and bloodied, declaring he didn't enjoy those kinds of endings. Philip, focused with his red-eyed mask, declared his intention to eliminate the target. With a wide, determined eye, James the Less agreed, ready for the clash. First up, a target was identified, James the Less. Philip, the battlefield devil and an apostle commander, stepped up, ready to eliminate the target. James the Less, catching his pills, admitted he was getting restless as a deep rumble vibrated. He confronted a retreating figure, demanding they finish what they started and never walk away from him again. James the Less clenched his jaw, showing immense resolve. Bloodied and glowing, James the Less declared that backstabbing people wasn't his style as he crushed something unseen. Meanwhile, an honored disciple, eyes wide, realized he was eating something he'd only ever given to others. He experienced an intense reaction, commenting on how much it was hitting a spot. Philip reacted with approval, then surprise, his red eye glowing. Philip delivered a powerful mid-air strike to James the Less. Philip menacingly warned James the Less that he'd know how it felt to die. James the Less's face was violently pushed back by a blue energy strike. The impact created a massive explosion of ice and fragments. Philip observed the effects of that drug with a slight surprise in his glowing red eye. James the Less struggled through the intense effects, remarking on the drug's high performance. Philip analyzed James the Less's physical strength, shocked it was already 105% stronger and still rising. James the Less's strength continued to surge, visibly straining him with a loud roar. James the Less, smirking with a glowing red eye, taunted his opponent about their shock. He then performed a powerful move, creating chaos and implying he was still warming up. The destruction around them expanded, leaving shattered metal and piles of rubble. James the Less smirked, making a sarcastic remark about his opponent enjoying the chaos. He taunted Philip, suggesting he liked playing hide and seek in the wreckage. Philip realized James the Less's scent had vanished, wondering what he did in such a short time. At the same time, a female figure floated in an incubation chamber, connected by tubes. Philip looked on with fierce determination, his blue eye glowing. James the Less reacted with pain or surprise as an unseen headwind struck him. He realized Philip's true strategy amidst the violent impact. Philip stood over a severely injured James the Less, explaining how he evaded detection. He lectured James the Less about how talking too much in a fight drops your survival rate, even for a Viking. Philip inflicted a critical injury on James the Less, stating it would be fatal. Despite his broken spine and blood splattering, James the Less defiantly told Philip that a physical injury to a Viking only meant Valhalla, as Philip moved with extreme speed. James the Less, covered in blood and smiling maniacally, held Philip in a tight embrace, declaring that injury meant Valhalla. Philip was shocked by James the Less's continuously increasing physical strength as he was squeezed. James the Less menacingly offered Philip an order. He then commanded Philip to go to hell with him, shocking Philip. Philip spotted a grenade pin falling from James the Less's hand, realizing the impending danger with alarm. A powerful explosion violently erupted, engulfing the area. A massive cloud of smoke and fire rose into the snowy night sky from the explosion. Philip looked down at the injured James the Less, commenting on his inhumanity amidst the debris. Philip acknowledged James the Less's resilience to the grenade, but hinted at a further mystery. Philip questioned the unusual appearance of James the Less's body after the explosion. Injured but resolute, Philip acknowledged an unseen boss. Elsewhere, two unidentified speakers conversed about ongoing progress, with one saying they were almost done. An unseen speaker lamented the loss of James the Less as a business partner. An honor disciple, petting a dog in a luxurious setting, made a sinister remark about someone begging. He continued his ominous speech, suggesting he might kill you a little less. An honored disciple reacted with feigned surprise to a comment about his actions, asking how it was known. He then held up a chocolate bar, preparing a gesture, for old time's sake. The honored disciple casually made an ominous statement about severance pay while petting his dog. Philip acknowledged his boss's command to feed James the Less chocolate and finish him off. Philip declared he would destroy all research materials on Arvid, warning his target of a 0 survival rate. He then issued a deadly warning, promising to kill whoever came outside within a minute. James the Less reacted with shock and surprise to an unexpected event. Philip confronted James the Less before Arvid's incubation chamber, questioning if he wanted to die or had given up. James the Less defiantly declared his indifference to survival rates, remaining resolute. Philip questioned James the Less about not saving Arvid, whose life depended on the power supply. James the Less made a pointed, grim comment about having a child. He then defiantly taunted Philip by raising a middle finger. James the Less continued his defiant gesture, glowing intensely. James the Less reflected on receiving a second chance in life, with Jaiwan standing nearby in the ruined facility. He looked up with a serene expression, contemplating the profound meaning of rejuvenation as a second chance. Jaiwan looked intently, stating that his companion still had a chance. James the Less's injured feet were shown next to a book titled Arvid, hinting at his connection. James the Less looked at Arvid in the glowing incubation chamber, realizing the significance of Jaiwan's words, right next to you. James the Less shouted in anguish, reacting to a distressing realization. In a flashback, a long-haired man in black angrily reprimanded a young girl for painting, demanding she act like a warrior. He insisted on her warrior identity by showing a drawing of a bear warrior. The drawing of the bear warrior was then consumed by flames. The man, shouting at the crying girl with a burning structure in the background, triggered a thought of regret. The man reflected with regret on his past inattention to someone's interests. He tenderly comforted a distraught young Hannah lying in bed. The man, now a scientist, looked over a distressed Hannah on a medical bed, wishing he could hear her talk again. A scientist intently watched Hannah, who was crying and struggling for breath under an oxygen mask. Back in the present, James the Less gazed at Arvid in the incubation chamber, pondering if he'd still turn out to be a monster. Jaiwan looked intently, having a moment of realization about something hidden inside the book cover. A hand, possibly James the Less's, rested on a digital screen, revealing a hidden sketch. James the Less reacted with a sigh of realization or sadness, his eye wide. Jaiwan spoke emotionally, confronting someone about their unwavering gaze despite his horrific actions. A sketch of James the Less was shown, illustrating Jaiwan's realization that the person he hurt never stopped looking at him. James the Less looked up in surprise at Arvid, who was also looking at him across the incubation chamber. Jaiwan suggested they continue their conversation up there, implying a profound transformation. A large explosion erupted on the snowy ground. A column of dark smoke rose from a distant explosion in the snowy mountains. A military vehicle sped away from the distant explosion through a snowy landscape. Inside the vehicle, Jaiwan asked Chief if he felt disheartened. Chief expressed his uncertainty and self-doubt about his decisions and abilities. He then expressed relief that no lives were lost, as unconscious figures lay covered in the back of the vehicle. Chief confessed to Jaiwan that he was scared, prompting Jaiwan to ask why. Chief questioned who the disciples fought to end up in such a severely injured state. Jaiwan looked intently, his eyes conveying deep determination. Jaiwan shouted Disciple Simon's name with urgency. Jaiwan knelt over an injured Disciple Simon, telling him not to move. Disciple Simon began to describe his opponent, recalling the fight. He narrated how his opponent used swirling cuts and sliced through every corner of space, describing it as a very dangerous fight. Jaiwan praised disciple Simon, who, despite his injuries, joked about needing a bed, prompting a sarcastic remark from Jaiwan. Disciple Simon then grew serious, emphasizing the danger of his opponent. He described his opponent as very dangerous, highlighting the strategic advantage of fighting in a confined hallway. Disciple Simon admitted he would have been in greater danger if the fight had taken place in a larger area. Disciple Simon expressed shock and confusion. Confused, Disciple Simon wondered where his opponent vanished, fearing he would have been killed if the opponent woke first. Jaiwan reassured Disciple Simon that his opponent wouldn't have killed him, implying his knowledge of the opponent's character. Jaiwan, holding a glowing broken blade, explained that his opponent's pride wouldn't have allowed it. He asserted that his opponent's pride would prevent them from killing a downed foe and predicted their future encounter. Jaiwan made a call to Thaddeus while riding in the driving military vehicle. Jaiwan checked on the port status, but the person on the other end was abruptly cut off. Jaiwan ordered Chief to speed up, despite Chief's confusion about the seemingly clear port status. Chief realized something was amiss, discerning that Thaddeus never hangs up first. Thaddeus expressed worry, wishing he was alone, and asked about Glory. Thaddeus was targeted by many snipers, realizing the extent of the ambush as laser sights surrounded him. Thaddeus contemplated his situation, acknowledging a significant constraint. His thoughts turned to the vulnerable children in the vehicle. Thaddeus made a difficult decision, stating he couldn't fight while leaving the children unprotected. Philip informed his snipers about disciple Thaddeus's abilities and instructed them to await his signal due to the caravan. Thaddeus playfully called out to the snipers, seemingly unfazed by their presence despite the laser dots on him. He then defiantly challenged the snipers, promising to show them what he could do. A soldier, aiming his rifle, dismissed Thaddeus's defiance as a bluff. Philip's eyes glowed red, signaling an imminent action or command. Soldiers opened fire on Thaddeus, their rifles creating muzzle flashes. Numerous projectiles flew rapidly through the air towards their unseen target. The soldiers reacted with shock and confusion as Thaddeus vanished. Thaddeus smugly reminded the soldiers of his earlier warning. He then performed an impressive maneuver in mid-air, shocking the observing soldiers. Thaddeus engaged in a fast-paced and impactful battle against multiple soldiers, creating shockwaves. Thaddeus looked with extreme focus, indicating a critical moment. Numerous projectiles heavily impacted the military vehicle. Thaddeus realized he was facing an overwhelming number of enemies from multiple directions. He assessed the caravan's defense, realizing it couldn't withstand the prolonged attack. Children inside the heavily barraged military vehicle screamed for help. Thaddeus mentally urged for greater speed with a determined and pained expression. The scene blurred significantly due to extremely rapid movement. Thaddeus pushed himself to move even faster. He extended his hand forward. Soldiers were violently struck and reacted with shouts of pain and surprise. The soldiers were confused and disoriented by the attacks, unable to determine their origin. Thaddeus looked serious, a small object in his mouth, expressing disbelief. Thaddeus then smirked, uttering the words, "Auto hunt." A powerful burst of energy erupted, creating a large impact. Soldiers were shocked and confused by an unexplained event, questioning what just happened. Numerous red bombs descended from the sky, creating a sense of imminent danger. An honor disciple stood defiantly on a cliff as a barrage of red bombs fell around them. An honor disciple smirked, signaling a shift in control. The honor disciple grinned maniacally, declaring full control over the situation. And so, a trivia question appeared on screen. Someone asked our guy, Peter, what you call it when Cinderella couldn't sleep. And Peter just deadpanned, Godzilla. Peter absolutely freaked out, yelling about the other disciple being naked and asking weird riddles right after he was about to answer. Peter was totally bewildered, asking why he woke up in a hotel room after fighting for his life, while the other disciple calmly told him they were on Deha's boat. Our guy commented on how massive Deha's boat must be, as the other disciple offered him a drink. Peter started thinking about their escape, wondering how they got out so quickly when Glory had sent so many people, even for Pietro. Then a man in a purple sweater appeared, and Peter's younger brother excitedly greeted him. Peter was completely taken aback. Peter instantly recognized the man in the purple sweater as that disgusting narcissistic bomb murderer, who then smugly replied that he'd never forget their impressive first conversation. Someone else thanked them for coming, while Peter, ever the warrior, demanded to know where his sword was, and the purple sweater man told him to stop being creepy. The man in the purple sweater then told them to thank Deha's chairman, Choi Un-chang, because he had just made a deal with him. As Peter struggled against someone trying to restrain him, the narrator reminded us the impact of that day was huge. Even the most skilled disciples would have needed hours to fight that many enemies. But for Matthias, it was different. An explosive burst of ice and snow tore through the air. 1 second was all he needed. Someone who was a total pain as an enemy, was now an incredibly reliable ally. And then there were the two Nathaniels. They were working on a way to save the rescued children. The Nathaniels marveled at James the Less's research, wondering if they could truly preserve genetically modified bodies, but concluded they had to try. They then wondered what would happen when those children grew up, with one admitting he'd always wanted to see the outcome. But the Nathaniels had no idea that the specimen for the children's growth was actually nearby. This just could not be happening. One of the defeated enemies complained about the ice not being maintained, while another explained they were weakened by a cold region crawler. He angrily regretted showing mercy, believing it caused their loss, while the other remained silent. He vowed they would show their enemies the fear of legends, claiming they were only careless this time. One of Peter's companions noticed the others at the table were awake, then questioned what one of them had just said. He tried to coax the quiet captives to eat, wondering if they were shy or just motion sick, and reminded them to turn the lights on. Only a faint click broke the silence. Someone then questioned why they weren't killing the smiling captives, admitting they couldn't bring themselves to do it, and then asked about Lavi. The dark night sky stretched endlessly above them. Peter then turned to his brother, calling out to him. Peter and Judas discussed how long the captives would stay like that, noting they'd been comfortable for 16 hours. Scotty, however, was in a deep state of frustration, wondering what everyone wanted from her. And she had seen that too. What was this, she thought. She then realized this cozy room was actually her old one, as Shar stood by. Scotty was shocked he had kept it, but Shar could only apologize for not having the courage to come get her. Shar acknowledged that no words could truly comfort her. So he asked if he could just wait until she was ready to come around. Scotty scoffed, calling him useless, to which Shar could only apologize again. She argued that a parent should always reach out first and even pretend to lose to their children until they came around. Shar tried to bridge the gap with a memory of her favorite ice cream, but Scotty angrily rejected him, telling him to stop following her. Judas smoked thoughtfully, watching the sunset. When someone is drowning in emotions, they truly need time to resurface. This was the burden of an inexperienced parent. The boat hummed softly as it moved. Judas stood on deck, watching the calm sea. He just continued to smoke, lost in thought. 20 years ago, he remembered the only time he saw Hannah. He thought it was strange she was his daughter, given the age gap, though it wouldn't surprise him if that bastard was a teen parent. A sinister man in a suit demanded that his daughter, Hannah, be made healthy, claiming he couldn't sleep from worry. And then he ominously added that she should be made very strong. Shar knew it was poison, and though he felt like a hypocrite, he warned Raphael to be careful of that man. You would be very, very surprised. Judas reassured Raphael that they were almost there. Just a little more, he promised. Peter then asked what the opposite of a waterfall was. He quickly gave the answer, a firefly, then launched into another riddle about a king going to the dentist to get his teeth crowned. He grunted out the counts, reaching 1,000. Peter, still squatting a barbell, praised the Deha group's gym equipment. The disciple on the bench told Peter to rest since he wasn't fully healed, but Peter insisted he needed to get stronger, finally relenting when reminded that recovery was also training. When Peter was asked why he wasn't resting, he said he'd just taken off 100 kilos, which earned him a sarcastic, "Good for you." Suddenly, a woman with glasses stomped her cane and yelled, "You savages." She ranted about them treating the Deha group like their home, while Peter muttered that she acted like she owned the place, and his brother confidently declared he would be Deha soon. Another disciple in a suit asked if they really came back empty-handed, before confidently stating they had indeed brought something back. With a beep, he revealed they had retrieved documents from James the Less's lab. Both Peter and another disciple looked completely surprised by what they saw. Peter then identified the figure as Thomas. The others were surprised, discussing how annoying both their Thomas and Glory's Thomas were. They realized they didn't actually know what Thomas looked like, despite him having a twin, because both of them always wore masks. Their plain masks, unlike Philip's, probably made them even more annoying to him. Peter, however, sensed that something just wasn't right. Another disciple pointed out that honor disciples weren't allowed photos, and this Thomas looked his age, while Peter considered it might be an old photo. But then they realized there weren't any old photos, meaning it had to be recent, which could only mean one thing. Rejuvenation? Peter exclaimed, a shocking possibility. The scene then shifted to a bustling city street at night. The woman with glasses complained that Thomas lived in a place as annoying as him, questioning if this secular area was really where a disciple would live. The woman with glasses confidently stated she was certain, identifying herself as Simon, then wondered if Jaiwan was suspicious of her, threatening to detonate her earpiece. Judas and his companion wondered if Thomas had rejuvenated like Pietro, why he hadn't reached out, and if he had other motives, deciding they'd find out when they met him. Judas admitted he was uncomfortable meeting Thomas, giving a chilling reason: Thomas was the psycho. The psycho of the 12 honor disciples. Peter looked around the room, murmuring, "What's this?" A man in a suit confronted the hooded figure, claiming the place wasn't for him, but the hooded figure scoffed at being called a guest. Thomas challenged his perception of being a guest, asking if he'd ever seen something like this. Thomas revealed a massive stack of cash, implying his deep pockets meant he was no mere guest. A gambler exclaimed that a good win here could buy a Gangnam apartment, as Narration stated a grand victory was born when everyone gave up. The gambling hall was a chaotic mess of desperation, with people crying over school fees and sick mothers, and one even trying to eat a drug that was just a vitamin tablet. In the control room, the operators smugly watched the gamblers, referring to them as young sheep coughing up lots of money. Suddenly, one of the operators spotted a suspicious figure on screen, calling him that bastard. They quickly identified him as a pro, noting his neck scratching as a specific technique. Orders were given to put all eyes on him, focusing cameras 7 to 18 on the homeless bastard, even his fingernails. The camera zoomed in with a hum. One of the operators reacted with a shocked gasp, recognizing something. "I got you, you bastard," he exclaimed triumphantly. Meanwhile, Thomas looked at his massive pile of winnings, calling them sweet things. He then sarcastically apologized to a defeated gambler, telling him to call when he was selling his second store. The control room operator declared he wasn't planning on setting up. But then he suddenly flinched, asking, "What?" Another enforcer boasted about their 4K cameras, able to see every subtle sign of cheating, even enlarged nostrils. He then accused Thomas of hiding cards, scoffing that it wasn't the 18th century anymore. Thomas simply denied having any cards, leaving his accuser dumbfounded. He confidently reiterated he had no cards, then, with a smirk, challenged them to a $10 billion bet. The man angrily accepted, seeing it as a direct challenge. He ordered his men to strip Thomas, making vulgar suggestions about where he might be hiding cards. Thomas provocatively agreed, asking if nude models got paid 100 million, and suggested they show each other their balls. The enforcer smirked menacingly, vowing to find what Thomas was hiding. Thomas, still taunting, agreed to the challenge, announcing something was coming. The enforcer gasped in utter disbelief, thinking there was no way this could be happening. Everyone exclaimed that it was coming, building to a climax. Thomas then calmly asked if they had seen it. He declared his own balls were fine, but now he was going to take theirs. The enforcer furiously accused Thomas of definitely hiding something. He then commanded his men to search Thomas in an incredibly vulgar way for the hidden cards. Thomas simply scoffed, calling them third-rate idiots. He asked if they didn't check how much money he had when he was betting. A powerful force erupted from Thomas, sending money and bullets flying around him in a chaotic whirlwind. The enforcer was utterly shocked, realizing everyone else's bullets had simply vanished without even touching Thomas. It didn't matter how many cameras or weapons they had, none of them made contact. They were all caught in the palm of Buddha's hand. A scream echoed as the crucifix violently cracked. Thomas walked through a dark alley, complaining about the shithole and its lack of creativity. He flinched slightly when he passed a couple embracing and asking for a hug. Thomas silently observed the couple complaining about the cold, clinging to each other. His task was to comfort the lost young sheep. Thomas simply stood in thought. But then Thomas abruptly yelled at them, asking what they were doing, which caught them off guard. Thomas told the young couple not to dress so lightly, then pulled out a stack of real money, telling them to buy clothes. He insisted they take it, and the grateful couple quickly accepted the cash. Thomas watched the young woman, asking if seeing this made her heart beat faster. He then asked if it warmed her heart, as he casually threw more money into the burning barrel, shocking the man. As the man screamed about the burning money, Thomas calmly walked away, remarking how lively the day was and how this was why people do good things. A jacket lay discarded on the ground. Thomas looked back, mocking his pursuers for being so bad at following him. Then, disciple Simon, the swirling sword, revealed himself to Thomas. Simon greeted Thomas, calling him as psychotic as ever, but Thomas shot back that Simon's face was covered in ash. Simon replied he hadn't wanted to see Thomas, as he casually kicked more money into the fire. But admitted it had been a while since they met. Then he declared himself the god of the heavenly net and earth. And introduced himself as disciple Thomas. A dog in sunglasses cheerfully declared that even cow dung had its uses. Narration explained how disciple Simon helped find Thomas, and now they needed to figure out what James the Less and Raphael were up to. The hooded man worried that Simon and Thomas still hadn't met, despite expecting them to have done so by now, making the woman ask what was wrong. He just hesitated, struggling to find the right words. A pile of money crackled and burned on the ground. Both the man and woman watching were so confused they wondered if they were drunk, thinking they were seeing more nonsense. The long-haired man attacked, sending his opponent flying through the air. The long-haired man taunted his opponent, asking if he'd lost everything, despite once believing he was the best. The opponent shot back, asking where the long-haired man had pawned off his hand and if he traded it for candy. The man tried to divert their attention from the sword-wielding combatant to the rich homeless guy next to him. The other fighter was in mid-air, completely unarmed. The hooded man explained that despite their hatred, the two fighters used to be close, then dropped a bombshell, everything Thomas touched became his. An intense look flashed across disciple Simon's face as the man continued, stating, everything that Thomas touches. His bandaged hand gripped his weapon tightly. Becomes his, the man finished, as two fighters stood among shattered weapons. Pieces of metal clattered to the ground. The hat-wearing man smirked, telling his opponent he'd lost his fangs. Disciple Simon retorted that his opponent's cheap backstabbing skills hadn't changed either, and asked if he'd forgotten something. He confidently declared he fought well even with his gums, holding his broken weapon like a cigarette. The hat-wearing man told him to stop talking nonsense, realizing a sword psycho without a sword was just a psycho. Then he corrected himself, Disciple Simon was now a one-armed psycho. Disciple Simon calmly responded that he actually needed a hand and would just cut off one of his opponents. The hat-wearing man groaned, telling him to stop. Someone walked past a glowing weapon on the ground. A serious man in a blue jacket walked into the alley, simply telling them, "That's enough." The hat-wearing man was shocked, wondering who this person was and how he hadn't sensed his presence. Disciple Simon mocked the new arrival, questioning his lone wolf image now that he had a good-looking underling. Disciple Simon's eye widened in surprise. The hat-wearing man yelled a panicked, "Wait!" The man in the blue jacket was addressed as Brother Pietro. The dark, narrow alleyway remained quiet. On a screen, a smiling cowboy in a hat was dramatically impaled by a sword. A man questioned Thomas, suggesting he didn't just come to brag about getting his youth back and asking his real purpose. An angry man demanded how they dared speak to him like that, but Judas calmly said he was glad they were doing fine and suggested they save stories of the good old days for later. Judas reached for a photo on the table, which showed a man with glasses and a beard. With a knowing smirk, Judas asked if they recognized the man in the photo. An intense, red-irised eye glowed. Judas smirked again. Judas then revealed he'd met the man, Blexen, a long time ago, acknowledging his eyes prevented him from lying. Pietro revealed he'd acquired Raphael's plans from James the Lesse's lab and found Judas mentioned in the documents, causing Judas to ask, "What?" Judas looked troubled, insisting he couldn't remember anything about it. He stated he was uncomfortable, didn't want to meet again, and believed it wasn't the man sitting there who had ordered him. Judas exposed the bartender's bad disguise, who then cursed, surprised at being caught so easily. Judas then asked if the bartender was Raphael's son, shocking them both. The disguised bartender wondered if Thaddeus had also regained his youth, as a door clicked shut. The bartender asked if he and the man in the photo looked that alike, to which the other man humorously replied they both looked like taiyakis. Raphael concluded that Glory's Thomas was a man and one of twins. Raphael expressed suspicion about Thomas, despite him being a twin, and Jaiwan asked what was wrong. He explained their physiques were different, and their auras were also a little off. Jaiwan, with an intense red eye, analytically explained that twins, especially fraternal ones, could have different physiques due to their environment. Raphael conceded but still found it hard to explain his lingering suspicions. With both disciples' identities being top secret, Raphael asked which of the silhouetted figures was Thomas. Jaiwan suddenly exclaimed, "Pietro." He then urgently told Raphael to turn on the TV. A news report played on the TV, detailing how various issues were arising from consistent armed conflicts around the world. All three characters watched the TV with growing concern. The report continued, highlighting children being sacrificed for adult greed, but then introduced an organization protecting them. The news anchor then prepared to reveal the organization's name. It was the Glory Club. She then introduced a special guest, the president of the Glory Club. Raphael was introduced as the president of the Glory Club, but he humbly suggested they just call him Raphael. The news anchor questioned Raphael on why he was making a public appearance, given his usual reclusiveness. Raphael paused, his hands clasped in thought. Raphael spoke of his own past, saying he was born without protection and that children like him lived exposed to all kinds of dangers. He said he'd been protecting children according to God's will, but then had a sudden realization. With a grim expression, he realized it was pointless to keep filling a cracked glass with water. Raphael suddenly stood, announcing that Glory had made a big decision. He passionately declared they couldn't just rescue and treat children, they needed to stop the war, and Glory was preparing for a great leap forward. Raphael felt that quenching children's thirst was just self-gratification for adults, so he would become the shield against greed. The impressed news anchor asked if he had a strategy to stop the war. Raphael just said, "Well, With a slight smirk. An intense orange eye flashed as a voice promised the strategy would be revealed soon enough. Raphael scoffed at what was being said, while Jaiwan called out to disciple Simon, and a woman introduced a video that Peha had sent. Narration described the Rarahan conflict zone, a decades-long war where special forces from many countries had failed, turning it into a desert of death. The video promised a shocking discovery, making disciple Simon impatiently demand to know what it was. Someone screamed in disbelief, calling them crazy. A military recording showed hostages being slaughtered, but then posed a mysterious, "But what?" A warning was given about the danger, questioning if someone was going in there alone. A determined voice declared he would go into the dangerous area alone. Jaiwan and disciple Simon recognized the person, and when Raphael asked who it was, Jaiwan confirmed he knew. Jaiwan exclaimed it was Thomas, wearing one of his masks, but wondered why he was there. The hooded man speculated it was Thomas's much-hyped strategy, and suggested they observe what it actually was. He then emphasized that Raphael announcing the disciples to the world was even more important than the strategy itself. An ominous chuckle asked if they had never seen something like this before. A bald, bearded man in military gear laughed menacingly while holding someone by the hair, stating he had given them plenty of chances. Terrified people begged for their lives, offering anything if he would just spare them. The bald, bearded man maniacally laughed, dismissing their pleas because they had already seen too much, like special forces being reduced to dust. The bald, bearded captain was surprised when a soldier reported an intruder, wondering if their enemy had changed tactics. Thomas, the masked figure in tactical gear, stood calmly in the middle of armed soldiers. A soldier prepared to shoot, but the bald, bearded captain stopped him, wanting to see what the intruder would do. The bald, bearded man's eyes widened in extreme surprise. Thomas stood with his hands up, seemingly surrendering, shocking the soldiers, as a voice announced a total of 47 people. He then precisely listed the inventory of weapons and the grim count of dead hostages. A rifle barrel pressed against his head as he corrected the count, stating they had one additional hostage. Thomas admitted he miscalculated, but clarified it wasn't an addition problem. The bald, bearded man looked utterly confused. Thomas declared it was an elimination as he violently dispatched the surrounding soldiers, sending bodies flying. A man and woman cowered in terror, shielding a young girl's eyes from the brutality. Thomas held up an injured man, with the terrified family still visible in the background. He violently swept aside numerous flying weapons and projectiles. The bald, bearded man panicked, yelling at his soldiers to shoot. Thomas swiftly defeated multiple soldiers with powerful blows. Thomas confronted the bald, bearded man, who frantically pleaded for his life and offered to release all the hostages. Thomas covered the bald man's mouth, choking him into silence. The room bore the signs of a violent struggle, and a cry of pain echoed. The man and woman collapsed to the ground in fear. The relieved man and woman thanked their rescuer, but he clarified there was a small misunderstanding. Thomas stood menacingly over the terrified couple, revealing he hadn't said he would rescue the hostages. A high-pitched scream was heard from the damaged building on the video. A voice watching the video questioned what was going on inside. Thomas then emerged from the building, prompting viewers to wonder about the hostages and offer to check. Thomas stood amidst the debris, and the narration grimly stated all the hostages were already dead. A soldier reported that a frag grenade had killed the hostages, thanked Thomas for stopping the terrorists, and asked about his affiliation. Thomas humbly said he hadn't done anything amazing, but implied he'd reveal something if they wanted it that badly. Disciple Simon was utterly shocked. Disciple Simon, confused, asked Jaiwan if that was Thomas, and Jaiwan confirmed it was based on his voice, but hesitated. Jaiwan said it was his first time seeing Thomas's face and questioned why Thomas was like this. He then identified the masked figure in the video as Bro Songu. An honored disciple started talking about how sweet battle seemed, offering huge rewards for winning nations. But he then revealed that war-torn countries were left with deep scars, and no true winners or losers. He continued, sharing the famous saying that if mankind couldn't end war, then war itself would end mankind. Despite blood on his mask, he declared that glory strictly pursued no killing, but if someone out there was in pain, then glory would step up and take the lead. Then a dog, perking up its ears in surprise, flatly declared, "That's bullshit." An angry honor disciple shouted that she'd never heard such confident bullshit, questioning if their governments were blind idiots, while another man calmly asked for support. The old woman honor disciple found the whole thing creepy, wondering how it could be so uncanny. Jaiwan, seeing a masked version of himself, wondered how someone could look exactly like him. The old woman honor disciple asked Thaddeus if that was really him, and Thaddeus confirmed it was his voice, admitting he'd never seen his face before. The angry honor disciple continued her rant, questioning how Glory, a relief organization, could act like this and betray their humanitarian principles. Jaiwan, deep in thought, mused that Glory was creating a buffer for their argument, waiting for the day it would be justified. To end the world caught in Raphael's deception, enormous funds would be given to Glory, which would use it as a base. This funding would transform Glory from a mere relief organization into the world's strongest military force. The angry honor disciple objected, insisting they shouldn't fund Raphael and demanded to know why honor disciple Thomas was Raphael's lackey. Jaiwan explained that Raphael needed Thomas, which completely confused the angry honor disciple, who repeatedly asked why. Jaiwan offered sensation-seeking as the reason, which the old woman honor disciple found utterly confusing. The term, the voiceover explained, referred to humans who instinctively pursued intense stimulation, willingly risking danger for it. For a stronger thrill, they might even brave death itself. The angry honor disciple still questioned Raphael's need for this, and Jaiwan explained that Raphael most needed individuals like Thomas, who were sensation seekers. Jaiwan started to say, Adolf hit dash, as the narration explained that soldiers who didn't fear death were precisely the ones who achieved great feats in war. Jaiwan then revealed that Raphael had used DNA editing, combining James the Less and Thomas's traits with Jaiwan's own DNA, which was why they looked the same. Jaiwan realized this was why Blexen recognized his face, and the man with the bear hood confirmed he knew it was him after seeing his face unmasked. The bare-hooded man then asked if Jaiwan was Pietro, leaving Jaiwan confused about the term face. Thaddeus, putting the pieces together, realized that if the Thomas he knew was a twin, it wouldn't stop at just two identical individuals. The old woman honor disciple asked if Thomas was still poor, which surprised the angry honor disciple, who recalled Thomas becoming a chairman after leaving honor. Jaiwan remained silent, deep in thought. The scene shifted to a grim reality, observing that times were tough these days. A woman in a white suit confronted Judas, questioning why someone like him with free will was in such a desolate wasteland. She concluded that the place simply didn't suit him. She pointed out that he didn't look like an ordinary homeless person, prompting Judas to curtly tell her to get to the point. The woman called him Honor Disciple Thomas, and Judas, surrounded by defeated figures, smirked, wondering how many scouts had been sent after him. She insisted they needed his skill, but Judas dismissed himself as obsolete and told her to leave. She reminded him of the consequences of declining, but Judas calmly acknowledged it, implying he knew she had backup. Judas then commanded the hidden figures to come out. With a quick flash, Judas instantly defeated the two men, feeling slightly embarrassed by how fast it happened. The woman in white smirked, pointing out that it was only two people now, unlike the hundreds he used to handle, and told him not to fret. She then introduced two powerful men, Vasily Wankov and Roman Petrikov, claiming they were worlds apart from previous opponents. She warned that hundreds or thousands more would come if he refused, but Judas just shrugged, saying a retired man needed to rest. The woman in white then began, you know. The rule of our industry is that once we've seen each other's faces, it means one of us has to die, she finished, as Vasily and Roman launched a fierce attack. Judas reacted with surprise and confusion, questioning what just happened. His hand reached out instinctively. He questioned if they were underestimating him because of his age, just focusing on his hands. Then a look of pure shock crossed Judas's face. He realized his bottle had been perfectly cut, spilling its contents. The woman coolly revealed the weapon, carbon nanotube thread. She explained that it was stronger than steel, thinner than hair, completely invisible, and could slice anything with a mere touch. She warned Judas that it was already too late, by the time he figured it out. He'd already be cut into 1,000 pieces, she finished, as Judas was violently struck. Thaddeus was shocked, asking if it was stolen, but Shar admitted he let him take it, prompting Jaiwan to call him out before Shar silenced him. Shar found it interesting that someone could disassemble a sword, especially one Thaddeus was holding, saying it was harder than disassembling a gun, leaving Thaddeus bewildered. Shar confirmed it was indeed possible, stating the person who did it was a little special. The narration explained that for Thomas, it didn't matter what skills or weapons an opponent used, the moment they entered his reach. Everything simply broke apart. Thaddeus suggested just using a weapon Thomas couldn't steal, but Shar calmly corrected him, insisting it wasn't stolen. Shar then cryptically added that he never said it was just weapons, which completely confused Thaddeus. The woman's eyes widened in sudden, horrifying realization. She uttered in disbelief that it was impossible to break thousands of invisible threads. She frantically wondered how he had done it, as Vasily's face contorted in pain. This was the power of someone who had reached a divine realm, capable of undoing the very bonds of all matter. Judas, smirking, explained that in cards, there were countless variables, but to stay alive, you needed to use your brain, and he saw no reason to directly go against thousands of threads. He declared there was a much simpler way to win, as Roman was dramatically affected by his unseen actions. He was the dismantling master, the heavenly net and earthly god. Judas's foot decisively stepped down, crushing a can. The woman in white desperately pleaded, asking Judas his conditions and how much he wanted, but he calmly said he wanted to spare them, but you know. She screamed, terrified, begging him to wait and claiming she hadn't seen anything. Judas, holding a king of diamonds, reassured her not to worry, because from now on, a sinister Joker card was revealed. She wouldn't see anything at all, as playing cards violently swirled around him like a whirlwind. Later, Judas sat alone by the riverbank, looking out at the city. He smoked a cigarette, lost in thought. Jaiwan, looking concerned, expressed relief that he looked well. Judas continued smoking, still pensive. Jaiwan began to narrate his own past as an exceptionally strong, sensation-seeking individual. A young Jaiwan joyfully climbed high into a tree, much to the terror of the adult below who cried out in panic. This trait blossomed when he started his line of work. In life-threatening situations, his pulse didn't just flutter, it leaped in his throat. But he didn't know then that every action had a reaction, and the emptiness he felt after risking his life for a mission could not be filled. Jaiwan, contemplating suicide on a high ledge, wondered if falling would be fun, or if he should just try dying once. It was then he heard the sound that changed his life. Shouts of joy and despair erupted from a nearby building, with exclamations about cards, money, and why they lived. Jaiwan, annoyed that his nap was interrupted, casually remarked that a good bloodbath would probably help them get a grip. He then found himself in what he described as a bloodbath, observing a chaotic gambling scene. The gamblers were pure beasts, devoid of any social pleasantries. He felt swept away by their chaos, and in that moment, he felt his destiny. His manual dexterity, the best even at the honor orphanage, was a match made in heaven for this chaotic place. After he came to his senses, Jaiwan became the most notorious gambler in all 8 provinces. A duffel bag full of money landed with a thud, prompting a surprised exclamation from Judas. Young Judas excitedly showed off his gambling winnings, claiming his skills had driven everyone crazy, and promising a life of luxury for his companions. A life of luxury. His companions reacted with a mix of surprise and disapproval. An older honor disciple questioned their expressions before directly addressing Judas as Thomas. He then warned Judas that he needed to get rid of the winnings before Father Gabriel found out, implying this was a recurring issue. A long-haired man warned that gambling money was temptation, saying Thomas did this for everyone, but he himself couldn't stay if he fell for it. He concluded that Thomas had already succumbed to temptation. The older honor disciple wondered how many times this had happened, musing that Thomas didn't do it for himself. But Judas couldn't deny what Brother Pietro said, as he was already so deeply immersed in his obsession. Young Judas walked away, carrying his duffel bag into a bamboo forest. The scene returned to the present, showing the desolate homeless encampment by the river at night. An honor disciple, a man in a hat, looked surprised as he was approached and asked who the other person was. The long-haired man held up a photo, asking, "Do you know where I can find this person?" he asked, pointing to the photo. Looking at a photo of himself, Hannah, and baby Simic, an honor disciple still couldn't quite believe this warm family scene was real. He reflected that this wasn't what his father actually looked like, but it was the dad he remembered, who had been appearing in his dreams recently. An honor disciple kept thinking about his dreams, where he and his carbon copy dad were holding hands and playing. Someone questioned why an honor disciple didn't doubt the photo, but he confidently replied it was his dad, making the other person wonder if he was innocent or stupid. Pietro cut in, saying it was fine and asking if they really needed to have a deep conversation. Pietro wasn't having it, telling an honor disciple to get down from his sentimental, young adult movie pose and threatening to report him for bothering a pigeon bro. An honor disciple dropped from the railing and asked if they were at Thomas's house yet, with Pietro confirming they were almost there. Jaiwan pondered who exactly Glory's Thomas was, admitting they didn't know each other very well. A silhouetted figure unsettlingly asked an honor disciple who he was. Jaiwan explained that Thomas was someone who desperately sought validation, even though he wore a mask. The problem, Jaiwan gravely continued, was that he only got that validation after he'd done something suspicious in a dark alley. Pietro smirked, splattered with blood, suggesting a violent encounter. Jaiwan grimly stated that Thomas got validation after he killed the person, as the victim lay lifeless. Pietro violently splashed into the water, amidst a chaotic scene. Pietro interrogated an honor disciple, who reported that Thomas wasn't there, making Pietro comment on how good Thomas was at hiding like a rat. Pietro grimly declared that it was only a matter of time before Thomas died. He then started to voice a new realization. Pietro concluded Thomas was here, which an unseen person immediately questioned. He explained there were traces of a fight, and judging by the blood, it had happened about 10 minutes ago. Pietro further assessed that based on the spilled blood, a finger had been cut off, and it seemed like a very one-sided fight. As he intensified his gaze, Pietro insisted that Thomas was still right there, gesturing towards a hidden area. An honor disciple reacted with shock and confusion. Pietro confronted three silhouetted figures, declaring that they were not Thomas. Holding his bandaged and bloody hand, Pietro asked if they were with Thomas, speculating that he had run away and called for backup. Pietro sarcastically questioned if they thought it was fine to call each other comrades just because they used the same name. Pietro announced the police would arrive soon as the chaotic urban crime scene was already active. Pietro ran, glancing back over his shoulder as he made his escape. Pietro then posed a question about the police's arrival. He sarcastically asked if they'd beg the police to save them, for someone who didn't share his name, as a brutal fight unfolded behind him. Pietro's intense expression implied he intended to act before the police arrived. Ariana reacted with wide-eyed surprise. She cried out, trying to interject with urgency. Suddenly, objects broke and scattered, indicating a swift, destructive impact. An honor disciple gave a command to erase the CCTV footage. A powerful, explosive impact sent debris flying through the air. Pietro delivered a powerful kick, flinging a man through the air as Ariana fell in horror. Ariana expressed utter disbelief and fear as her heart pounded. She recounted the brutal violence she witnessed, saying he threw them around like sofa cushions and ripped them apart like sausages. Ariana questioned if the composed Pietro was truly responsible for the extreme violence and dismemberment she had just described. Terrified, Ariana pleaded with him, explaining their original intention was only to recruit Thomas and that such extreme violence was unnecessary. Ariana, scared and confused, was then asked a question by an unseen speaker. Pietro demanded to know his identity from a terrified Ariana, who retorted that she couldn't possibly know. Ariana's eyes widened in horror and realization, noting his insane gaze, as she tried to form words. Pietro violently grabbed Ariana by the neck, as she cursed him as a crazy bastard. The narration revealed that not long ago, Ariana's senior had told her a story. It was a story about an enemy she absolutely must avoid. Her senior had said that while they always lived facing death, certain people had to be avoided, prompting Ariana to ask who she was talking about. Her senior explained it was a human bordering on death, existing in a realm they could never cross, and you'd know them when you saw their eyes, as Ariana looked terrified. Ariana, desperate, lunged at Pietro with a knife, but he remained unfazed, simply swiping her aside. The narration continued that such a person didn't need to greet death because their eyes were death itself, as Pietro's glowing, menacing eye confirmed. A gruesome splash indicated a violent and messy event had occurred. Jaiwan and an honor disciple observed from a bridge as sirens wailed, indicating heavy police activity below. An honor disciple asked if Inspector Park was there yet, complaining that he was always late, while Jaiwan confirmed it. An honor disciple asked Jaiwan if something happened, and Jaiwan responded by complimenting his hearing. Jaiwan declared they would investigate the crime scene, despite an honor disciple's concerns about the heavy police presence. Jaiwan and an honor disciple boldly jumped from the bridge, making their way toward the police-cordoned area. A police officer warned everyone to leave the crime scene, but an honor disciple tried to stop them. A police officer reacted angrily to the commotion caused by Jaiwan and an honor disciple trying to enter the crime scene. Jaiwan, held back by the police, dismissively called the officers nosy people. A police officer tried to enforce the crime scene perimeter, but Kim Kwangsu interjected calmly. Kim Kwangsu introduced himself as a team leader from the Metropolitan Investigation Unit, saying he stopped by because Inspector Park was late, which Jaiwan nonchalantly confirmed, surprising the police officer. Kim Kwangsu looked confused and questioned Jaiwan about Pietro's presence, asking how he got in, to which Jaiwan replied, "Intel." The police officers were heard discussing Inspector Park's delayed arrival, which Kim Kwangsu had apparently used to his advantage. Kim Kwangsu instructed a police officer to show them around, stating their priority was to find Thomas. A police officer presented the grim crime scene, and Jaiwan reacted with disgust. Kim Kwangsu described the horrific body mutilation, noting he'd never seen anything like it in his 18 years as a detective. Kim Kwangsu expressed bewilderment at how a body part could have traveled so far from the railroad, as a police officer reported a missing leg. Jaiwan offered to examine the scene, implying a different approach. Jaiwan held up a gruesome piece of cloth, causing an honor disciple and Kim Kwangsu to react with visible disgust. Jaiwan and an honor disciple debated whether Thomas was involved, both having differing interpretations of the scene. Jaiwan determined that both Thomas individuals were present, suggesting one of them, Honors Thomas, had caused the gruesome scene while holding up a severed foot. Jaiwan deduced that some victims had tried to avoid conflict, judging by the clean cuts on their fingers. He grimly concluded that the other guy had turned them into absolute slop, and was the only one capable of such savagery. Jaiwan mused that the killer felt like a fighting dog released from its chains, retaliating for decades of being confined. He thought of the killer as a rabid dog, driven by primal instinct to tear apart enemies, as a snarling dog with red eyes was depicted. As Jaiwan contemplated the scene, a police officer discovered a non-human leg, adding another layer of mystery that made Jaiwan question everything. Jaiwan asked an honor disciple if he noticed anything strange about it, and an honor disciple responded that he certainly had. An honor disciple questioned why the person was always alone, prompting Jaiwan to confirm this from a video and to wonder why a twin would be solitary. Jaiwan intensely pondered the mysterious individual's motives and thoughts, frustrated by the unknown. An honor disciple identified the mysterious individual with the glowing red eye as Raphael. Heavy rain began to fall, creating a somber atmosphere. The scene shifted to a sleek, rainy cityscape dominated by two tall, modern buildings. Judas stood under a shelter, smoking a cigarette, observing the rainy city. Jaiwan, smoking, continued to think about suspicious events, starting with human cloning. He questioned why one of the Thomas twins was being hidden, thinking of two robed, silhouetted figures. Jaiwan continued his thoughts, speculating that the other twin was being publicly displayed as if to make an example, as an aggressive masked figure was seen. Jaiwan's eyes widened in surprise, voicing a new, alarming understanding of the situation. Judas, smoking, looked back over his shoulder in the rain. Johann questioned Judas, asking if he was okay and if he had dozed off for a second, but Judas remained silent. Judas then called Nathaniel over for a private conversation, which surprised the man in the brown hooded robe. Johann expressed curiosity and a sense of déjà vu about Judas wanting to speak with Nathaniel privately. Johann recalled a past violent event involving his nephew, as a character cried out in pain and struggled. Johann asked a concerned question, addressing someone as brother. Judas shared his thoughts with the man in the brown hooded robe, asking how the world would react if the soldier Raphael was revealed to be a clone. The man in the brown hooded robe speculated on the negative public reaction from human rights groups, while Judas posed a more personal, what-if, scenario about copying his face. The man in the brown hooded robe reacted with shock and worry to Judas's unsettling suggestion. The man in the brown hooded robe gasped in horror and disbelief, confirming Judas's reason for the private conversation. Jaiwan's internal monologue expressed extreme anger and a threat towards Raphael, stating that hell wouldn't be enough for him if the cloning truth was confirmed. An honor disciple expressed dark delight and fascination, noting how warm his heart was from witnessing the chaos. An honor disciple praised Pietro, marveling at how he looked the same, and claimed to have created him as a masterpiece, even better than Pietro in his prime. Pietro neutrally thanked him, and an honor disciple replied with approval. An honor disciple walked away, remarking on the immense effort it took to hide Pietro and another person within glory, sparking Pietro's curiosity. He questioned Pietro about the difficulty, then dismissed his lack of knowledge, turning to a more philosophical thought about shocking the world. The man gripped a knife, revealing his grand ambition to shock the world and make humanity think about him. He contemptuously dismissed humanity's lack of courage and aversion to innovation while gesturing at a map covered in knives. The man lamented that his great DNA modification technique was unused in collecting dust, shown through rejection letters. With a sinister smirk, the man declared his intention to demonstrate his capabilities to those who had rejected him. The man grinned manically, raising his arms in triumph as he declared his plan to unwrap this gift once the original genome was taken care of. He predicted a global uproar after he unveiled his gift, coinciding with an image of a man being violently struck. The man smirked, asking for agreement on his plan. Pietro stood amidst shadowy figures in a red-hued room, with the terms perfect harmony and bio homunculus displayed. The word rank was displayed, indicating a transition or introduction of a ranking system. Three men in suits, identified as disciple, responded obediently to an unseen boss in an intense, red-lit environment. A screen displayed the profile of Thomas, revealing his code name, affiliation, unknown specialty, and nickname, Perfect Harmony. The elderly woman couldn't believe Thomas, known as a twin, was actually a human created by editing an honor disciple's genome. Jaiwan wondered why they chose Thomas, thinking it would have been simpler to use Senior Bay instead, who agreed but hinted at something more. Senior Bei explained that if Glory started churning out identical people like machines, their whole organization would just self-destruct. Jaiwan, though, didn't get why she was so worried, since they'd seen genome editing before. Jaiwan figured Raphael would be like James the Less's lackeys, but Senior Bei quickly dismissed his simple solution, saying it wouldn't be that easy. Senior Bei looked up, insisting this situation was completely different, and Jaiwan wanted to know why. Senior Bei explained James the Less only spliced animal genes into sick kids for enhancement, but Thomas of Glory was a whole other story. She theorized that if Thomas resembled Pietro and the other disciples so much, they must have edited his genome from the embryonic stage. That meant an almost 100% genetic match with a disciple, so he was basically just born as Pietro. Jaiwan then wondered if this cloning applied to other disciples, but Senior Bei waved off the idea, though Jaiwan clearly still hoped for the best. Suddenly, Jaiwan urgently called out to Senior Bei, telling her to come quickly. A woman with glasses excitedly told Jaiwan she'd found something crazy, as Senior Bei grumbled that nothing could be hidden from him. Jaiwan recognized it as James the Less's research log, and the woman humorously told him to brace himself for what he was about to see. Both Jaiwan and Senior Bei gasped, realizing these were the children Senior Bei had been talking about. This was Thomas of Glory's childhood. Jaiwan, shocked, just wondered why these young ones were involved. He then wondered what kind of harsh lives these children had lived, trapped above so many fallen bodies. It was October 11, 2003. The scientists recorded their 47th successful attempt, splicing Pietro's DNA onto Thomas's base DNA. Thanks to superior genes, the baby showed no side effects, and its cell regeneration was dozens of times faster than in normal humans. It was April 29, 2007. The scientist couldn't believe it, this was nothing like the legends they had experimented on before. The cellular energy was on a level far beyond any human, even a born honor disciple, it was something else entirely. The child showed no abnormalities, incredible strength, and endurance far beyond an adult, all without any training. July 3, 2010, anomaly. The scientist explained this genetic anomaly, proliferating HeLa cells that express telomerase and even controlled cancer. The scientist grimly speculated what would happen if this organism's condition was maintained. It was March 14, 2018. The scientist realized too late that the situation was irreversible. Why won't it work for me? Guards confronted a demanding man in a suit, who indignantly insisted on seeing the boss and threatened them with force. Force, the demanding man thought to himself. The demanding man calmly told them to state their rank, and the guards immediately apologized for not recognizing him. Do-hyun mocked them, asking if they really expected him to care about hierarchy in this modern age. Do-hyun violently dismissed hierarchy, vowing to kill them if they ever met outside, as he effortlessly sent them flying. Park Sang-do smirked, declaring they didn't know their place and challenging them to fight him if they were confident enough. Do-hyun reacted with a surprised, Park Sang-do. Do-hyun, walking away, dismissed the scene, sarcastically defending his excellent employee, Park Sang-do, who was now laid out on the floor. Do-hyun, addressing the boss directly, said he'd ask his questions head-on, to which the boss retorted that he could always ask indirectly too. Park Sang-do, making his case, declared he had risked his life to cut 178 necks. He passionately recounted his difficult past in the honor orphanage, his tireless work for glory, and the 178 lives he took, all at his own peril. Visibly frustrated, Park Sang-do insisted he had proven himself enough and came to make one simple, rude demand. He leaned in close to the shadowy-faced boss and intensely demanded the disciple position. The boss, with a dismissive sigh, told Park Sang-do he simply wasn't at that level yet. Park Sang-do, surprised at first, quickly realized what the boss was implying. Park Sang-do insisted his demand was natural, given his pivotal role in glory, but the boss just chuckled, sensing manipulation. The boss said too many eyes were watching, so he couldn't give Park Sang-do the position, but when Park Sang-do offered to eliminate them, the boss hinted at an easier path. Park Sang-do was confused, asking what the boss was implying. What else? The boss, with a sinister smirk, offered Park Sang-do the disciple position, but only if he killed the masked young boy. Park Sang-do stared in stunned, wide-eyed silence. Park Sang-do, smirking, asked if they really expected him to shove a knife into a kid's belly. He menacingly held a knife to the masked boy's belly, asking, like this? Park Sang-do struck the boy with brutal, violent force. Park Sang-do, utterly confused, wondered why he was told to kill a scarecrow that didn't even resist. The boss calmly noted Park Sang-do's mercilessness, accepting the bleeding boy's fate as nothing more than a bet. Park Sang-do, smirking with dark satisfaction, arrogantly asked which disciple position he would receive, finding the whole thing crazy, but the best. Park Sang-do, brimming with killer confidence, challenged the boss to bring Pietro if he still didn't trust him. Park Sang-do smugly claimed he'd known Pietro a long time, but the boss just sighed, finding his confidence overwhelming. Park Sang-do wondered if even Pietro, dying and returning to life, could pull off what he just did. Park Sang-do was utterly shocked when the supposedly dead boy, glowing red eyes, grabbed his arm. His organs should have been pulled out by now. Park Sang-do reflected on his initial unease, recalling the boy's unusual smell of blood, and wondered what kind of abilities he possessed. He desperately questioned the boy's humanity, wondering why on earth he wouldn't die. Park Sang-do panicked, realizing his arm had suddenly lost all strength. Park Sang-do, wide-eyed and terrified, realized the boy's power was on a completely different dimension. The boss shouted a warning not to kill Park Sang-do, who was violently struggling against the boy. His abilities far exceeded the common sense of biology. The horrified scientist questioned what he had created, wondering why such a thing had come to be. The blood-soaked boy held up a bloodied Raphael, leading to the terrifying question, what had Raphael created? What even is the real thing? The boss wondered. He pointed out how people from all over the world flocked to see a painting like the Mona Lisa. But when you actually went, you couldn't even see it up close, he explained, just thinking, that thing far away is the Mona Lisa. The boss challenged the very nature of authenticity, asking if a painting could still be called a fake after receiving Louvre certification. With arms outstretched, the boss declared himself the real thing, vowing to eliminate anyone or anything that dared to doubt him. A powerful strike shattered the surface. Then, the boss declared, I will finally exist as the real thing. The boss looked ahead with calm resolve. From now on, you will be Thomas, the disciple of glory. The young boy, Thomas, stood barefoot under a stark spotlight. The worried scientist marveled at how Thomas, his own creation, could be such a perfect replica of Pietro. The boss boasted that with Thaddeus and Simon, his Thomases could conquer the world, as Thaddeus wondered, who am I? Thaddeus, looking down in deep thought, wondered if he was Pietro, Thomas, or someone else entirely, or if he even had a name. The boss, with a smirking, unsettling grin, dismissed the idea of individual names, declaring, you're Thomas, he's Thomas, we're all Thomas. The boss simply instructed the boy to grow up exactly like this, a perfect Pietro. The boss, resolute and menacing, declared that from now on, all relics of the old era would be eliminated. A quiet, mysterious urban alleyway stretched into the night. The long-haired man revealed he found traces of the man in the photo inside James the Less's lab. The man with the bear hood indifferently asked if that was the only reason for the visit, claiming he remembered nothing. The man with the bear hood walked away, bluntly saying they shouldn't meet again. The long-haired man had a sudden, sharp realization, it was you. The long-haired man, wide-eyed and furious, accused him of causing a death. Enraged, the long-haired man screamed that the priest was dead. The man with the bear hood frantically denied it, sweat beading on his face. Two bear costume characters scolded the disheveled man with the bear hood for being lazy and sleeping on the street. The bear costume character claimed he'd been sleeping for 10 hours, which the man with the bear hood skeptically denied. The man with the bear hood was surprised when a bear costume character handed him some dropped money, which he quickly claimed was for his hotel. The story continued, starting with Honors Thomas, as the boss looked on with determined confidence. Thomas started off asking if people gamble with their lives, especially if they have family. The word family clearly hit home for Thomas. Then the boss's enforcer asked the group about their duty. And the boss stated their duty was to benefit the nation and its people. But then he wondered who really benefited from all this money. The boss's enforcer then told Thomas he wasn't needed since he'd forgotten his duty. Thomas just thought about family, realizing he was born without one. He believed he would never have a family either, despite all his wealth. Meanwhile, Jaiwan was trying to figure out what kind of person Glory's Thomas was, looking at an HCR-20 report with the woman with glasses. Jaiwan focused hard, processing the info. Jaiwan suddenly yelled for the woman with glasses to go back to the top of the report, making her yelp that he scared her. She showed him the top-secret HCR-20 assessment profile. Jaiwan just looked pensive about it. The woman with glasses explained it was a criminal psychology guideline to predict lethal threats, but Jaiwan didn't get it and asked for an example. So she asked if he knew about Count Dracula, who she called the cutie who drinks blood, from Manhwas. She explained Vlad the Impaler was the archetype, and his posthumous HCR-20 was around 50, unlike a perfect 100 for a retaliatory murderer. But then she said Count Dracula scored 98 across numerous categories, making Jaiwan ask what he actually did. She explained tips meant impaler in Romanian, and she started to describe how he punished those who resisted him. He would impale them on blunt-tipped stakes so they'd die as slowly as possible, sometimes taking days. Even more horrifying, he enjoyed his meals while watching them die. Jaiwan asked if she still found him cute, and she was thoroughly disgusted, so he told her to look at something else. The woman with glasses gasped in shock at what she saw, and Jaiwan revealed it was Glory's Thomas. Thomas's HCR-20 risk assessment was literally immeasurable. Jaiwan thought Thomas's sensation-seeking was maxed out, and this monster was now going to expose himself to the world. He said Raphael had also deduced Thomas was dangerous and cruel, but what he was really worried about was something else. Jaiwan's biggest concern was what he hadn't been able to see yet. He was worried about Thomas's abilities. One of Thomas's targets, an honor disciple, looked terrified, screaming that it wasn't true. Then we cut to Thomas, still on the street, being mocked by a pumpkin costume man and a bear costume man for being lazy, but Thomas had a question for them. Thomas accused the old man of lying about how long he'd been sleeping there. He then picked up some dropped money, telling the old man it was for the hotel. Thomas sighed in frustration and walked away. He was sick of the neighborhood and considered a quiet island village, but realized the gambling stakes would be too low. He thought about Monaco, or other places, concluding he'd done all he could here. Thomas then wondered if the hotel fee he gave the costumed men was enough. Footsteps sounded as he moved on. Suddenly, something violently impacted the alley, and an honor disciple yelled to get him. Footsteps quickly echoed through the alley. The pumpkin costume man and bear costume man ran through the alley, realizing they'd lost their target. The narrative then presented a choice. Thomas, with a gun drawn, asked the pumpkin costume man if his mask would come off after he died, or if he'd take it off himself. Thomas then wondered if they wore those costumes because they were being followed. He then proved his point by yanking off the pumpkin costume man's mask. The alley they were in was a brightly lit, neon-soaked place. So, Thomas asked the man in brown hooded robe and an honor disciple if Raphael had destroyed their base. The man in brown hooded robe was enraged, yelling that he wanted to slice off Thomas's neck just thinking about Father Gabriel. Then the boss's enforcer suddenly appeared, asking Thomas if they could talk for a moment. Thomas just asked, "Now what?" The boss's enforcer explained that a conversation only happens when someone actually listens, implying Thomas wasn't. He concluded their conversation had died a long time ago. An honor disciple, still enraged, threatened the boss's enforcer, but the boss's enforcer calmly told him to look after his pants before swinging his sword. Turns out an honor disciple's pants were down, causing extreme embarrassment, and Thomas just walked away laughing at the chaos. Footsteps sounded as he moved on. Thomas walked casually through a messy alleyway. Thomas just kept smoking, looking ahead. The narration then shifted to Seoul in 1988, talking about how the war-torn country had risen to host the Olympics. It had become a proud host nation, and all of that was due to the strength of its people. But there was a top-secret state mission happening that wouldn't be reported. They were carrying out a major secret mission that no one could know about. At this important national festival, which would decide the nation's future, they had to clean out anyone who was dampening the spirit, as Thomas was shown bleeding and smoking. South Korea had swept all the taekwondo medals, earning gold. Their athletes dedicated their lives to raising the nation's status, and they deserved their rewards. But Thomas, bandaged in a hospital bed, wondered what reward he would get for dealing with endless puppets, with his life at stake. He wondered what if he just died like this. Was being labeled a rebel against the nation, and getting a star on a memorial his reward? Then the boss's enforcer asked if he had finally woken up. The boss's enforcer told Thomas he had a mission to infiltrate the Soviet Union next week, and Thomas just stayed silent. Thomas said he'd do it, but wondered why no one would ask if he was okay after fighting for his life. The boss's enforcer harshly replied that wanting to rely on someone made 1 week, telling Thomas to come out for mass. Despite the brutal words, Thomas quietly thought the boss's enforcer was so cool. Thomas knew this was his vocation and destiny, and he needed to accept it, but he wondered if he'd done so much service, even being born with nothing. Shouldn't he also be rewarded? Then Thomas just said, "Who cares," as money fluttered down around him. He joyfully threw money into the air, laughing and telling everyone to find their freedom since life was about being alone. But then he sighed, noting how fucked up humans were, saying even if you couldn't travel the world. Everyone knew the smell of money, as a crowd of men gathered around him on the money-strewn ground. Meanwhile, at Glory headquarters, the boss's subordinate excitedly reported that Thomas had been located and would be easy to kill, but the boss doubted it. The boss's subordinate was surprised by the boss's doubt, emphasizing that Thomas's fingers weren't just quick, they were incredibly skillful. He explained that the moment Thomas's sensation-seeking kicked in, he became truly dangerous. Quick, focused movements followed. Thomas was already in the thick of it, deflecting multiple attackers in a blur of motion. His opponents believed their attacks worked, but that's exactly what Thomas wanted them to think. Someone just stared, shocked. An assailant was shocked because Thomas had disappeared even after they thought they'd stabbed him. The boss's subordinate explained that Thomas went after their line of sight, making the boss question it. Thomas lured opponents just by moving his gaze, exploiting how a combat-familiar human's body reacts faster than their brain. By the time they realized their mistake, it was already too late because the fight had already ended, with Thomas standing calmly victorious. The boss's subordinate dismissed the idea of reading Thomas's eyes or figuring out his patterns, saying his patterns were infinite, showcasing an overwhelming, unpredictable fighting style. But, he admitted, even masterpieces had flaws, making the boss ask what they were. The boss just smirked. Thomas confidently warned the glory men surrounding him that it didn't matter how many came, telling them to leave while he was still being nice. And then a powerful force sent men flying through the air. The boss then asked if a bomb could kill Thomas, instantly dismissing it, before asking about Thomas's fatal weakness. It was his tunnel vision. The boss explained that when adrenaline kicked in, Thomas's brain focused all his nerves on the danger in front of him, sharpening his central vision. But this also ended up cutting off his peripheral vision, meaning his great abilities didn't cover his back, as Thomas was shown being attacked from behind. Another explosion of force sent more men flying. An opponent yelled that Thomas couldn't defend his back and ordered everyone to surround him. Thomas realized this was a major disadvantage and Raphael had really sharpened his blade for this. An opponent mocked Thomas's past as an honor disciple, calling him old and toothless. The opponent even suggested he call his brothers from the nursing home, clearly angering Thomas. The boss's enforcer's words echoed in Thomas's mind, about how wanting to rely on someone made you weak. Thomas, with a tear in his eye, dismissed honor, saying he never had such a thing from the start. An opponent mocked Thomas's modest last will and warned others not to give him an opening. They ordered an attack from all sides, but Thomas defiantly asked if they really thought he'd die that easily. An opponent noted Thomas was still the same as ever. The opponent then taunted him about being lazy and only living for gambling, which clearly hit a nerve. The opponent declared Thomas was getting beaten by small fry because of it, just as two masked figures appeared in the alley. Someone immediately reacted in shock, wondering who those guys were and how they had just sliced through dozens of men in a second. Thomas looked annoyed, asking why they were there and saying he didn't need help, wanting to save their talk for later. The man in brown hooded robe told Thomas to hurry, saying he felt like his lungs were rotting just breathing the same air as him. Thomas began to ask the masked figures something. He challenged the huge group of approaching men, asking if they could handle them all. Thomas, with his allies now revealed as the brothers from the Honor Nursing Home, stood ready for battle. Judas couldn't believe his ears, asking if he just heard the brothers from the Honor Nursing Home. An Honor disciple confidently challenged the opponents, his whole crew ready for a showdown. That's when Pietro, Judas, and disciple Simon were introduced as the brothers from the Honor Nursing Home, ready for anything. Judas confronted Pietro, wondering how he knew to come and insisted he never asked for help, but Pietro just told him not to get ahead of himself, confirming he wasn't there to assist Judas. Pietro then suggested they talk somewhere more private, away from any prying ears. He just quietly observed the opposing men, confirming his suspicions about them. One of the Honor disciples realized Glory's Thomas wasn't around, which made him question why. Pietro told Simon they needed to hurry, and Simon immediately agreed. Pietro leaped forward, telling Simon that he would be looking after Thomas from now on. Judas reacted, realizing Simon would be looking after Thomas all by himself. Pietro's movements were flashy and energetic, yet still incredibly restrained and controlled. Everyone tried to be like him, but they quickly realized Pietro was already far beyond their reach. He was exactly the Pietro everyone remembered from those legendary times. Judas, however, couldn't shake the feeling that Pietro was in an unusual rush. He knew that kind of haste was completely unlike Pietro. Then Judas sharply called out to an old man. Pietro simply told Judas to get ready, leaving him confused and asking what he meant. But then, a sudden realization hit Judas. Someone called for Simon, and he instantly sprang into action. An explosion rocked the street, scattering debris everywhere. One Honor disciple cursed, realizing it was just a smoke grenade confusing everyone. An Honor disciple yelled that they lost them, but insisted they couldn't have gone far due to their injuries, ordering his men to pursue. The alley was now quiet, the pursuit gone deeper into the night. One of the Honor disciples, pulling down his bandana, thought they had finally lost their pursuers. Judas sarcastically told Pietro that he'd lost his edge from all the gambling, even asking if he'd gotten his arm cut off for it, which Pietro admitted strangely pissed him off. Judas revealed he knew he was just bait, and that the small fries were sent to capture Pietro if he showed up. An Honor disciple asked Judas why he let himself get stabbed by small fries, which Judas dismissed, while Pietro calmly asked Simon to find a first aid kit. An Honor disciple explained they came to see Pietro because they had something important to tell him, which Pietro already expected. Pietro's sharp gaze showed he was fully focused on what was next. Pietro told them to speak, his hand mysteriously glowing with dark energy. Pietro confronted a terrified honor disciple who apologized profusely, claiming he'd mistaken Pietro for someone else in Thomas's party. Pietro calmly said he understood, given it was the man's first time seeing him. Pietro offered him a chance to live, and the terrified man instantly agreed to do anything. Pietro then asked the man, "Who am I?" as a test. The sweating man stumbled through an answer, praising Pietro's abilities, but Pietro simply said, "Wrong." Pietro crushed the man's face with dark energy, coldly remarking, "What a shame. That was his one chance to live, and he'd utterly failed." Pietro stood amidst the carnage, dropping one more body to the ground. The dead man's words echoed in Pietro's mind, about mistaking him for someone else who looked just like him in Thomas's party. Pietro processed the words, wondering if someone else actually looked like him. His sharp senses immediately picked up the strong smell of blood. Then Pietro spotted an old man, Char, sitting among the bodies, immediately realizing he was a witness. Char calmly explained that he always used this alley, and today just seemed to be his unlucky day. Pietro's thoughts turned cold. Even if Char was blind, he could still remember his voice and smell, and witnesses had to be eliminated. But then Char surprised Pietro by saying he was actually waiting for him. Char confessed he didn't have the courage to kill himself and had hoped alcohol would do it, but now Pietro was here. Char, who couldn't see, explained that he differentiated people by their voices, but with Pietro, it was different. He told Pietro his voice was empty, full of hesitation, like someone lost and not knowing who they were. Char revealed he once felt the same way, questioning why he was even born. Char's words clearly hit Pietro hard, making him silently question his own identity and purpose. Char said he gave up trying to figure it out, but urged Pietro, who was still young, to keep thinking hard about it before he died. As Pietro prepared for a final blow, Char's last wish was for some nice alcohol. A knife was left impaled in the grimy alley ground. Pietro confirmed the witness had been eliminated. He then declared there were no witnesses left and ordered a cleanup of the grim scene. But Char remained, sitting amidst the dead and looking blankly at the carnage around him. After taking care of things, Pietro demanded they tell him everything. Simon argued that Pietro wasn't doing this for free after decades of no contact, and when Judas urged them to get to the point, Pietro agreed, saying he had a request since they had taken something from him. Simon examined the envelope, noting that it was quite thick. An honor disciple angrily argued that he wouldn't join them just for money, telling his brother that bastard wasn't worth helping. Judas's eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. He then revealed it was about a smuggling ship leaving tonight. Pietro then began talking about Raphael, his expression grim. Pietro explained that Raphael was doing dangerous things that could lead the world to ruin, as a younger Raphael was seen agonizing in an experiment. Pietro added that he was eliminating all the risk factors for Raphael's plan, but one of them was proving difficult. He revealed his plan was to eliminate everyone involved. Pietro warned disciple Simon that Raphael would eventually come for him, advising him to live without drawing attention. Disciple Simon listened intently, deep in thought. So Pietro simply told him to leave. Meanwhile, Judas sat alone in the quiet bar, looking at his phone. The vast night sky was filled with countless stars. A serene harbor at night lay beneath the city lights. Pietro told someone they didn't need to act like their death was imminent. Char offered Pietro a drink, saying everyone on the ship had a story and that tomorrow would be a new beginning. A small boat drifted peacefully under the vast, starry night. Judas was still deep in thought, smoking silently. Thomas was surrounded by money, drinks, and snacks, seemingly counting his winnings from a duffel bag. Thomas gravely told someone they were already corrupt if they couldn't resist temptation. When a man with a ponytail joked about the money being from gamblers, Thomas sternly told Simon to be quiet, and he complied. He admitted he honestly already felt it coming. He knew he couldn't go back to his old self after taking a bite out of the forbidden apple. Back in 2003, someone asked how much longer he was going to waste his life away. He pointed out the killer view from the window, then questioned why the man's house was such a mess despite it. He wondered if it was poverty in the midst of abundance, then asked why the man was there and how he even knew where to find him. The honored disciple urged him to listen, promising an interesting thing that would excite him, and Raphael knew this well. He whispered, asking if the man wanted to listen, knowing full well he was weak against such things. "Guess," someone challenged, as the scene shifted to a large industrial complex. The boss's enforcer presented two identical young boys, asking which one was real, which only confused his interlocutor who stated they were twins. The boss's enforcer chillingly revealed he had cloned him, just like Dolly the sheep. The boss's enforcer explained they injected and edited Pietro's genes into a newborn or an egg, calling the result amazing, despite someone finding it annoying and asking what it had to do with them. The boss's enforcer gleefully imagined how much fun it would be to have many humans with Pietro's genes. The boss's enforcer said it gave him a dopamine hit just thinking about it, while the man listened silently. The man angrily told the boss's enforcer to shut up and get lost, never to contact him again. The boss's enforcer, with a predatory look, told him not to deny himself, saying he was usually weak. He then whispered into the man's ear, reminding him of his weakness against these things. It hurt him because everything the enforcer said was true. Compared to Pietro, who was conservative and stagnant, the stimulation Raphael provided was enterprising and aggressive. This kind of stimulation was incredibly difficult to push away. But at the time, he didn't foresee the immense danger it would bring later on. It was 2009 when the boss's enforcer proudly introduced Number 1. The boss's enforcer presented a young boy to Pietro, calling him Number 1, your son, and explaining that Pietro would be their sketchbook for more clones. By 2013, the boss's enforcer was already calling his work amazing. The boss's enforcer, calling it a masterpiece, introduced a clone that looked just like young Pietro to Father Gabriel. Father Gabriel called out to Raphael, who calmly agreed to spare him some time. But then Father Gabriel furiously struck Raphael, yelling that he'd gone completely insane and asking what he'd done. Raphael calmly replied that he'd done good deeds, leaving Father Gabriel shocked. Raphael elaborated, defining his good deeds as actions that benefited the world and could fill their bellies. Father Gabriel was left utterly horrified and speechless by Raphael's words. Pietro, kneeling in a confession booth, confessed his grave sins, blaming his own arrogance and begging for mercy on this foolish lamb. Pietro then directly addressed Raphael, saying he didn't have the right to be there and planned to stop everything, apologizing for his foolishness that made Raphael grow up wrong. He declared his unwavering commitment, even if it meant his death or rebirth. Pietro, in anguish, vowed he would pay for his sins. Raphael, standing nearby, wondered why the confession was taking so long. But then a look of pure shock spread across Raphael's face. The boss's enforcer stood over the struggling priest, who had been stabbed, saying he'd already told him someone was better than Pietro. Raphael reflected, wondering why he didn't stop him before, realizing he must have been scared. He admitted his fear of this child, created because of him, and knew they would hold him responsible, so he had fled to avoid backlash. Then Judas, with a serious expression, began to speak. He told someone he didn't know their grudge against Pietro, but warned them not to do anything they'd regret, asking if they remembered the 1988 Olympics. He reminded Simon of when he had returned half dead. Disciple Simon angrily asked why Judas was bringing up the past, but Judas sharply told him to shut up and listen about when he was unconscious for a week. Judas revealed that the person who changed the towel on his head every day and night was none other than Brother Pietro. And, he added, the person who prayed for him to wake up every single day and night. That person was also Brother Pietro. Pietro had asked Judas not to tell Simon, fearing trouble if he found out, and then Judas responded to Simon that he was coming. Judas looked away, deep in thought after the heavy conversation. Someone then asked Simon where the glasses he took were. Simon frantically searched for the lost glasses, as the man with the ponytail yelled that they were expensive, leading to a bickering match. Thomas calmly asked his brother to continue, completely unfazed by the ponytail man's angry outburst. Thomas explained that Thomas killed opponents as he pleased, and Raphael would keep producing more like him, which was a huge problem. To stop them, Thomas said they needed to find the production facility, but they currently didn't know where it was. The ponytail man and disciple Simon both admitted they didn't know either, frustrating the ponytail man, who wondered why only one of them annoyed him when they said the same thing. Thomas then urged them to listen, emphasizing that time was of the essence. He revealed he had identified 1,285 potential factories big enough to be disguised, but it would take far too long to search all of them. As Thomas began to explain his plan, disciple Simon loudly interrupted him with a triumphant shout that he found his glasses. The ponytail man was utterly confused, wondering why the glasses had grown legs, while a woman shouted at him for saying ridiculous things, then stopped Jaiwan from looking. Thomas's eyes widened in intense shock, calling out Simon's name in disbelief. Thomas, with a sinister smirk, told Simon to go and die. Pietro griped that Simon would still be loud even 6 feet under, asking why he didn't leave on the ship, but Simon replied he had severe seasickness, so Pietro yelled for Thomas to get out of there immediately. Pietro, with a menacing smile, quoted, "In unity there is strength," adding that parents are the center of a family, and then asked what happens to them when their children do something wrong. He concluded that parents should bash the hell out of them. Thomas then addressed Pietro as his biological father, asserting that Pietro must surely know who he was. Pietro reacted with disgust, asking what he was saying and calling the idea of a tearful father-son reunion after 20 years disgusting. Thomas, with a chilling smile, said he had always wanted to tell Pietro something since he was young, and today he finally could. He declared his long-held desire was to kill him. Philip thought it was completely insane, wondering what Thomas was doing all this for. He was still questioning why, moving quickly through a chaotic scene. Philip watched Thomas train intensely, noting his infinite stamina, recovery, and energy efficiency, which was hundreds of times more explosive than a normal human's. What was truly terrifying was that Thomas was risking his life during this training. He saw Thomas consistently using something powerful to break and endure obstacles. Thomas was training in high-pressure steam at 230 degrees Celsius, a temperature capable of melting a human body. Philip realized this was just a contest to see who would die first. He had a dawning realization about the incredible power that made all of Thomas's actions possible. Meanwhile, Thomas looked menacingly at Pietro, his biological father, and declared that he had always wanted to kill him. A terrified and honored disciple asked Thomas why he was acting like this, but Thomas just smirked. Thomas responded that he got more excited the scarier things became. He then revealed he'd connected to the camera on the glasses Pietro had taken, indicating he was watching something. In a tense industrial area, a woman with glasses wondered how Thomas found out Pietro's location, while another man urged them to find the factory where Thomas was, then suddenly paused. The woman with glasses expressed frustration because the factory's location wasn't showing up, even with help. The man then proposed narrowing down the search to non-operating factories with low power consumption and underground space, which the woman instantly called a genius idea. She quickly found 2 potential factory locations but expressed surprise and uncertainty. The team quickly mobilized, with Jaiwan and disciple Simon getting ready to head to one factory near Hongdae, while the others continued tracking the location. Philip felt a bad feeling as he put on his helmet. He prepared to depart on his motorcycle, stating he would be there soon. Jaiwan sped through the neon-lit city on his motorcycle, shouting a warning to Thomas not to go through with his plan. Inside an industrial area, footsteps and a clang indicated activity. Thomas and Pietro stood facing each other in the large, dimly lit factory room. Philip questioned whether Pietro was trying to hide his identity or just showing off. He reflected on Pietro's intense bloodlust and how his genetic heritage would shape Thomas's nature. Philip smirked as he formed a plan or decision in his mind. Thomas confronted Pietro, taunting him that their father hated opponents who hesitated or played hard to get in a fight. He then leaped through the air, throwing cards at Pietro while finishing his taunt. Pietro swiftly moved, possibly dodging, and sarcastically commented on Thomas's dad joke. He then intensified his stare, expressing his utter disgust. Pietro and Thomas clashed in a rapid, explosive exchange of blows. Thomas, surprised, wondered about Pietro's reaction during the fight. He noticed Pietro smirking down at him. Pietro menacingly declared that he would split Thomas's face into 4 pieces. Thomas reacted with intense shock and bewilderment. A motorcycle sped rapidly down the road. Philip, riding his motorcycle, expressed frustration at Thomas's reckless behavior, then wondered about something he didn't understand. Jaiwan questioned if Thomas was just impersonating Pietro, but Philip firmly disagreed as another loud impact echoed. Philip reflected on Thomas, who claimed to kill on a whim. He observed others tending to an injured man, realizing Thomas always left something specific behind. Philip realized Thomas always left fingerprints, which was unusual for a killer who was so meticulous. An honored disciple wondered if Thomas was seeking validation, despite wearing a mask, since most show-off killers leave provocative evidence. Philip pondered why Thomas hid everything that could serve as a definitive trace. Philip voiced his apprehension, stating he had a bad feeling. Jaiwan urgently asked Philip what was wrong. Philip tried to explain the fight between Thomas and Pietro, but Jaiwan struggled to convey it. The woman with glasses shouted in panic, demanding a proper explanation as Thomas was getting beaten. Jaiwan reported that Thomas was getting his ass kicked. He added that Thomas's attacks were completely ineffective. Jaiwan questioned if Thomas was fighting like he did in his game, as Pietro continued his assault. Thomas internally affirmed that he still possessed his skills. Philip wondered if Thomas was tapping into the skill of his prime. Blood splattered on the ground as Thomas called out. Thomas asserted his continued experience and dismissed Pietro's plans, stating he'd spent decades gambling after quitting fighting. He then reflected on Pietro's recent behavior, realizing something specific. Thomas noticed Pietro smirking, sensing it was something different than mere sensation-seeking. He questioned his own perception, wondering if he'd gotten old because Pietro hadn't reacted as expected. Thomas thought Pietro should have collapsed by now, but Pietro remained defiant with a glowing red eye. Thomas stated, "I told you." He declared his actions were useless as Pietro was struck with immense force. Objects and debris exploded outwards from the impact. Thomas exhaled, acknowledging the situation. Thomas expressed disbelief, stating he couldn't have been wrong and that he had aimed accurately at Pietro's vital points, wondering if vital points were different for humans from the 80s. He sarcastically asked if Pietro was joining in on the jokes now, implying Pietro's invulnerability as cards floated around him. Thomas internally questioned why Pietro wasn't spraying blood despite being hit in the carotid artery, wondering if he was fighting an immortal. He watched Pietro attack, still asking himself if he was fighting an immortal. Thomas pondered Pietro's impossible resilience, noting that his ligaments should have been severed. He realized Pietro had been doing nothing but evading, forcing Thomas to get close to land a real attack. Thomas questioned Pietro's defensive strategy, knowing he possessed fighting skills. Thomas had a sudden, dramatic realization. The woman with glasses shouted in frustration and anger, questioning why Thomas wasn't finishing the fight quickly and urging him to cut that bastard's head off. An honored disciple tried to explain, but the woman, confused, demanded a clearer answer. The disciple stated Pietro never attacked first, which Jaiwan found illogical and unacceptable in a fight. Philip internally questioned Pietro's strategy of never attacking first in a life-or-death fight. Philip suddenly exclaimed that Pietro had been waiting on purpose, surprising Jaiwan. Philip connected the dots, understanding Pietro's rapid recovery and sensation-seeking stemmed from infinite cellular proliferation, linking it to Thomas's genes. He explained the Hela cell as a dream cell for abnormal healing, but impossible for a normal human due to immense strain. Philip's thoughts continued, detailing how a normal human body wouldn't last minutes under such strain. He realized Thomas was in immense danger, facing a being with infinitely regenerating cells, as Pietro reached out with a mutated arm. Thomas made a sudden, decisive movement with his hand in his pocket. He then revealed to Pietro that he had run out of his playing cards. Pietro questioned Thomas's lack of a weapon, sarcastically asking if he was giving charity or had a VIP card. Pietro then prepared to use a knife, responding sarcastically and hinting at a violent outcome. He declared the knife was for Thomas's funeral expenses, which Thomas accepted as making the fight worthwhile. Thomas reacted with surprise, observing Pietro's actions. He realized Pietro was intentionally giving him a weapon, and a superior knife at that. Thomas warned Pietro not to regret his actions, questioning his sudden display of respect. Pietro clarified his actions, stating they stemmed from pity, not respect, as his knife gleamed. Thomas taunted Pietro about his wordplay, asking if his dear son was finally relaxing. Thomas and Pietro engaged in a fierce knife fight, their blades clashing. Thomas internally acknowledged Pietro's unexpected skill and the lethal danger of his knife. He lunged at Pietro with his knife, revealing his long anticipation for this fight. Pietro reacted with shock, realizing something unusual about the knife Thomas was holding. A sleek, metallic folding knife was shown in close-up. Thomas tried to grab Pietro, who evaded, and Pietro realized Thomas had deliberately let go of his knife. Thomas questioned Pietro's evasiveness, then delivered a cryptic warning about the 360 joints in his body. Thomas grabbed Pietro's arm, clarifying his warning about his joints. Thomas attacked Pietro, ensnaring him with red, glowing energy or strings. The woman with glasses shouted in excitement and anger, realizing Thomas's tactical trap and urging him to finish Pietro. She then, with a confused smile, questioned if their Thomas had won. Philip explained the concept of adrenaline overdrive and identified Thomas's true weapon. Thomas continued his intense attack on Pietro. Pietro thought in agony, realizing his joints were dislocated and questioning the absurdity of the situation. Pietro reacted with shock, gasping out, "What?" In complete shock, Pietro questioned what he was witnessing. Pietro walked towards the injured Thomas, recalling a quote about weapon mastery: a third-rate used blades, a second-rate mastered all weapons, and a first-rate used everything in the world as a weapon. He then addressed Thomas, implying Thomas lacked complete understanding. Pietro continued, describing a being far above the first-rate, a pinnacle that becomes a weapon themselves. Pietro dramatically ripped his shirt open, revealing a mutated, blood-red arm, declaring himself a living weapon. Thomas internally analyzed Pietro's body and his ability to recover from countless wounds, noting the lack of normal pain reflexes. He observed Pietro's complete lack of flinching, even when attacked, confirming his extraordinary resilience. Thomas concluded that Pietro felt no pain, had monstrous recovery, and was essentially unkillable. He mentally labeled Pietro as being like a zombie. Thomas realized Pietro's immense strength came not just from genetics, but from destroying and regenerating his own flesh. Thomas, with a smirk, offered Pietro a chance to live. Pietro demanded an answer from Thomas, asking him to identify who he was. Thomas, injured on the floor, sarcastically responded to Pietro's question, then agreed to answer. Thomas smiled as he identified Pietro as Glory's Thomas, a powerful and notorious disciple. Pietro looked down, rejecting the label of fake and stating his intent to become the real one from that moment forward. Pietro declared himself the real one as he lunged to attack Thomas. Thomas reacted with surprise to Pietro's sudden attack. Thomas mocked Pietro for hiding his true abilities or identity, implying he finally saw Pietro's real nature. He then addressed the defeated Thomas, acknowledging his presence after a long time. Ariana freaked out, screaming about them being insane. She furiously typed, revealing they'd hidden a soldier manufacturing hub. The facility was hidden deep underground in Hongdae, Seoul, during a lively festival. Ariana was clearly worried, wondering what the psycho Raphael was even thinking and warning everyone to be careful. She still couldn't believe what the Glory Thomas or Tomato Bastard would do next. An honor disciple, however, thought calling a Glory disciple a tomato was a no-go. He then casually kicked a guy, sarcastically apologizing to Thomas for using the tomato slur. His glasses askew, he looked genuinely surprised by something. In his head, he noted Thomas looked exactly like Bro Sungu, but was still annoying despite joining honor. Thomas then grilled an honor disciple about his twin brother, asking why he wanted to know. The narration hinted at a powerful, impending event. An honor disciple then warned his opponents before unleashing a heaven-topping kick. The impact sent debris flying everywhere, creating a massive shockwave. Thomas's eyes went wide, completely blindsided. It was a flurry of 100 instant blows. Thomas went on the offensive, attacking in a blur while an honor disciple expertly dodged. Another man observed, realizing Thomas couldn't keep up with Thaddeus's incredible speed. Thomas was overwhelmed by red energy attacks, as someone wondered if this was the beloved Thomas Raphael made. The ongoing fight was causing massive destruction, with objects scattering violently. An honor disciple smirked, clearly enjoying the fight and feeling great about it. A massive cloud of dust filled the air after a powerful impact. An honor disciple warned someone not to push themselves too much. He stood over a defeated opponent, telling him his bones were crushed and he wouldn't be able to get up. But then an honor disciple looked absolutely shocked, realizing something impossible had just happened. He had clearly broken all of his opponent's bones. Yet Thomas, despite his grotesque injuries, lunged forward with a knife. An honor disciple, bewildered, couldn't fathom how Thomas was still fighting after his bones were supposedly shattered. He then looked to the side, a sudden realization dawning on him. He had a sinking feeling. Thomas lunged again, his arm horrifically mutated, making an honor disciple question his very humanity. An honor disciple smirked, finding the situation unexpectedly fascinating. He was still processing the strangeness of it all. Thomas and an honor disciple clashed, creating a powerful impact that shook the room. Thaddeus calmly remarked that the chaotic situation was quite the housewarming. A profile identified Thomas as the Glory Club's seventh disciple, with an unknown specialty, perfect harmony. Thaddeus asked Thomas where he had been hiding all this time, and Thomas casually replied he had just emerged. Thaddeus challenged Thomas, implying he was a twin and should show his face. Thomas replied that he always wanted to show his face to Thaddeus. Thaddeus, curious, asked what Thomas meant by that. Thomas only smirked, promising Thaddeus would know when the time came. Someone called out to Thaddeus. Another man, holding a wounded comrade, urged Thaddeus that they didn't have time for this. He emphasized the wounded man's severe injuries and importance, needing to move him first. Thomas calmly checked his smartwatch. He announced it was finally time, regretting he couldn't play longer, prompting Thaddeus to question what time he meant. Thomas simply commanded someone to come out. Thaddeus and another man looked up, shocked by something unseen above them. Another group questioned if anyone could actually stop them. Thomas pondered, admitting he didn't know for sure. But then Thomas asserted, "They can," startling Thaddeus. Thaddeus's eyes widened in shock and recognition. A massive explosion rocked the area. Two figures stood silhouetted against dust and debris, with blood staining the ground. The two men discussed the horrifying sight, questioning who could create humans that explode. One man asked in disbelief if they truly self-explode. Thaddeus reported to Sungu Bro that the Glory guys had fled. He checked on Thomas, who was critically injured but still breathing, and ordered him to be moved. Another man warned Thaddeus, sensing something bad was coming as the opponents headed towards the main street. He had a premonition that a plan was already in motion. Peter, determined, acknowledged the warning, saying he'd see them soon and they would also search. A motorcycle will squealed as it moved through the street. Onlookers mistook the motorcyclists for cool, John Woo-chi cosplay at a festival. People in the festive street wondered if there was a special event or festival happening. Thaddeus realized Thomas knew the honor disciples were present, implying Thomas would act on that knowledge. Thaddeus and the long-haired man sensed trouble with Raphael's involvement and urged everyone to move quickly. The bustling city street was packed with people enjoying the night. Raphael and Thomas discussed Pietro, with Raphael declaring the situation perfect, piquing Thomas's curiosity. Raphael, with a determined glint in his eye, said it was the perfect time to start their event. Thomas reacted with surprised excitement, eager to begin. Raphael explained that Pietro was a future obstacle, currently hiding within the crowds below. Peter, with a grim expression, admitted he had been playing nice until now. Someone in the crowd wondered where Glory Thomas had gone. People scattered to search for Thomas, announcing their various search locations. Jaiwan requested drone support, noting their target's unusual and dangerous tendencies. He emphasized the increased danger of their target in a crowded area. Thaddeus snapped, clearly annoyed and telling someone to stop. Judas forced something on a struggling woman, who fiercely threatened to report him. Thaddeus sniffed the air, identifying the pungent smell of drugs. Heavy footsteps approached, entering the scene. Judas, startled, defensively denied having any drugs. Thaddeus calmly walked in, observing Judas's aggressive stance and noting it was perfect for exploding. Judas, brandishing a knife, dismissed Thaddeus's potential identity, but Thaddeus calmly told him to put the weapon down. The woman's eyes widened in horror, realizing someone had been stabbed but was still fine. Thaddeus effortlessly held Judas by the neck, who, despite having a knife impaled in his back, still struggled fiercely. Thomas called out to Thaddeus, telling him about dangerous individuals he suspected Raphael had created. He described them as human-like, but disturbingly not alive. Then, an explosion. A woman screamed in terror, covered in the gory aftermath. A loud, piercing scream echoed through the city night. Thaddeus informed Peter about an explosion near the university, but Peter already knew and sensed a larger problem. Peter stated this wouldn't be the only explosion, and he couldn't reveal his identity to act. He understood that forcing him to reveal himself was exactly what Raphael wanted. Jaiwan urgently called out, "Teacher," to Peter, who calmly asked what was wrong. Jaiwan told Peter to look at the electronic billboard, catching Peter off guard. Peter reacted with shock and alarm at what he saw on the screen. A crowd gathered below, watching an explosion image on the billboard and questioning its reality. Thomas's face contorted in a burst of rage. The billboard displayed a grim countdown, 2 hours, 99/100, causing panic and desperate calls to report it. Onlookers screamed and fled in terror, while Thomas and Raphael calmly watched the chaos unfold from above. Peter looked on, his face etched with serious concern. The boss introduced his son, number 1, to a subordinate who saw him as a sketchbook for Peter. The boss then praised a man for perfectly replicating Peter's appearance and abilities, calling him a masterpiece. His subordinate boasted that there was nothing better than this creation. Peter's face was shadowed, revealing only a grim, serious expression. The boss, overlooking the city, ordered Thomas to neutralize the bombs and establish Glory as the heroes. He looked confused by the public's strange indifference to the terrorist attack. The boss was dismayed as the crowd dismissed the billboard's warning as part of a fucking real Halloween event. Enraged, the boss demanded his subordinate release the human bombs, but learned Thomas's radio was off. His subordinate confirmed Thomas's radio connection had suddenly been lost. The boss questioned the extreme lengths his enemies were going to, while Thaddeus warned Peter that acting now would only put him in danger. Peter's eyes narrowed, showing intense focus and resolve. The boss sensed a deeper, hidden reason behind everything happening. The boss's enforcer expressed disbelief at an unsettling realization. Thomas questioned if their plan was safe, but Peter declared he needed to confront the boss and prove he was the real one. Peter grimly vowed to skin Pietro, if necessary, to prove his true identity. An honored disciple exclaimed about the overwhelming number of people in the street. The long-haired man asked if he should use a megaphone to evacuate the citizens, addressing someone as teacher. Thaddeus declared his intention to storm Glory and destroy it. Thaddeus considered drawing attention to them, but Peter instantly dismissed the idea. Peter explained that their enemies were not easily provoked, having released 100 killer bombs into Hongdae. He continued, revealing that those 100 bombs were set to explode in an hour in a street packed with 20,000 people. Multiple explosions rocked the city, confirming the terrifying bomb game was well underway. Raphael calmly stated that Peter couldn't act without risking everyone's lives. Raphael then announced his determined intention, to kill Pietro. Jaiwan and Ariana panicked about the bombs and Hongdae's size, but Peter calmly tried to reassure Jaiwan. Thomas, with a taunting smirk, questioned if his opponent had anticipated this move. He continued his taunt, challenging their assumptions. Thomas confidently finished his challenge, revealing his face with a smirk. A chilling countdown displayed, time remaining 1 hour 53 minutes. Just an hour and 51 minutes remained on the clock. After that, the crowded streets of Hongdae, with over 200,000 people, were set to turn into a nightmare. The whole city would just become a living hell. Raphael, holding a mask to Thomas's face, wondered if Thomas really thought he couldn't pull it off. He then dared Thomas, asking if he truly believed Raphael couldn't do it. Then a massive explosion ripped through the air. Villagers in the street freaked out, seeing the explosion on a billboard right in front of them, wondering if it was actually happening. But others dismissed it, convinced it was just a super-realistic game or advanced tech, missing the real danger. Meanwhile, a woman with glasses in a control room clicked away, frustrated that the perpetrator kept setting off bombs, while the public remained oblivious to the real attacks. The whole point of this, the narration revealed, was for Raphael to make Glory into a hero using the bombings, but the real mystery was why there were no visible victims. Our boy Peter realized this was an opportunity he could totally take advantage of. The narration sensed a rift forming between some characters as Jaiwan was instructed to prepare for urgent tasks. Thomas, from his control room, watched the chaos unfold, wondering how Pietro would handle the situation. He ominously hinted that Pietro had no idea what was actually waiting for him at the end. A casual bystander even commented on the explosions, enjoying the spectacle as if it were part of the Halloween decorations. Peter, looking worried, figured the real Pietro must have realized this wasn't a game, while an honored disciple asked if Peter would be okay, even as bystanders kept snapping photos. The disciple warned Peter that the boss wouldn't let him off easy, especially since he looked just like the old Pietro. But Peter, with a determined smirk, declared that was exactly why he had to find and kill the real Pietro, completely baffling the disciple. The honored disciple then noticed something unexpected on an electronic billboard and asked Peter if it was part of their plan. The billboard was broadcasting an urgent evacuation warning, telling citizens that this was the next elimination zone. The honored disciple immediately urged everyone to move, reacting to the sudden warning. Peter, with a knowing smirk, identified the source of the evacuation message as the real Pietro. The woman with glasses barked orders to track the billboard's location and surround the real Pietro, while Peter and the honored disciple plunged into action. The woman with glasses explained her brilliant strategy: since the villains wanted hostages, forcing them to come to her was the perfect plan. Thomas, still masked, sprinted urgently through the bustling street. Meanwhile, a grimy, deserted alleyway led into a dark underpass. A B-rank worker for the Workers' Organization was overjoyed, finally getting to meet the legend everyone in their industry revered. He confidently greeted Peter, mistaking him for the original Pietro, while the other men in suits looked on confused. Peter, cool and casual in his mask, simply leaned against a wall and sarcastically said he was just an ordinary citizen enjoying the festival. Peter, still speaking to someone unseen, initially expressed surprise about an arrival, then dismissed the need for reinforcements, and finally asked why. The B-rank worker was confused, wondering if Peter was delaying because he was the protagonist, especially when Peter asked about Glory's Thomas. The man wondered if Thomas had chickened out, but quickly dismissed the thought, knowing Thomas would have wanted to devour this opportunity. He then realized the real Pietro had lured Thomas to the underpass, anticipating the whole thing would be broadcast worldwide via microcameras on the killers. A small red light glowed from a man's tie, revealing a hidden microcamera. A man with a knife ominously promised to film every detail of the target, hinting at darker intentions. Peter revealed that these men weren't here to fight him, they were modified humans designed to explode. The man explained the plot: the original Pietro would be framed for the explosion, then killed by Thomas and his men, clearing the way for Glory. And Raphael, with a sinister smirk, declared he would then become the hero. Back in the control room, the boss's subordinate nervously told the boss that the situation was getting weird. The men on screen weren't attacking Peter, which utterly surprised the boss's enforcer. The boss, furious, grabbed his subordinate and demanded to know why they weren't attacking, ordering them to charge immediately. The B-rank worker admitted he was fully prepared, thinking the game would end without a fight, but realized he couldn't have imagined facing Peter directly. His clenched fist trembled with fear or extreme tension. He felt completely paralyzed, unable to move his body in front of Peter's imposing figure. Even the sensation-seeking individuals behind him, usually immune to fear, were sensing something off. He realized Peter's presence was so overwhelming it instinctively terrified even those who sought out danger. The man's face was covered in sweat, a clear sign of his anxiety. He continued to show his unease, sweating profusely. The long-haired man's eye was wide with extreme terror. The man compared Peter to a landmine, but realized Peter was beyond common sense. He could cut off consciousness before an explosion even happened, moving too fast for anyone to react. This man, Peter, truly existed outside the bounds of normal human understanding. Then a powerful force blasted out from the underpass entrance. Peter stood victorious and unharmed in the grimy underpass, surrounded by many defeated opponents, with his heavy breaths echoing the recent exertion. Peter admitted he genuinely couldn't understand the situation, no matter how much he thought about it. He spoke to a defeated opponent, lamenting that they could have remained a legend if they'd just stayed, but now they were hunted and had lost everything. Peter, holding a gun over the defeated, mocked the miserable fate of a legend whose life was now under threat. He continued to express his confusion, wondering why Thomas wasn't dead, despite being monitored by thousands of eyes. Peter questioned how Thomas could still be alive and untraceable, finding the whole situation illogical even for the real Pietro. As he walked away, Peter confidently declared that even with tens of thousands of eyes, they would never find him. He then asked a rhetorical question to a bloodied, defeated man, implying a significant reveal was coming. Peter, slyly masked, began to reveal the true status of the Pietro they were searching for. The woman with glasses gasped, shocked and demanding to know why Senior was suddenly revealing his identity. The boss, enraged, bellowed for Peter to rip off the disgusting mask and expose his face to the entire world. A confused and sweating man, bloodied near his nose, asked Peter if he was the real Pietro. Peter, shrouded in shadow, smoked a cigarette and held a camera-like device, proclaiming his ability to see everything while remaining unseen. Suddenly, a man off-screen exclaimed in confusion, wondering why he couldn't see anything through the static. A man and woman frantically checked their equipment, baffled that they couldn't see anything despite everything appearing to be in working order. The boss, eyes glowing red, furiously demanded answers from B-rank about Pietro's actions, ordering him to expose Pietro as a terrorist. Peter calmly revealed that they couldn't see anything because he had simply covered the camera lens. Holding a gun to the defeated man's head, Peter explained to Raphael of Glory Club that he would, kindly, explain everything. Peter detailed Raphael's plan to make Glory a hero by creating a dramatic villain, then highlighted Raphael's current, dire predicament. Still holding the gun, Peter explained how he had thought through the situation, even considering Raphael's, kind explanation, tone. He had wondered if he was being filmed by hidden body cameras, and so he had simply allowed himself to be filmed. Peter, with a smug look, directly challenged Raphael, stating he had figured out all of his hideous ambitions and asked what he would do next. Raphael let out an enraged curse, while the boss's voice boomed, calling for Thomas. The boss furiously demanded his Thomas units to catch and kill Peter immediately, expressing deep disappointment in Raphael. Peter criticized the boss for numbering his precious children, unlike Father Gabriel who gave names to orphans, further enraging the boss who declared them his property. As Peter walked away, the boss defiantly asserted that it was his choice how he treated them. The boss, frustrated, tried to contact Thomas, but his nervous subordinate explained there was a problem. The subordinate, his masked face etched with worry, reported that Thomas had cut off all communications. Peter took another step, a subtle shift in his determined stride. An honored disciple, excited, celebrated Raphael's plan failing and suggested slowly evacuating citizens, but Peter quickly interrupted him. Peter realized that Glory's Thomas had been listening to his conversation with Raphael, giving him a really bad feeling. Peter's worried eye reflected his growing apprehension. An abandoned, dimly lit bowling alley lay deserted, hinting at a new, eerie setting. A masked hostage desperately pleaded for their life, promising they hadn't seen anything and would change their ways. The hostage's desperate pleas were broadcast on a huge screen, confusing onlookers who still wondered if it was a game, until one noticed a familiar, Glory, mark. A villager identified the distinct G and laurel wreath logo as belonging to Glory. Villagers confirmed the logo, questioning why Glory would be involved in such a situation, as a man in a white mask stood silently. The man in the white mask then directly addressed everyone watching the broadcast. He issued a chilling threat: all hostages would explode in 10 minutes, challenging anyone to stop it. The boss, enraged, bellowed at his subordinates to pull down the broadcast immediately. An honored disciple frantically warned Peter not to fall for what he believed was a bluff, concerned by Peter's uncharacteristic reaction. But Peter dismissed the idea of a bluff, knowing the threat was real. Peter knew the man would follow through with his threat, contemplating the widespread panic it would cause. He envisioned Hongdae, with its 200,000 people, being utterly devastated by explosions and widespread panic. Peter declared there was only one way to stop it, ignoring the honored disciples' pleas for caution and confusion over Peter's change in demeanor. The woman with glasses, stroking a dog, worried that the threat was no bluff and the man wouldn't hesitate to kill, but then remembered her opponent was Peter himself. She paused, biting her finger, contemplating a terrifying hypothetical. She wondered what if something happened to him, as the original Pietro, in his mask, plunged through the air. An honored disciple, shouting with determination, declared there was no trap to worry about. He yelled that there were no closed bowling alleys in this area. He vowed to find the location and stop the explosion, no matter what. The masked man calmly announced only 3 minutes and 2 seconds remained, while terrified hostages pleaded for their lives. Hostages screamed, desperately offering money and crying that they didn't want to die. The masked man, holding a rifle, calmly mused about someone being a veteran. He then complimented someone's punctuality, implying he was waiting for them at the bowling alley. The woman with glasses panicked, shouting at someone to come out, while an unseen man asked what she was talking about. Peter, running quickly through the streets, stated he hadn't arrived yet, leaving the unseen man confused about who was already there. The man gasped in shock, suddenly realizing who it might be. Thomas, now at the bowling alley, confronted the masked man, demanding he release the hostages. The masked man, with a menacing tone, told Thomas he was mistaken about something. His hand was shown holding a detonator-like device. He then clarified that he never promised to spare the hostages and pressed the detonator, causing screams off-panel. The emotionless white mask on the villain's face conveyed chilling coldness. Thomas was confused when the bomb failed to explode after the masked man tried to detonate it. He stared intently, starting to realize something profound about the masked man. Thomas then identified the masked man as a sensation seeker. The narration clarified that a sensation seeker was someone who craved extreme stimulation, as small explosive devices fell from a hand. Thomas, now unmasked and disgusted, declared the masked man embarrassing for calling himself a sensation seeker.